I say it. I mean, can you believe that Captain Tom, but he was a bit of a ladies' man. In fact, he was having an affair with one lady, but still married to the first one. So he had to, there was something peculiar. They were asking him about it the other day. But, he's got a roving eye. It doesn't matter, even at 100, you can still have a roving eye. The fact you can't do anything about it, of course, is neither here nor there. But all of that and more, the number of drinkers dying from diseases from alcohol increased. And would you spend £21.5 million on a former church? They quite clearly can't sell it, because it's been up for sale for ages. And there's a double-page spread in the paper today, which is what they do, the estate agents. And I think it could be Knight Frank, I don't know. It's in Fulham. And somebody obviously bought an old disused church, and they've turned it into a super-duper place with a swimming pool in the basement and everything else. But it's £21.5 million, and they still can't sell it. So it's got off-street parking. It's very nice inside. I said to Jake, would you live there? Yeah, straight away, no hesitation, because it's on Fulham Broadway, and it's but everybody's going to hate you. It's £21.5 million, but they should look on it differently. Look on it as the fact that they're going to boost the prices of your property. I mean, Fulham's expensive enough as it is. A couple who won £1 million on the lottery plan a dream trip to Antarctica. How lovely. How lovely. A dream trip to Antarctica, which is good. 1 in 3 of us can't find France on a map. I know, you do sometimes worry, but then you listen to some people on the radio, not necessarily the presenters, and you think, I shouldn't imagine you could even find England. So, no hope about that at all. Ozzy Osbourne stepping into the world of comic books. Richard Bacon says, no God saved my bacon, because he was very ill, and he said it was nothing to do with God, it was the people who work for the NHS. A Frenchman has reviewed his first ever Greggs sausage roll. It's gone viral. Mind you, I think, with some of their stuff, because sometimes you eat a sausage roll and you think, oh, that's quite nice. And then you look at the filling and you think, I wonder what that is. I'm always curious, because I like a sausage in a roll, so it's a sausage. But this isn't. This is sausage meat of some... But they don't tell you what's in it. I've never seen a list of ingredients. But I am partial to the odd... But it's got to be warm. You can't eat them cold. It, sticks to the roof. You eat them cold? No, they stick to the roof of your mouth. It's horrible. You have to... No, they've got to be... No, they're meant to be warm. Hello, it's a sausage roll. That's what it's supposed to be. Eating them cold is just... You're the sort of person who opens a tin of beans and eats it with a spoon. Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, and tinned tomatoes and spaghetti and stuff like that. Yucky, yuck, yuck. I had that beef thing the other day. I bought from Marks and Spencer's these things, and you empty it into a saucepan. I added some Colcannon, the mashed potato with the thing in it, and I think what it was called, and sprouts, and it was delicious. I sat down. I'd made a couple of phone calls. And I thought, I timed it just right. So at the end of the second phone call, it was ready to eat, and it was cabbage, is what you put in to make Colcannon, which was very nice. And I was going to have a pudding, but I realised I didn't have any puddings in. So, which is quite good. I think it's actually good. I think if you keep puddings in, or yogurts or something like that, you're on a sticky slope. So, not very good. I shall have a chat to my bank manager today, as we open up another account. Honestly, it's beginning to sound like offshore. I wish it was. Jeff Bezos to quit as Amazon chief after record results. He's got things that he wants to do. I love the way people criticise him. He started the business in his garage. That's what he did. That's how clever he is. The only sort of people who write to him would be trolls. You know, the sort of people who say, oh, no, don't like you, don't like this, don't like that. But the good news is that it looks like the government is going to be bringing in a case of if you write anything offensive on any of the media sites, they're going to have you, which is great. Because I told you we found one the other day. He turns out to be a pervert. You know, he accesses porno sites, and it actually didn't take too much to find him. And we've not only that, we've also got his address and things like that. People are so dumb nowadays that they don't realise that through your email address on your computer, there's an IP address. You can find out exactly where somebody is. There's only about 4 servers in this country, which is very good. Dawn Neeson's column today we'll come around to a little bit later on. And Marks and Spencer's are selling a saucy vegan Easter egg shaped like an aubergine. I'm not really into aubergines at all. I've seen aubergines. I could live without them. I'm not... Eggplant, isn't it? Yeah, it's that purple thing. And so I'm not wild about it. Mind you, I'm not wild about quite a number of things like that. What's that other thing? Lasagna. That's a bit boring as well. I don't do lasagna. Fury at Sandhurst. Very posh place, Sandhurst. 50 have caught COVID after the cadets have flouted the distancing rules, which is not so good, is it, really? So, Sandhurst, 50 people have gone down with COVID. And as I've said to you before, you don't want to get COVID-19, but, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, by the way, after yesterday with the disco light, and we got just under, at the moment, just under 15,000 views. We've got a new one today. We haven't filmed it yet, but I think you're going to like this one. This is one that you could put in your loft. You could put it in your sitting room. You could just sort of lie there with sort of music wafting over you, because it's like a planetary vision. So it's lots of little green lights which move, and in the middle, what can only be described as the Milky Way, which changes colour, although I've got it actually on a rather nice reddy, purpley blue sort of colour, which you're going to go crackers for. If you went crackers for the disco light yesterday, you're going to go mad for this one. This is really good. We put it into the corner of the room. We went, oh, that's nice. Well, Corey's not seen it yet. But yesterday, when we finished, we had 3,000 views. I don't know where he is, actually. You know what he's like? He goes to faff about with his hair or something. You know, he'll be sitting down doing bingo online or something like that. And then he sort of deigns to he gets later and later every day. I don't know what he does, seriously. Honestly, you could sort of say, put it this way, he's not dressing himself, is he? That's a fact. Do you think he's having a nap? There's nowhere to have a nap anymore, is there, though? You can't have naps anymore. But I think he'll actually like this one. I think it's very, very pretty. Nick Ferrari was very taken with yesterday's. He walked past the studio, and as he walked past, he then obviously noticed it, and so he walked back again. Had a good look in. Called me a disco diva. Me? Disco diva? I think not. Welcome to the Flake District, North Yorkshire. It's not necessarily the Flake District. It was snow. Do you like it? You like that one? Liking that one? It's cool, isn't it? Isn't that good? We thought you'd like that. We're going to film this one and see if we can... Yeah, it's like being in a music festival. It's like, woo, we are in the chill-out tent here today. It's good, isn't it? I could change the colour of it as well. Change the colour in the middle. Wait a minute, I've lost my little... Oh, it's got a remote, yeah, absolutely. Wait a minute, am I doing the right one? Probably not. Actually, wait a minute. There you go. Have it in blue. Or you can have that red again. Yeah, angry colour. Looks like Mount Etna's about to erupt, doesn't it? And then you've got the one that's got the little bits of tinge of green in it. Very pretty. Then you've got green. And it's lovely, isn't it? It's like a nebula. That's what Jake said. He said it's like but he didn't know the word. So he says like and we got as far as that. And it was very good, wasn't it? Very good. But no, I'm liking all the I like that colour. I think that's very, very good. So what we'll do, we'll take a little film of it later, and we'll put it up. So we're just under 15,000 views from yesterday. 15,000 views. Do you think I think we might beat it with this one, because this one is more. I'm tempted to say more adult. But I don't mean more adult. I don't want you to think that if you watch the disco one, it means that you're basically a child, because I don't think there's anything the matter with being a child. I think, if somebody used to say to me at school, act your age, I said, if I acted my age, you'd be talking to a pile of dust. So I never bothered about things like that. I was never worried about an age thing, as you all know. Highest number of bank scams to date recorded last year. Netflix accused of ageism. Also, what was the other one? Oh, we got today's poem, of course. And Johnny Rotten is spitting mad about Harry, as everybody is. He should return the money to the taxpayer that we've spent on him. Well, it's not his fault. He can't help it. But I love the way that Meghan thinks she's sort of royal, Her Royal Highness. Yeah, like we're going to be curtsying or bowing in front of her. I don't think so. And Dean says, I've just watched your Disco Lights clip on Twitter. They're just amazing. You wait till you see today's. Today's is so sophisticated. Seriously, I mean, it's lovely. It's also quite a nice little shape thing, but there's nothing in them. These things weigh half a feather. You could get 2 hamsters to pull this around the room. Ministers are considering the bailout package worth millions for people affected by the cladding scandal. I mean, that really is absolutely appalling. And have you got a bit of money? Do you like James Bond? Would you like to buy? I've got 15 first editions, and they're worth about £475,000, which is actually, if you had £475,000, you would probably be wanting to spend it on these things. Lenny Henry, Sir Lenny Henry, says, I don't like the word diversity. I want to use the word fairness. And an Oxford Don took his late mother to court. because his late mother had developed a crush on another woman later in life, and so she decided to leave all her money to the new partner. So the Oxford Don went to court and went, no, and the court have given him £1 million. It's as simple as that. So obviously only going to prove, as far as I'm concerned, that whatever you will, people in your will, somebody can challenge it. So if I decided to leave all my money to home for retired hamsters, then Corey would obviously challenge it. He would say along the lines of, well, I'm sure Steve promised me the car, or at very least his wardrobe, because the rate I'm growing, I better fit into it. And so that's what people do. People do decide to take people to court over it. It's terribly sad. I always think it's sad, because that would be your last will and testament. And I would expect the law to uphold it, not to people to start fighting over it. What else have we got? Motorists may see an end to fuel duty free for the first time in a decade. And the ultimate birthday present. Kelvin, ex of Emmerdale, just bought his dad for his 60th birthday a Bentley worth £165,000. That's what you call a good present. But mind you, how can you ever repay your parents for them bringing you up? If you gave them money every single day of their life, it would never be enough for what they had to cough up for you. It's as simple as that. You should always look back. I know people don't. They go, I was talking about the other day, when I started earning money, my mother said, my father actually said, have you given your mother some housekeeping? And of course I went, no. Can't take your eyes off it now, can you? Quite mesmerising. Quite mesmerising. It's interesting. I can't wait to show people online, because you're going to like this one. I think you might even like it more than yesterday. Yesterday was somebody accused it of saying, "Oh, you've edited it." We didn't touch it at all. We just filmed what was going on in the studio. And today we'll do exactly the same. But it's this pretty bit in the middle, the nebulous, which is the. You're really interested, aren't you? You really like this. It's so clever, aren't you? We'll do a video at the first time we get a 3-minute break. The first time we get a 3-minute break on the programme, because I think you just need to film in this corner and then just a little bit up onto the ceiling so people can see the spread of it. Because I'm quite sure if I put it at the other end of the desk, it would cover the whole of this wall here. It's only because it's fairly near to this wall that it's that small. I can make it bigger. Morning, Steve. If the lottery winners go to Antarctica, they'll be safe from COVID-19, as there's not been a single case, says Roger. I know, the polar bears are looking a bit scared, aren't they? Is it polar bears in Antarctica? I never know. Somebody will write in. Somebody criticised me the other day, a rather sad, lonely person, basically saying leopard seals grow 10 to 15 feet. And I went, no, we've spoken to divers. We've had correspondence with divers who said some of them can be up to 18 foot long. All they've done is just gone on to Google and relied on that, which, of course, is a big mistake. What else we got here? So, Captain Tom, he's in all the papers, as you would expect him to be. He did something quite marvellous, but Joan Bakewell made a big mistake on the television. She was being interviewed on one of the news programmes, and she said, this idea that he came up with. I thought, no, he didn't come up with the idea of walking. The family did. It was head of the family who almost issued a throw down a gauntlet, a challenge to him, and he couldn't resist a challenge, so that's what it was. But, he walked, and at one point they were making £3 million a day. £3 million a day. Just phenomenal. Nobody's ever... And it went viral. It went round the world. And the holiday, all those people going, he shouldn't have gone on this holiday. Well, he was fine on the holiday. The holiday was free to Barbados. It was the Barbados Tourist Authority and British Airways. And a small price to give him a little holiday. That was the last holiday he'll ever have in his entire life. Because wherever he is now... he'll be having a rest, a much-needed rest. I saw the interview with Piers Morgan, and it was lovely. It was really lovely. You can't knock him for what he did. He raised about between 33 and 36 million pounds in 4 weeks. He only wanted to raise 1,000. Just absolutely unbelievable. Well done to him and the family, because he was living in Spain when his wife died, and the family then said, you're coming back here, coming to live with us, and he moved in. And of course, it's like having your granddad and grandmother living with you, but it was just granddad, and of course he loved it as well. So, they seem a lovely, charming family. Why not? But they're getting... I would advise them to get every single newspaper today, because granddad's on the front of every single newspaper. Every single newspaper. With big banner headlines. They've got early pictures of him here. And he was rejuvenated The last year, the family say, of our father's life was nothing short of remarkable. He was rejuvenated and experienced things he'd only ever dreamt of. He will stay alive in our hearts forever. Just sweet, isn't it? I mean, you can't sort of knock it at all. Here on the front of the Mirror, bless his heart, Britain United in mourning. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought that somebody you'd never heard of would all of a sudden take over your life? The hero of our time. And I should imagine when they eventually get round to the funeral, it'll be quite some event. Quite some event. He's on the front of the Sun. Born in 1920. Here he is. His first 100 laps, and so begun the legacy. Went around the world. Captain Marvel, they call him. Captain Marvel. Well, of course, it'll have to be a private funeral. Won't be able to have any more than 15 people, and I should imagine there are many, many, many people would love to be there. He was with all sorts of people, but he tested negative for COVID several times after returning from Barbados because online trolls had criticised the family for jetting off. Filthy people. But don't worry, if the government's new rules come in, which I suspect they will, these people will end up in court. And I, for one, will be quite delighted. You know, it's like the people who write to somebody who's just lost a child or they've lost a family member or something like that, and they write filth to them. There's one in the papers today. We seem to find them on a regular basis. As far as I'm concerned, they should be taken from the courtroom and they should be thrown in prison and just left there. Just totally ignore them. You know, it's quite disgraceful that they're not. The Chase star Anne Hegarty dismissed talk of a love affair with the Beast as she doesn't do younger men. I mean, to be honest with you, he needs to lose about 10 stone before he's going to go anywhere near Anne Hegarty. I mean, why would they be... I like her. I think she's quite good fun, actually. I think she's very good fun. But she was checking him out to see what he looked like topless, and the answer is fat. OK, that's all he looks. He's wearing his swim trunks. You see, I think people like that should wear Speedos. You know, if you've got something in the toy shop, show him. No good sort of turning up. I mean, he's carrying a lot of weight. There's also coldest February ever. They've got pictures. There's always one picture of somebody going out there without a shirt on who's hiking and stuff like mad as a broomstick, I'm afraid. In Leeds, they had the snow, and in Knaresborough, in North Yorkshire, it looks stunningly beautiful. I mean, I'm sure it looks stunningly beautiful all the time, but it looks even more stunningly beautiful when it's actually got snow all over it, because it just looks so pretty. So pretty. I don't like it in London. I'm the first one to always say, yeah, I love the snow. It looks really great. Just not on my doorstep. Thank you very much indeed. Still to come, talk about polar opposites. A penguin meets a polar bear whilst on a zoo tour with his pals. The bear, of course, cannot get to it and probably can't understand what glass is, but now realises. And another one here. God Save the Queen's Johnny Rotten. I mean, he gets more balmy as he gets older, actually. He was a bit stupid years ago. He's spitting mad about Prince Harry and says he should return the money he's cost the taxpayer. Yes. Johnny Rotten, real name John Lydon, said that Prince Harry, he's making no effort to try and improve the situation. He's just thinking of himself. Well, he always was. He doesn't know anything else. He can only think about himself. He doesn't... Well, why would he know about anybody else? People who always bowed and scraped to him. Not anymore. Not anymore. Definitely not. The only people who'd be doing things like that would be the Americans. Can't see anybody else wanting to do it, actually. Steve, love the disco lights. I bet the Entertainer in Kingston do them. No, not these ones. Not these ones. They were very good the other day. In fact, they were so good that Bill Overton, my friend who works for one of our sister stations, he said, I bought one yesterday. He saw it and he said, I'm going to buy it. So he went out and bought it. Best 25 quid he's probably ever spent in his entire life. 84850. Steve, will his funeral have to be in secret? I don't know, actually. I suppose to keep the number of visitors down, which is, Steve, listening to you talk about Captain Tom, all those nasty people criticising him for having a holiday in Barbados. Were they wrong? Because at that time there was no restriction on travelling abroad. Why don't they get their facts right? It's just the fact that they trolled an old man of 100. That's what's so sad. As I say, we have one which we were going to do in the papers to get. He featured in the papers today. He was in the papers yesterday, the one who went out there. An old man, 67, I think, or something like that. Used to be a teacher, and he put down fake bottles of Novichok and wrote on it Novichok and all this kind of thing. He's that stupid and thick. And they didn't send him to prison. They should have sent him to prison immediately. Idiots like that, the buffoons of this world. Oh, I tell you, could write a book on them, actually. My heart goes out to Captain Sir Tom Moore's family. He did a lot for the NHS. How did he catch COVID? I have no idea. That's the trouble. It spread so fast. The latest strain, apparently we've got quite a number of strains in this country. It doesn't appear to have come through travel. So, what does it do? Float in on a cloud or something? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. But we shall wait and watch. Somebody says COVID just gave us a month of hell. People need to wake up to how dangerous it is. Well, you can't tell anybody, can you? We've already tried that before. You get the old snowflakes. They think they're the experts on everything to do with it because they know even less than the average idiot on the street. Steve, Bobby Ball had a part in a BBC comedy called Not Going Out. They putting his death into the show. I watched the song that they sing, which is Cannon and Ball, and it's such a good song. You get all the NHS people singing it. Sing me a song, you know, it's just rock on, Tommy, and the NHS staff all sing it. They've got lots of screens all split up. Best thing you'll ever see. Put it in on YouTube. Go on, do yourself a favour, cheer yourself up, and you suddenly realise that Bobby Ball was possibly one of the best variety artists around. He knew how to do pathos. He did comedy. You know, he'd stand on the stage of the London Palladium and he'd go, "He's looking at me, Tommy. He's looking. I'll get you after." You know, the kind of thing that kids would say in the playground. And then Tommy Cannon sung a song and they moved the spotlight away from Bobby Ball. Everybody laughed because all of a sudden he was plunged into darkness. And at the end of the song, he'd gone to sleep. And so Tommy said, "Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for laughing at us. Thank you very much indeed. From Cannon and Ball, good night." And I thought that kind of summed him up, really. You know, because he ended up dying of coronavirus and he carried him off stage and they both came back on again. I thought they were brilliant. And today, well, actually, yesterday they arrived, apart from the new light, but also got some Cannon and Ball DVDs and the two Ronnies Christmas specials. I thought, you know, if you can't cheer yourself up with a bit of humour. I didn't ever meet either of them. I'd love to have done, because they lived up north. They didn't come down south very often, but they were still touring at the age of 70 plus. But you listen to that song. Never met I met Ronnie Corbett. Yes. Because what they used to do here is they would issue a thing every day of the celebrities coming into the building. And of course you can imagine in a building like this at Global, lots and lots of celebrities were walking through the doors for interviews and sessions and all sorts of things. And I got an email from two of the guys in sales and they said, "Oh, you've got Ronnie Corbett coming in today. We're huge fans. Could we meet him?" So I thought, yeah, you can meet him. So I met Ronnie at the reception, took him down to our studio, downstairs, actually, before they revamped the studio. And these two blokes turned up and said, "Oh, hi, Steve, we're so-and-so." I said, "OK, fine." And, of course, Ronnie, yes. And I introduced him to it, but he wanted a cup of tea. So, of course, I had to leave him with these two people he didn't know. It was when I came back, he almost looked as though he'd been frightened out of his life. Poor soul. Stuck in a very small studio with two people who were just sort of huge fans of him, which was lovely. So, yeah, never met Ronnie Barker. Always wanted to, but didn't get up and meet him. Steve, how was it Tom had his family with him by his bedside and I couldn't be with my mum in hospital, says Martin. I don't know. You'd have to ask the hospital that. What are you asking me for? Why would I know? I don't work for the NHS. I don't know what the situation was. Perhaps they were socially distancing. They might have had sheets round the bed. They might have been with him, but they might not have been with him. We don't know, do we? We don't know. Steve, I'm dealing with emotional baggage because I had to tell my suitcases there's no international holidays this year. But you might be able to go to Butlins. They're saying that Butlins in Bognor, that were holiday. Oh, we went to Camber Sands one year. That were fantastic. Went on a Haven holiday. And I've never been to a Butlins or a Haven holiday or a Pontins or anything. No, you been? Yeah. Jake's been. I've never been. Our family was far too better than that. And we had a caravan. We went on caravanning holidays. That's what the cheap holidays were in those days, the caravanning holidays. Right, brace yourselves. We got the news, then we shall take the picture and see what you think of our new lights for today. It's so exciting, honestly. Seriously, I can't begin to tell you. Exciting, so exciting. We think we've actually done it. Today's offering. Actually, the funny thing is, this is an interesting one because you can't. I don't know if you can make it bigger and see the little green lights because there is Hundreds and hundreds of little green lights. I'm seeing if I can make it... I can't make it bigger. Yeah, you can't see... You can see the nebulous thing on it. We've changed the colour for you so you can see the different colours it does, but you can't see all the little green... But I promise you, there's loads of little green lights everywhere. Perhaps we should turn the lights off completely. I don't know, I'm not sure I can work in the dark. But, yeah, you can have a look at it. It's up on @Steve Allen Show. It's where you found yesterday's. You'll find it again today. Only this one. And it's got all these sort of little flashes and things like that. No, it doesn't look as good as yesterday's, does it? Yeah, we think we should try turning the lights off and doing it again. We've never had to do it twice. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, the 3rd of February. Have you ever met Warwick Davis? Of course. I'm a radio presenter. And somebody says, do you ever meet Mike Reed? No, I didn't, actually. No, I didn't. And Tony Robinson? Yeah, we've done Tony. Steve, I bought a disco ball, says Christine. You have us all dancing in lockdown. What a brilliant idea. Yeah, I mean, I just think there's something very therapeutic about lights and movement and, shapes. But because these little green lights are so tiny, I can see them in the studio, but it doesn't come over well on the actual @Steve Allen Show bit, which I'm a bit disappointed about, really. But it doesn't matter, because I'm sure you'll all find it and have a good look at it, which is quite interesting. So @Steve Allen Show, and it will show you today's little offering. Yesterday we got loads. I mean, seriously, loads. I mean, I think we were up to just 15,000. It just looked better yesterday, didn't it? Yesterday was sort of that was a very good one. Yeah, I'm going to blame the cameraman. Very shoddy, ladies and gentlemen, very shoddy. And Thomas says, how about a groovy gang reunion for 2022? I love the way he's jumping the gun in advance. But no, I thought they were lovely, actually. And so we'll have a look. So we've had 30 views already for the latest one. So we're a long way behind the 15,000 views that we got for yesterday's Disco Lights, which, as I say, looks as though we've been editing it, but we didn't edit at all. It's just the way it comes out. Just the way it comes out. Anyway, nice to have your company. Steve, you were getting frisky in your soundbite on Monday. Frisky? One thing I've never been is frisky. I don't know. I might have been frisky at some point, but I can't remember which year it was. It would have happened a long time ago. So this is soundbite from Monday. I had to go in 3 times just to make sure I got frisked. Oh right, yes. What was that to do? I can't remember what that was actually. I was doing a gag. It was something else actually, wasn't it? I'll tell you what it was based on. It was based on the Victor Meldrew thing, where his wife goes to pick him up from the airport. And he's there, and he's been sitting on a rubber ring, because he's obviously got piles or something like that. And they said, why were you so long in there? He said, well, it was ever since I said, this crack in my bottom. He said, and that was, that kind of sealed his fate, which I thought was hilarious. I miss Victor Meldrew, I really do. What's your message to Jeff Bezos? There is no message for Jeff Bezos. I think he's an amazing person. He's made so much money, but he started the business in his garage. Anybody who ever writes and complains about somebody like that is obviously insanely jealous. Whereas we were talking about this morning. Somebody would write in and go, oh, are you not jealous about so-and-so? No, I don't be jealous of anybody. In my I can't think of anybody who's as good as I am. And why would you be jealous of anybody unless you really do have a shallow existence? I'm very jealous of somebody who can maybe drive a desk, which is what we call it, technical term. But apart from that, I've never been jealous of anyone. I'm never jealous of anybody's looks, never jealous of anybody's cars, because I'm not into, being a petrol head. Never interested in, somebody's figure. That's a lie. And, because sometimes people sort of eat as much. I hate the sort of people who go, do you know, I can eat as much as I want, Steve, and I don't put on an ounce. Those people I hate. I passed Greggs, as you know, I have to in the morning. Otherwise I can't get home. And so I nipped in there for a bacon baguette, 2 extra bacon, £3.80. Or was it £2.80? Anyway, whatever it was delicious. And I ate it on the bus after I'd eaten the mask, and it was lovely. And I did that. You could see people looking at me with envy, but I thought, listen, if you've saved up hard, you can buy a bacon baguette as well at the same time. And I nearly went back later in the day to go and get a donut. But I didn't. I didn't go and get a donut, but I could eat one now. Could eat a donut now like there's no tomorrow. Or fairly... What can I really eat now? KFC. I could eat KFC now. This precisely... If somebody brought me in the Party Barrel, I'm afraid the programme would have to wait a bit while I was eating it. But, well, I don't mind if it's bones in or bones out. I'm not bothered. Do you still get drumsticks? Must be a bit of a collapsed thing if they've taken the bone out, mustn't it? How did the thing walk around? Answer with great difficulty. It's a stand up, flop down again. Stand up, flop down. No, I just quite like it, but it's the coating. It's the coating that I absolutely... Just feed me the coating. I'm much, much better. Steve, if you have slight cholesterol, can you eat biscuits? I'm not... Well, actually, that doesn't apply to me. I am on cholesterol tablets, but I don't eat biscuits. I've had them occasionally, but I'm not... you talk about rich tea biscuits and bourbons and stuff like that. No. I had a penguin this morning. Which was lovely. Steve, my relaxed lighting of choice is a lava lamp. Oh, right. A lava lamp. I remember lava lamps because they made them. It was a company called Mathmos that made lava lamps. But my favourite was a fibre optic lamp, which had all these fibres coming out of the middle of it, and they all colour changed. Quite beautiful. I've still got it. Ronnie Barker lived in Pinner for years. When he sold his house, David Suchet bought it, says Donna. Thank you. And Monica, our favourite Jewish cabbie, says, I wanted to write something nice about our fallen hero, but after yesterday's tributes, I can't top it. May his memory be a blessing. And if you think I can read that, I can't, Monica. So I'm not going to embarrass myself. But no, I agree. You cannot top anything that was said yesterday about him, because it was all there. Everything was there. Whatever he did, whatever he achieved in his life, you know, in the last 4 to 6 weeks, that was when everything changed for him. Everything changed. He did that thing. It was a challenge. He liked a challenge. You know, really good. Really, really good. Matthew says, COVID-19 and this staying in Malarkey is causing me terrible cabin fever. What can you do? Well, listen, if we persevere with this, there's a very good chance that by the time we get to the summer, we might actually be able to actually go on holidays. Whether we can go abroad, I don't know. But they're looking at relaxing, provided all the COVID-19 cases keep dropping, and we get to that stage where we can open the restaurants, where we don't have to socially distance, where you don't, where you're not allowed, at the moment you're not allowed to touch people. So, I mean, nearly 300 views in 7 minutes. 300 of you. You are so nice. Oh, every time I say that, and I know it sounds a bit fatuous, but do you remember the first time that we sold things for Make Some Noise, tea towels, and there was me, Corey and Thomas, and we sat here, and Thomas was going, look at this, there's another 100 sold, another 100, and it went on and on and on and on, and it must have been as it was for Captain Tom, to watch that money rolling in, obviously not in the same kind of volume, but even so, for us, we were very excited. We got very excited about it on that day, and I forget what we'd done by the end of the first programme. It was thousands, and it was about 3,000 at the end of the first thing, and I remember thinking at the time, we walked out of here with, not inflated egos, but just like, wow. Was that something good? I mean, it affected all of us. We had a lovely time, actually. Lovely time. Thank you for entertaining me for the last God knows how many years. Oh, I know, it's loads. Loads and loads of time. I can't have Greggs or KFC anymore, as a gluten intolerance means so many problems if I eat anything with wheat in it. Oh, yes, you're right, Steve. Killing off Meldrew was a bad idea. The creators of such characters should take into account those of us who grow to love the productions. Well, the good news is that you can watch them. You can watch them again and again and again, because all the box sets are out and they're available. And it's worth watching, because you miss so many bits and pieces when you watch them second time round. When you watch them first time round, you didn't appreciate exactly how much stuff was in there, and then you watch the repeats and you suddenly think, my God, these are brilliant. See, says Roger had mini chicken Kiev stuffed with garlic parsley, delicious, and bacon bits. Where'd you get those from? They sound a bit nice, unless they were handmade, which they probably were. And Alan says, driving through Barnes, I've just seen some idiots have spray-painted COVID as a hoax on a wall. I know, they'll be speaking next to you from their hospital bed, I should imagine. You know what people are like. I always love it when people are so dumb and so stupid. Some woman, I was waiting for the car this morning, and some woman staggered up the road, and she stopped opposite me, and she said, I said, please, stay away. She said, do I frighten you? And so I went, no, you're not wearing a mask. Go away. I said, oh. You know, how stupid, walking around, you know, and then trying to approach somebody to talk to them. How dumb do you have to be? Lovely, lovely, lovely. Somebody said, how many followers do you have on Twitter? I don't know, I thought, is it well known how many followers people have? You can see, can't you, when you go onto somebody's Twitter? It's not very many, it's only about 50,000. 50,500, something like that. I think you'll find that Jamie Oliver's got loads. Millions. I think it runs into millions. Unfortunately, I'm nowhere near that. Massey says, my last day at work for me today, Steve. Started working at Beatties department store in Wolverhampton. In 1969, age 15, they really cared about the staff. Beatties. Was Beatties a toy shop? The only reason I ask you is because I cannot remember exactly. Was it a toy and model shop, Beatties? Or is it whatever it is, Beatties, well, this one in Southgate, yeah, this is, but do they have another, there you go, the Merry Hill Shopping Centre, they had 60 stores, and we used to have one, 40 of them actually, they were placed into administration, so most of them were closed, 13 of the remaining stores sold to turnaround specialist Hilco, the final 13 closed at the cost of more than 100 shops. I used to know the man who used to run Beatties, and he used to come in, so we got one here from, where is it, Wolverhampton, Beatties Wolverhampton, currently open, so it was the Telford branch proposed closure. Wow, they're quite big, aren't they? I love some of those northern stores, they're fantastic, but this one here was a family drapery, so not the toy shop that I thought it was, because there was one called Beatties, which was a toy shop. But this one is obviously, you know, closing, and so people will not be working there ever again. They used to sell clothing, cosmetics and housewares. Wow. What do they do with those huge buildings? Because they were enormous, weren't they? I don't know what you do with them. We used to have loads down where I used to live years and years ago. Steve, you've helped me through the hard times, says Anne. Hope you never leave your job. I can't, I'm tied into a contract. Matthew says, curious as to why a woman was staggering around Twickenham at that time of the morning. 2 girls got off a bus, holding pint glasses with booze in. Why the driver let them on in the first place, I've got no idea. Because you're not allowed to take booze onto buses. They were quite clearly well the worse for wear. Steve, what I look forward to, Steve, is being able to say in a shop, can I try this on in the changing room? Yeah, you can't try anything on at the moment, can you? They don't want people trying, oh look, Rob Beckett again. Honestly, please, do me a favour. And another one says, I got the mini chicken Kievs from a Polish deli in Balham. £4 for 4. That seems quite expensive. And these are mini chicken Kievs, £4 for 4. Seems a bit expensive, doesn't it, really? Also, somebody else talking about the killing off of Victor Meldrew. Very good, actually. Very good. Well, such a great character, but I mean, forever, he's only going to be known for that. It doesn't matter all the other things that he does, but he's known for that. That's the thing. I don't believe it. And everybody still expects the poor soul to say it. So now you know. So it's 8 minutes to 5. 8 minutes to 5. Every single paper this morning, if you're just waking up. The Nation mourning the hero who raised 39 million, walking around the garden and died of COVID at the age of 100. I think it's the fact he was 100. And obviously your resistance is down. A beacon of hope in our darkest hour. The family have paid tribute to him. And it's a bit of a shame, really, that sort of people trolled him. A few people who aren't quite right between the ears. You know, people who are just sort of nasty, and they troll an old man of 100, you know, because when he went on his holiday, they didn't have these restrictions in force. So, but of course, you don't expect them to be intelligent, do you? They are a bit stupid. Also, Shannon de Lima. She's a Venezuelan beauty. I thought they all were, actually. She was modelling a bikini. Good Lord above, honestly. I'm sorry. The funny thing is, when you look at somebody who is a professional model and then you look at the old bimbos that they drag off Love Island, it's all a bit embarrassing. They're not models. They're just people who are prepared to get their boobs out for anybody. And there's a woman here called Sam Palmer. And she unpacked her shopping and found a banana which was a foot long. A foot-long banana. I mean, normally they're about 7-8 inches or something like that, aren't they? That's almost a metre, yeah. Almost a metre for a banana. She said it was as big as her forearm. She said it's the biggest banana she's ever seen. It was double, if not triple, the size of the ones they already had. It was a good 12 inches long. She said tasted really good. I love bananas, but I don't like them when they're overripe. I only like the semi-green bananas, which is lovely. Who's that on the television? Is that who I think it is? Oh, God. Not the ghastly Bobby Cole Norris again, is it? He's had another mess around with his hair again this time round. Is that a wig or something? Looks very strange compared to the last time we saw it. And he's had all sorts of things, but no, thank you. I think he's been trained, hasn't he, as something? What? I've got no idea. Needs to find a job. That's what they all need to find on Towie. But yes, it is him. I'm sure he's wearing a toupee. That hair doesn't look real. Doesn't look real. Mind you, I work with people who've got toupees as well. And I don't want to make a big deal about it. You know, they always try and pretend it's their own hair, but you can tell it's not theirs because they can't run their fingers through it, which is good. Netflix accused of ageism after Carey Mulligan was cast as a woman of 56. She's only 35. Only 35. So, you know, that's good. Jane Moore talks today, and you'll agree with this. Everybody will agree with this. We've got two good columns today. You get Jane Moore, you get Dawn Neeson. And she says the venue that broke COVID rules by hosting Rita Ora's 30th birthday party is battling to keep its licence, while the singer herself has apologised for the small gathering that she says was a spur-of-the-moment decision. No, Rita, writes Jane Moore. A spur-of-the-moment decision is deciding to turn left instead of right, or ordering a takeaway curry instead of fish and chips. But booking a venue, paying $5,000 up front for drinks and nibbles, and inviting 16 friends is very much a pre-planned event, because Rita Ora is a compulsive liar. OK? Not only that, she asked them to turn off the CCTV, so that we couldn't see, but she was caught out. She was caught out. Oh, my God. Is he giving injections? Oh, no, thank you. I'd rather have somebody who's fully qualified. I know that they've trained people, but unfortunately, when you get somebody who's been on Towie, they're into publicity. You know, if he was really serious, he would just have carried on being quite normal. So there we go. So he's shown you all his cards with, you know, Bobby Norris written on it and things like that. Oh, God, can you imagine if you walked into the centre and he's there going, I'm ready to do your injection. I think I'd rather go local. I'm a lot happier doing local. I should be due any day now. When I say should be due, it makes it sound giving birth to disco lights. How many have we got now? Are we doing all right on the views? We like a good view, which we've got for our new light for today. And we were checking it earlier, and we've done all right actually so far. Not as many as we got yesterday. We were, and I think we're over just 15,000 views. 550. Not bad going, is it? Not bad going. So if you go to @SteveAllenShow, it's my Twitter, you can find out all about the light for today. But we're going to film it again because you don't quite see it as much as you should do. I want you to see properly. So what I'm going to do is turn the lights off in the studio. Bit of a risky thing to do, isn't it, with the producer loose, you know? And then we'll sort of take a picture of it, so you can see all the little green lights, because you can't see the green lights at the moment. They're not pale. They're actually quite bright. But I like to make sure you can see them properly. So Corey, using his best technique for filming, will show you what it's like. But I wonder if it's going to make any difference if we turn the light. It might not make any difference actually. It might not make any difference, but we'll worry about that. So here are all these people around the country playing in the snow. Yeah, coldest February ever. Whoopee! Knaresborough is the best. Knaresborough is so beautiful. I've never been. I just merely am looking at the pictures in the papers, which is lovely. Rita Ora split from her boyfriend. Who gives a 4X? Nobody. Couldn't care less. I mean, let's face it. They've only been together for 6 months. Probably long term for her, I should imagine. And also a dad has turned his lounge into a football pitch for his kids. So they've taken all the furniture out. He's put down this fake grill. Are these people mad? Why would you want to turn your lounge into a thing? He did it all by himself for less than 350 quid. He's a Chelsea fan. Oh, well. He says, I've called it the Frank Lampard Memorial Stadium in memory of his time at Chelsea. Well, you're blooming useless at Chelsea. What are you on about? And so Roland of Surbiton, southwest London, says, my kids love football and lockdown stopped them playing in their local team. Haven't you got a garden, dear? Fancy turning all the furniture out of the sitting room and they sort of kick a ball backwards and forwards. This is with Lily May, and Ralph is guarding the goal. I don't know how old the kids are, actually. We shall find out now. Wait a minute. Oh, Lily May is 12 and Ralph is 10. Well, I tell you, when you see a picture of Lily May at 12, she's enormous. You know, tall. I mean, I thought she was about 18, 19. But anyway, they've got AstroTurf, logos on the walls and everything else. He said, to see the joy it's brought Lily May and Ralph, I'd have paid double. I do crazy things for the love of my kids, which is very sweet, but you don't turn out the furniture, I'm sorry. That's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Still to come. Never mind the what's-its. Harry, give us our money back, says Johnny Rotten. And a teaching assistant went off sick, claiming an injury, doing the sexy lift from Dirty Dancing. That's what people do now, isn't it? And then, of course, they make a mistake of filming themselves doing something. Maya Jama, whatever, still around, still telling us she's a radio and TV presenter. Anybody noticed anything recently? No, me neither. Because all the papers today are full of Captain Tom. April the 6th, 2020, 11 quid. April the 16th, 12 million. April the 30th. This one is like a planetarium kind of thing, which actually kids would probably like in their bedroom. Kids are into planetarium kind of stuff, aren't they? That's what I think so. And anything that sort of... If I pulled this back, I would get a bigger coverage, but I've done it particularly there because otherwise I'd get a bit bogged down in the studio with things. But it's all very lovely. Steve, Rita Ora split with her boyfriend. Shouldn't worry, dear. Judging by your history, another will be along soon. I know. I love the way they go... Six, what are they saying? Sorry, 6 months they went out together. You think that's long-term in showbiz, isn't it? But, as I say, the woman's a complete and utter idiot. Have you seen Cannon and Ball in The Boys in Blue, says Kathy? No, I haven't. I didn't buy it, actually, because I was not a huge fan of the films that were made by people on the television, and some of them were quite good. You know, like Are You Being Served? They went off on their holes. It was quite nice, but it wasn't quite the same as the programme. Not quite the same. And loads of people did it. You know, Steptoe and Son and people like that. Henry texted, you bring some disco lights in for Nick Ferrari? No, today we have actually something that's very sophisticated, Henry. Very sophisticated. This is the planetarium version of the programme. I've turned my studio into the planetarium. I've got a poem for you all today, which is lovely. Shane says, I love the lights. If the planes were flying, I'd fly over to London just to look at them. They look fantastic. You flying over London, if it's been snowing, the whole country is covered in this white frost and orange lights. It's beautiful. Really, you could stay up there forever. Well, obviously not. Today is an anonymous poem, and it's called The Grumble Family. There's a family nobody likes to meet. They live, it is said, on Complaining Street. In a city of never are satisfied, the river of discontentment beside. They growl at that and they growl at this. Whatever comes, there's something amiss. And whether their station be high or humble, they are all known by the name of Grumble. The weather is always too hot or cold. Summer and winter alike they scold. Nothing goes right with the folks you meet down on that gloomy, complaining street. They growl at the rain and they growl at the sun. In fact, their growling is never done. And if everything pleased them, there isn't a doubt they growl that they've nothing to grumble about. But the queerest thing is that not one of the same can be brought to acknowledge his family name, for never a grumbler will own that he is connected with it all, you see. The worst thing is that if anyone stays among them too long, he will learn their ways, and before he dreams of the terrible jumble, he's adopted into the family of Grumble. And so, if we're wisest to keep our feet from wandering into Complaining Street, and never to growl whatever we do, lest we be mistaken for grumblers too, let us learn to walk with a smile and a song, no matter if things do sometimes go wrong. And then, be our station high or humble, we'll never belong to the family of Grumble. It's nice, isn't it? So applicable for this programme. You know, we never grumble about anything. Well, not intentionally, but sometimes you have to. But that's just the very nature of the way it goes. My favourite. At one foot in the... Oh, blummy, could be a forever mark if you don't start doing favourite episodes of One Foot in the Grave. Victor was on a road trip, decided to listen to his cassette recorder, but the mechanics had recorded him a song during his recent car service. You can imagine, can't you? I like things like that. It's quite sweet. Steve, the only sitcom that transitioned well into the movies were the Three on the Buses movies, says Anthony. I know, and I have them all. Mike says, what do you know about the reopening of Langhams? Did you go to the original? I did, on many an occasion. I wasn't one of those people who sort of lived there all the time. There was always photographers outside, yet the only restaurant that there weren't photographers outside of, and yet it used to have more celebrities, was Joe Allen's. They had a policy. They didn't want people went in there to enjoy themselves. They didn't want to be photographed, but you get those people who go to certain restaurants like the Chiltern Firehouse and things like that, although not for ages, and they get photographed going in there. I think the Beckhams went once for the photo opportunity, because quite clearly they don't cook. I don't care what they tell you. I don't think they actually do. Steve, loving the atmospheric ambience you've created in the studio this morning. Nick can't call you the Disco Diva anymore. It could anoint you as the Constellation King, says Susan. Have we done it? Have we uploaded the new one? So excited. And does it look better? Looks much... Oh, right, the new one looks much better. So if you want to see the new light effect in the studio... as I say, all the studios around here will be going for it. Seriously, all of our music stations will be going for the disco lights from yesterday to really get into it. That's what it is. But at the moment, we're doing the galaxy. It is like the miniature planetarium in my studio. It's very nice indeed. So it's at Steve Allen Show is my Twitter, and you'll find it on there. It's very good, and it's nice. Jackie says, "Is there music playing on your first light video?" No, there's a moving soundbar, but I can't hear anything. No, there is no music playing on it. Definitely not. Another one here. His other catchphrase, I remember when he would shout "Figgis" in Only When I Laugh. Is that one? I'm H-A-P-P-Y, I'm H-A-P-P-Y. That was good. I know I am. Steve, I'm sure I once heard James O'Brien talking of Beattie's department store in Worcester, says Bill. Really? I don't know. I mean, he lived up that neck of the woods, didn't he, really? So Tom appeared on Blankety Blank in 1983. The Bieber released archive footage, said John. Oh, I saw it weeks and months ago. It was ages. Have you seen it? He was, yeah... That's like the footage that's just recently emerged of Simon Cowell appearing on a game show before he was Simon Cowell, debating which prize to go for. Have you ever been on a quiz show, Jake? Have you been on a quiz show? Like to go on the chase? That'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good. Corey, what have you been on? You want to go on Only Connect? I don't even know what that is. Who hosts that? Victoria Cora Mitchell. Is it maybe because you've got a thing for Victoria Cora Mitchell? No, okay. No, I'm just mentioning it because I didn't cheapen it. That wasn't cheap. Cheapening it would be, don't do it. I was just sort of thinking, yes, I don't think I've ever seen it. I've seen her doing a quiz show. It might be that one. I wouldn't know because it just looked as if it was a bit cheap. It didn't look as though it was done properly. I like to see a lot of sort of money like they've wasted on Michael McIntyre's quiz show. I mean, that really is the dregs of the Z-list celebrity market. There must be an agency that specialises in people who are deadbeat from the neck downwards. And they go, "We'll put you on television." You go, "Oh God, not them again." Some of them are very odd. I wouldn't go on any programme at all. No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. I don't have an ego, which means that I would want to go on television and say, "Hey, I look good on television," because I know I would look good on television. And people would be closed. Every time I do a show, there's always people in the audience who've got their eyes closed. I used to think it was because they were listening to my voice. No, they had actually gone to sleep. It was really quite sweet. So I used to raise my voice, just to make sure they didn't nod off to it. Because it's so easy. You sit down in a comfy seat, don't you? I used to do it all the time. And just fall asleep. Can't help it. Lovely picture of the Queen knighting Tom. I mean, bless his heart, he didn't know he was going to... Can you imagine if at the very beginning of him raising all that money, somebody said, "Oh, by the way, the Queen will knight you and you'll raise over £30 million. And he'd go, "No." He only wanted £1,000. £33 million. I think that's an achievement. That's over and above. He's definitely going through the pearly gates. Definitely going through the pearly gates. A wonderful man. Wonderful. Oh, that we should all be so wonderful in the latter years of our life. Because I should imagine when you get to 100, you kind of... every day's a blessing. Every day is I get up, have a look in the obituaries. If I'm not there, I get out of bed. It's as simple as that. Look, do you like this? Look, Henry likes it. He's very impressed. Look, he's looking through my door. He's so jealous. It's so embarrassing, honestly, seriously. They're trying to get it, obviously, for Nick's studio, but I think he wants those droplet lights, that come down like they were. Not happening, is it, really? And strangely enough, Daryl says, I've got a thing for Victoria Coren Mitchell. Oh, well, obviously in good company. Loads of other people have. She's commonly known as Posh Totty, isn't she? Isn't she? She's married to David Mitchell, isn't she? Yes. Yeah. Well, I've interviewed him, yes. I've never interviewed her. No, never. They've been married for quite some time now, haven't they? I'm always envious of people who can keep a relationship going, because I'm a bit Rita Ora, 6 months would be considered long term. Why would you want to go out with somebody for 6 months? Although I do know people who've not been out with anybody for over a year. Sorry, didn't mean that to manage to penetrate the newsroom in any way, shape or form. But, I was just sort of thinking to myself, it's very difficult to find people. If you work all the time, and with lockdown and the fact you can't touch people or reach out to them, you can only bump elbows. What sort of relationship is that? Just bumping elbow. What's the point of that? The whole idea is you go out with somebody, you want to take them home to meet your parents, book the church, then they get frightened and run away. That's what happens. If you really want to get rid of somebody, start saying, OK, let's have a look through the pro-nuptia catalogue, shall we? That's a nice thing. The Veil's very nice on that one. Have you seen that programme on American television? It's where they go into one of these big shops where they sell wedding dresses, and they have to... They do it in this country. It doesn't quite look as big as in America, where they're enormous. And they've got the... They've got the sort of all the wedding dresses, and they bring them out. And these tattooed brides, seriously, it's that bad. Sort of look at them and go, no, definitely not that, definitely not that. And then we started doing it over here, but it wasn't exactly the same. Tesco's are selling Easter eggs, says Harry. You're a bit late. They were selling them before Christmas. Steve, somebody else says they've got a bit of a thing for Victoria Coren Mitchell. Does every LBC presenter have their own studio? Yes, they've all got their own studio. Yes, every single presenter has got their own studio. They're all identified by letters of the alphabet. I can't remember what letter of the alphabet I am. What am I? What's the... L. I'm L. Not so exciting, is it, really? But, I've done my best. I made it to L. It used to be different numbers in this one, but now I've got this one here, and I think I've made it my own Steve Allen Memorial Studio. I think that's what it is. It'll have a blue plaque on it when eventually I pass on, and people will go, do you know, we used to sit there watching him in the morning. He was so not funny. He thought he was hilarious, but we used to sit there and humour him. Ha, ha, ha. Unfortunately, what he didn't know is we were watching the two Ronnies on private little televisions, which we had down there, so we were laughing at that. He thought we were laughing at him, but we weren't, because he wasn't funny. And it was talking like that, actually, which could have made me sort of do a little bit of pathos. Somebody says, you're a great comfort at the moment. We're doing very well, actually. We're doing very well with the new video, which we put on. Corey's done it a bit closer, so you can see it much better. It looks even better, actually, than the first one. So you see the first video, which I think's had about 1,000 hits already. Not as good as yesterday, where at the end of it, 15,000, and still climbing. So we'll wait and see what happens by tomorrow morning. I'm expecting at least 15,000, especially from the new video. So there's now 2 videos of the same thing, but one is closer, and you need to see it closer so you can catch up on things. So here is this bizarre story. I've got to mention it to you. This is an Oxford Don, disinherited after his mother married a woman half her age, has won a payout. Professor Chris Gosden claimed Dr. Jean Waddell had promised to leave him her home. But when she died, aged 84 in 2013, she left everything to civil partner Wendy Cook, a barrister 37 years younger. Professor Gosden later found the £1.25 million house in Kennington had been sold. So he sued lawyers, which set up the family trust designed to protect the house or the sale money for him and his family. Earlier this year, a judge ruled the firm had negligently failed to spot a loophole that allowed the house to be sold without his consent. Yesterday, at the High Court, Judge Mark Pelling QC ruled archaeologist Professor Gosden get £985,294.45 in damages. At an earlier hearing, Professor Gosden said he believed it was Miss Cook, with whom his mother formed a civil partnership, aged 78, who chose to sell, and expressed a deep distrust of Miss Cook and her motives. In 2018, the same court heard Miss Cook was also the lover of Judge Jean Southworth, QC, who died aged 83 in 2010. She lived on the Isle of Wight with Miss Waddell and Miss Cook, who denied it was effectively a threesome. Miss Cook is claimed to have inherited $2.5 million from Miss Southworth. Dr. Waddell gave her son up for adoption in 1995, but the pair later established a strong relationship. My God, what a tangled web. That was very confusing, wasn't it? Did you understand it? Me neither. Me neither. They reckon, actually, that Harry has cost the taxpayer, the Sussexes, both of them, £44 million since their wedding. Well, we want it back. We want it back. I mean, mind you, he wasn't to know that he was going to be a member of the royal family. She obviously had decided that he definitely wasn't, but she welcomed the title. I mean, in fact, she can't embrace it any more than she does at the moment, which is hilarious, I suppose. But yeah, Harry, yes, they're not having the Invictus Games this year. Actually, I think they've now shelved them for another year. Also, a family of cheetahs were tucking into an antelope, and a wildlife photographer stumbled across them and takes the picture, and they don't attack him. In fact, they totally ignore him. They don't raise a growl. They don't do anything at all. Clint caught the insane meal in the Tiger Canyon Private Reserve in Free State, South Africa. Clint says, I moved him very slowly to make sure I didn't spook them. They were so intent that they hardly actually took a glance. I wouldn't be sitting down in front of cheetahs, thank you very much indeed. Frighten the life out of me. Frighten the life out of me. So here they all are. Piers Morgan's life stories. Catherine Jenkins gives Tom an award. Carol Vorderman reveals an award for Tom, seen with his daughter Hannah. And Beckham turns up because, presenting him with a football shirt. He loves the publicity, does old Bex, doesn't he? He loves it. He can't get enough of it. Can't get enough of it. But he died from the disease that he was helping others to beat. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Also, door-to-door deliveries and a queue in the rain for tests. And weekly COVID-19 deaths of care home residents have surged past 2,000 and are at their highest since the April peak. We've got to stop it. Protection for those infected has got to go ahead. We're doing really well. Really well. But then they've got a dreadful picture of a funeral director in South London, and they've got no more room. They've absolutely got... They're running out of room to store all the coffins. They say it's one in, one out. It's relentless. So many people. And if you look at the shelving that they've got, and then they tell you, what it is. So if it's a body bag, they have to put on it a note saying risk of infection. Because I should imagine, even in death, there is still a very good chance that somebody could catch COVID-19. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but I'm just saying people have got to be extremely careful, extremely careful. Former Doctor Who screenwriter Russell T Davies says It's a Sin star Ollie Alexander would make a perfect replacement for Jodie Whittaker. Russell, who is behind the reboot of the BBC's classic sci-fi series, told SFX magazine the actor would make a marvellous Time Lord. I never got into things like that. His suggestion's been backed by John Barrowman, the show's Captain Jack Harkness, who said Years and Years singer Ollie would be wonderful as the first openly gay Doctor. John Barrowman was complaining the other day. He went to work on a show in America, and they said to him, they called him in and said, listen, can you play down the gay thing? Well, of course, John's been openly gay for as many years as I can remember. Him and Scott been together a long, long time. And he basically says, no, I'm going to continue talking about my boyfriend. And so when he got the next set of scripts, he was killed. He was killed off. So he suddenly realised that they didn't like things like that. And it's always said America is more homophobic than most other places. You know, actors who everybody knows are openly gay don't feel it, easy to come out over there. Whereas over here, it's like an avalanche. You can't, it doesn't make any difference to us. But the American stars are very funny about things like that, aren't they? Very funny. A dad plans to run a marathon every day for 110 days for charity. Gary McKee did the first one in around 4 hours. God, that'll be about me. That'll be about my mark. Imagine, how long could Steve Allen do a marathon in? About 5 hours, I should imagine. In fact, I'm not even sure I could do it in 5 hours. I think that would be absolutely terrible. I wouldn't want to kill myself, and I'll never see happy marathon joggers. Plus the rare collection of James Bond books up for sale, 475,000. 15 first editions, 14 of the Ian Fleming spy novels dating from 1953 to 1966. There's also Birds of the West Indies by James Bond. The ornithologist 007 is named after it, signed James Bond, whilst 11 of the 007 novels have personal inscriptions from Ian Fleming. A copy of Casino Royale was signed for Liesl Popper, one of Fleming's lovers. And if you want to go and find out more about the sale, it's johnatkinsonbooks.co.uk. johnatkinsonbooks.co.uk. It's lovely, isn't it? If you had the money, I suppose you'd want to buy things like that. That'd be good. Steve, myself and the wife binged watch It's a Sin recently. Surely it'll win big at the NTAs. Well, to be honest with you, it's got the most fantastic ratings. You wouldn't have thought in this day and age something, that dealt with all the horrors that went through the gay community would have actually attracted such a huge and a diverse audience. I think it was pulling in 6.5 million, which is almost unbelievable. Shows how much we have changed. Steve, Sir Tom, an angel first class of wonderful service, says Paul. Yes, he's definitely angel first class. No two thoughts about the fact he's going through the pearly gates. I would imagine they'll all be welcoming him. The cherubims, the seraphims, they all sound quite good, don't they? I often wanted to meet a seraphim and a cherubim. And I think cherubims are those little half-naked things that hang from the top of the Sistine Chapel, sort of pointing in the direction of, the fact they're stark naked, is neither here nor there. But seraphims, I think, are angels with wings. I might be wrong on that, but I've just got this image in my mind, because as you get to my age, you start remembering things, like how ill you are. And I remember thinking, seraphims, I'm sure they've got gossamer wings. I'm pretty certain. I could be wrong on that, but it doesn't matter. Anne says, we all love you, Big Daddy. Remember him, a wrestler? Certainly did. And another one here says, I love the light. I've got floating disco bath lights for the grandchildren, says Mary. They amuse them for ages. They do get a bit wrinkly. Oh, right, you want this thing. I tell you, ours is lovely. The one yesterday was very much for sort of kids. I mean, kids of about 5 or 6 would love to jump around to a light like that with a bit of, I'm a Barbie girl, you're a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. And so it's good. And Jason in Essex says, don't be mean about people and people won't be mean about you. Up the Beckhams. Yes, I think I've heard people say that on many an occasion. I used to model fake fur coats for a company called Glen Models in the 80s and used to model for the buyer of all the Beatties stores. Oh, right. But they were all under an umbrella company. We used to have, when I first moved to Twickenham, there was a shop that sold fur coats. Fur coats. I mean, now you see adverts in Country Life where they say, if you've got a fur coat, we can turn it into something else. I thought, how marvellous I could do with a new car. And, a new bed. And then I remember going past the back door, the stage door of Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, and one of the actors was going in for Miss Saigon, and a woman walked past. Could have been Russian, because everybody in Russia's got a fur coat, a real fur coat. Italian women, fur coats. And as she walked past this actor who was in Miss Saigon, I know because I recognise it because I've seen the show so many times, and he looked at her and he went, dead animal. And, of course, she didn't know what he was talking about. Not a clue. I knew exactly what he was talking about. Mind you, we had that well-known liar, didn't we? Naomi Campbell. I'd rather go naked than wear fur. And then the next thing is she's modelling fur coats. What's going on with these people? We don't want to see things like that. The only good place for a fur coat is on the back of the animal that grew it in the first place. Not to be changed. And, Steve, new listener. This is John in Cheddington. I woke up one morning at 4:30 about 2 months ago and tuned in. Now I can't stop waking up at the same time most mornings just to listen. It's very addictive. I know, it's what the producer says. Every morning he's here. Him and the assistant producer. Every morning. I mean, I don't ask them to be here. They cannot help themselves. They've said to me, we can't think of anywhere else we'd rather be. Well, they thought of a few other places, but I poo-pooed that idea. I thought we're not having that kind of talk on the programme. But no, it is addictive. It is. Well, I mean, I say it's addictive. People tell me it's addictive. I want to know, though, how people discover it. Are you flicking through the dials? Are you pushing buttons on the top of a DAB? How does it work that all of a sudden you go, through all the hundreds of radio stations that we now have and you end up with this one? Because whatever it is, it's working quite nicely. because people go, I only discovered LBC recently, or I moved over from 5 Live, or I moved over from Radio 2, or I moved over from just about anywhere, and discovered LBC, discovered the diverse range of opinionated people, because it's not like the BBC. We do have opinions here, which is completely different from the BBC, where you're not allowed to have an opinion. You know, you just sort of go, and the next person to talk to, and you think, oh, that's boring. No, get a good argument going as far as I'm concerned. Knock people into shape. And, Steve, I have the UK and American box sets of Queer as Folk, says Shane. Yes, I've got the American one, but unfortunately the DVD player I've got at the moment does not play every region. I've got one, I just need to swap it over, but it's such a faff, isn't it, to do it? And my one's only small. Very, very small. But the multi-region one's only a little bit big. But, I mean, they're so tiny now. And they're like 25 quid. The price of a good disco light, which is very exciting. 5:30. Company, welcome along to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I can't help feeling, looking at the lovely pictures in the papers of the snow up north, how beautiful the north is. I've not been there for ages and ages, but they've got pictures of Knaresborough. And I think that's in Yorkshire somewhere. And we're not supposed to know these things. We're Southern Jessies. We've got no idea. You know, I have Trafalgar Square down the road from here, Covent Garden off to the right, Chinatown, Piccadilly Circus, all the places you've read about, but you've never visited. But you get this station, which is the best ever. First one I bought, Steve, DVD player, says Brett, was 250 quid. And huge. Last year I saw the same one on Cash Converters, priced at 5 quid. The first one I bought, I remember me and my friend Darren, we both bought one because they said you can buy them chipped. It was unheard of. It meant that you could play all the regions. I never understood why they did different regions for all the DVDs. And we bought them. And he said, it was something like £190 each. Whatever it was, they were very expensive. Now they're so cheap. Everything is cheap. Anything electrical costs peanuts. You can buy I could probably go onto Amazon and find a DVD player for under 20 quid, I would think. Because there's nothing in them, and all the parts have become so inexpensive. It's like buying, DAB radios when they first came out, or televisions. They were so expensive. Now, these things are relatively inexpensive, but DVD players especially are very cheap. Steve, I watched an interesting documentary on the director John Carpenter's Christine about the possessed car, allegedly in the production they used. Thank you. I didn't see that, actually. And Steve used to work in a sandwich shop. A sandwich shop. Do you know, that would drive me mad, working. We used to have one in Fleet Street years ago. And they did, in all their sandwiches, if you want, bacon bits. And they had lots of plastic little cups in there full of bacon bits, which obviously bought from somewhere. And so you get an avocado sandwich with bacon bits. And it was absolutely delicious. And they made them freshly to order. There was none of this pre-packed plastic rubbish. And we used to have a great place on Fleet Street called Gloriette's. And Gloriette's was like the forerunner to Patisserie Valerie. And they did the best pasties. They were proper pasties. Oh my goodness me, they used to melt. The soup was, everything about it was delicious. Everything about it was delicious. So you have to be very, very careful with all these things. So, a customer came in asking for something different, so after going through all the range, I thought, how about a tongue sandwich? He said, I could never eat anything that came out of an animal's mouth. I'll have an egg sandwich instead. Thank you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You're barred. Steve, Mr. Moyles introduced me to you, always speaks highly of you. It's a love thing. I don't want to go into it. It's very sweet. He's very nice. I always think people are nice to the elderly. I think that's the best way, actually. But and says and always speaks highly of you. And loving the disco light. I've got one in lockdown myself. My children have fun nights dancing, says Joanna, from a place called Clown in Derbyshire. Do you know Clown? Oh, you've heard of it. You're quite close to Clown. Are you really? Oh wow. Is it pretty? Well, obviously not now. That would be ridiculous. Otherwise, we're doing this programme from Concord. Yes, from Clown. All right. Love him. So you've got a picture of Clown to show me. Sounds delightful. So she says, anyway, all of us early risers. I love an early riser, Joanna. I really do. So I'm just getting up a picture of Clown. Oh, pretty, pretty, pretty. Look, they've got a swimming pool and some quite nice places there. How much are property prices in Clown? Oh, we got some pubs. We like a good pub. Like a good pub. I'll tell you the one thing that Dale and I discovered years ago when here we are, there's a place here, 3-bedroom detached, key features, walls and a door, and, no, only joking. How much is it, though? How much is it? Doesn't have a price. It's free. We'll find somewhere, we'll leave it with fun. And the one thing that Dale and I discovered, because a lot of his family came from Sheffield, but he'd never, I don't think he'd been to Sheffield. We went there a couple of times, and we discovered that people in clubs and things like that, if you go up north, people talk to you. People talk to you, unheard of. In London, somebody talks to you, you look around for the nearest policeman. But I promise you, when we went to Manchester, here we go. Oh, blimey, that's a bit expensive, isn't it? This is in Van Dyke Village, on the Worksop Road. They're quite expensive, aren't they? But they're big houses for about £600,000. I reckon you can get cheaper in Clown. Much cheaper in Clown. But anyway, it's nice to know where all these people are. Look at this. Whitwell, Clown, Stanfrey, Woodthorpe Road. And nice church. Very nice church. Residents sitting out at plans to obviously build housing, which is not so good, is it? Because they put up... there you go. A 2-bed semi-detached house... 165,000. Wait a minute, I found another one. A 2-bedroom terraced house in Church Street, Clown. 2-bed, 1 bath, 2 receps. 92,500. 92,500. And that looks all right, doesn't it? That's all right. But of course, I mean, if you're up there, the work situation might not be the same as down south. But no, we went up there and everybody spoke to us. Everybody spoke to us. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And we went up north on quite a few occasions, mainly because people were so friendly. And the funny thing was, we met some people in Manchester, I think worked for the fire service, and they came down to London. They moved to London. They lasted 2 months. They said it was the most unfriendly place they'd ever been to. They said, nobody speaks to you. I said, well, they don't. People do not I mean, if you're sitting on the bus and somebody goes, hello, and moves in and sits next to you, you're going, hello, what's going on? And yet, Northern, lovely. Blackpool Tower lit up for Captain Sir Tom Moore last night. Do you know, even Buckingham Palace lowered the flag to half-mast. They didn't even do that for Diana, if you remember. They had to be persuaded to lower the flag. In fact, they had to be persuaded to put a flag up there in the first place. And Pauline Cromer, is it true before you met Mr. M you weren't a fan? Oh, absolutely. Oh, he's always reminded me of that. Constantly. Honestly, it's like an elephant who never forgets. Constantly. I met him at Dale's place. And I went there for, anyway, Chris was there. And I stood there. I don't really have anything to say to anybody. Sort of somebody says, oh, what do you do? And you go, oh, radio programme. You kind of think, oh, what's your name? Steve Allen. And, because you don't like to shout about it, do you? Even if you're popular. Kathy from Cleverley says, I'm a new listener. So, through mum and dad, who have a disturbed sleep pattern, which I now have, wish I'd tuned in years ago. It's disturbed sleep pattern. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds terribly exotic. Terribly exotic, Kathy. Very. Dunn's Bakery, Highgate, the best. They used to deliver donuts here. I never got them because they always arrived after I'd left. Everybody else would eat my donuts, and I could murder a donut now. I could murder a pasty. Couldn't we eat a pasty? Eat a pasty, definitely. I gave Jake something today that he's not had in ages, and he'll be enjoying it on the way home. It's a banana and strawberry smoothie. Banana and strawberry. I had one yesterday. Pretty cool. It was really nice, actually. It was very nice. Although it then sends me round the bend afterwards with the blood sugars. It's the strawberry in it, which is not good. Steve, I used to drive a truck for the company that moved the Miss Saigon show between theatres. It would take a small army of people 2 days to disassemble, load onto more than 15 trailers, move across the country, and another 2 days to set up again. I can well imagine. Do you know, I went to the first night of that. Who went to the first night as well? Cliff Richard, with a huge entourage. There must have been about 6 of them, which seemed huge to me at the time. So Blackpool Tower lighting up for Captain Sir Tom Moore, bless him. Whichever way you look at it, what that man did and the amount... If he'd only raised £100,000, people would be saying, well done, but, £100,000, £33.5 million in 4 weeks. You can't knock it. You cannot say anything against that man. What he did, and all he did was push his little walker up and down, and it went viral. It went around the world. You know, they were raking in 3 million quid a day, was flooding. They must have looked at it in the same excitement as we looked on selling the tea towels for Make Some Noise at Global. And it was just unbelievable. So, but when he went into hospital and they said that he's got pneumonia and then he got coronavirus, I didn't hold out much hope. But I thought, you've achieved everything. You've done the most marvellous thing that you could ever do. Everybody should do one good thing, even if you say hello to somebody in a day that you wouldn't normally say hello to. You know, I say hello to my team every day. I have to. Kind of stuck with them. But, you know, it's because you like to think, I like to let them think that I care. But of course I don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because that's the act. Somebody says, Knaresborough is near Harrogate. We've had plenty of snow in Brighouse. Excuse my ignorance, that's not the Brighouse and Rastrick brass band country, is it? I love Brighouse. I love brass bands. I mean, I really, really love brass bands. They were doing a competition on the television a short while ago, and they brought in a band from overseas, and we had some bands in this country. And have you ever seen the film Brassed Off? That's brilliant. That's about a little local band, and they're struggling to keep afloat because they can't afford, because the pits have closed, there's no money coming in. But the one thing they've got is their love of the brass bands. And I've decided that's what I want. I want my own brass band. I don't care if they're going to play the Floral Dance with Terry Wogan singing it. I don't care. I'm prepared to go for that one. Steve, Essex boy in Scunthorpe, reporting. Yes, I've been up north for 30 years and got to confirm how friendly people are. A bit of banter and humour goes a long way. I mean, is it because... it's going to sound awful now, is it? Is it because they don't meet many people? Is that what it is? You know, because it's like if you're sort of Welsh and somebody says, hello, you go, you're Welsh, where are you from? Oh, Gower Peninsula. You know, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, if you're Australian, oh, you know, do you know the Barking family? No, they live 600 miles away. Of course we don't know them. It's like here, you say, where do you live? And you go, I live in London. You don't know the Mortimers, do you? What? Why would I? But that's it. But up north, people speak to you. They want to talk to you. I mean, I've always said, down south, the only decent conversation you get is at a bus shelter. Sit in a bus shelter, staring out to sea in Hastings or some other godforsaken place like that, and you'll start a conversation with somebody. And you suddenly realise that everybody, like Colonel Tom, has got a story to tell, and in his case, it was a blooming big story. Very big. I just loved the way that he was a womaniser. He liked the ladies, and still did. When he was talking to Piers Morgan, he had the twinkle in his eye, and he confessed to it, which is because dog walkers in London talk to each other. Yet I've always said, now funny you should say that, because that's always been my mantra, that if you're in London, or any city, you know, Manchester, Glasgow, Tollcross, wherever it happens to be, it doesn't really matter, and you don't know how to meet people, get a dog. If you can have a dog where you live, get a dog, or failing that, get a job in a bar. Everybody will talk to you, in the bar especially. Hello, hello, you know. Or if you've got a dog, people talk to other dog lovers. Not the same with a cat, is it, really? Because cats are very independent, do what they want to do. But no, get a dog and people will talk to you. Or failing that, move up north and everybody talks to you anyway. Lovely. I love things like that. Steve, new listener from Taunton. Found you through my friend. And somebody says, in your personalised studio, is there a medicine cabinet, a food cupboard and a dressing-up box? None of the above. None of the above. There is a medicine chest in the kitchen, but it's just got bandages in there and a few plasters and stuff like that. And that's it. My local Greggs is delivering on Just Eat. Very tempted to order a bacon baguette and a jam donut. They'd be quite nice. I mean, the bacon baguette would be cold by the time it got to you. So I suppose you could technically shove it in the microwave. Steve, love the Starry Disco Ball. The new one's lovely. We've got over 600, nearly 2,500 so far of you. 15,000 yesterday downloaded yesterday's, viewed it. And quite a number going for today's. There's two versions. There's the first one, which is a bit pale. The second one, Corey's done a close-up so you can see exactly what the light looks like, which is lovely. So finishing my night shift soon in a care home in Flintshire, in North Wales, and these images would send me to sleep in no time, says Alison, which is a bonus. Well, at least you're lucky. All I get is a lot of things from people saying, I can't sleep, and then I discovered your programme. And there's something about listening to speech radio, listening to a voice on the radio that keeps you listening. You would think, I mean, certain people who've got very mellifluous voices, and I'm not one of them, would be able to send people to sleep immediately. Unfortunately, on this programme, you can't. There's no time for going to sleep. We've got far too many things to talk about, far too many things to tell you about, far too many things to share with you. And so we look on you as part of the Groovy Gang. All those who bought all those Prosecco glasses, of which we sold thousands. So, and judging by, the sort of reaction we're getting at the moment, this audience is going through the balmy. It really is. It's absolutely crackers. But as I say, so many of you are just praying, the same as I am, that it's going to be nice. And it's going to be a good summer, and we can have Christmas, and the restaurants are going to open, and we won't have to socially distance, and we can hug people and kiss people. I can't wait to start kissing people again. I've got a list. Seriously, I've got a list of the people I'm going to be kissing. All the people I've missed kissing over the... Don't leave the studio, boys. It's all right. Seriously, be okay. Just pucker up, and then we'll be all right. I don't know why. Everybody's always very, very friendly round here. I just want to be a bit more friendly than most other people. Because I think people are missing the contact. I think people are missing, reaching out to somebody as they run away. And sort of reach for the stars, climb every mountain. S Club 7, whoopee-doo. They're going to get back together again. Not really the best news I've ever heard in my life, but, I'll live with it. Steve, read Diana. The Royal Standard is never flown at half-mast, not even for the Queen, as the monarchy is continuous. The Union flag was flown at half-mast in her honour. I didn't say it was the Royal Standard. I don't know where you got that idea from. I just said the flag on Buckingham Palace. They had to come down, and they had to persuade them to put it up. They weren't acknowledging Diana's death whatsoever. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Oh, Henry's retweeted. The little bit closer bit is much nicer than the previous one, and Mr. M, he says, I love the show. Am I on your list of people you can't wait to kiss when lockdown is over? Look at them, look at the nosy twos on the other side. Of course. I just think people are missing all of that kind of stuff. We're missing the touch. We're missing the touch of human beings. That's what we're missing. I mean, I'm not particularly bothered about the holiday thing. I'm not particularly bothered about... That's about the only thing I'm not bothered about. I definitely want to go back out to restaurants. We can't wait. We're going to have a meeting of the Groovy Gang in 2022. Wonder where they'll take us. What, Thomas? Yeah, because he owes. He owes big time. Yeah, so we think it's going to be afternoon tea at a hotel. I think we should just get as many people in as possible, and then he can pay for it all. I like that idea. Yeah, Moyles can come, and Moyles can come, and we've done the afternoon. I like the afternoon teas. I just want to get back to normal. But I think we're going to be wearing masks for quite a while, which will make afternoon tea a bit of an interesting sort of demonstration in how not to eat a bread roll. And as for a cream cake, it'll be like the Gunge tank all over again. Howie says, I'm coming to London just to get a kiss. Well, is it, goodness sake, honestly. And another one here. Lee says, did you see as much of Dale when he was in a relationship? What year do you think that would be? When he was in a relationship? Dale? I don't think so. Poppy says, I played in a Northern brass band and we were on record breakers for the largest brass band. I love brass bands. I seriously love brass bands. There's something, go into your flugelhorn or your trumpet or your cornet or whatever it happens to be. I love anything like that. I'm always envious of people. When we had a brass band at school, and they came round and they tested, they gave us a mouthpiece to see which instrument we would be suited for. You had to go, that's what we have to do. If you're playing a brass band instrument, you go, like that. And for me, it was the flugelhorn. I really wanted the euphonium, but I was quite grateful because they were quite big to take home on the bus. Whereas my little thing, is kind of practically fitted in a pocket. Have you ever sat next to somebody famous on a plane? No. Not on a plane, no. I don't think I've sat, no. I sat next to Chris de Burgh, Mauritius to London, and John Major, London to Denver, made for an interesting flight. Hello, John. Hello, how are you? You all right? Still with that other woman. You remember the one who she thought she was in for some high life. Anne says, haven't stopped the snogging, but it's okay. We're in a bubble, literally. Yeah, I don't know. I just sort of miss the whole camaraderie thing. Just going out, just somebody sort of saying, listen, it's Friday night, I'll book Joe's or I'll book Little Italy or something like that, and we're going to have a nice time. And you sit down with people that you work with, sometimes a bit dull, and you have some booze, and then your tongue gets a bit loosened, and then it gets loosened in their mouth, and then you go on and things like that. And it's nice, and then you sort of stagger home at the end of the night, you get the bus, and you go home and you think, do you know, life ain't all that bad. All right, so we've had to put up with 18 months. And we'll all be glad when it's over. God knows we'll be glad when it's over. For all those people who've lost people, for all those people who are losing people even as we speak, praying that this thing finishes as soon as possible. But it's in our hands. It's in our hands to make sure that that we don't... oh, stupid, honestly. So the producer, I'm sitting completely opposite him, separated by 2 panes of glass and a couple of dogs and a searchlight. And he sends me a thing saying, here we go, A Band for Britain, Part 1, Brass Band documentary. It's on a brass band in my hometown of Dinnington, presented by Sue Perkins. An odd combination. Does she hate Dinnington? I shouldn't imagine she's too much of a fan of brass bands either. But I wanted to blow something bigger. And I couldn't, because they said, oh no, you just have to blow a cornet or a flugelhorn, which was like an elongated cornet, sort of midway between a cornet and a trumpet. And I couldn't read music. I was the only one in the band who couldn't read music. And the band march, you have to write down the fingering for me. So once I'd actually got the fingering, it was fine. I was streets ahead of everybody else. Be company, welcome to Wednesday as we race through the week. We race through yet more people having the vaccine, which is fantastic. I mean, I think we're doing so well. Congratulations. And do you remember when Victoria Wood did the skit of Brassed Off, and one of them was called Willie Eckerslike? I thought she was amazing. I really. When I interviewed her years and years ago, as everybody did, I felt like I was in one of her sketches. It was just, everything was just so funny. Although it was lovely. Steve. Who's on with Nick Ferrari this morning? I don't know. I can't remember, actually. I should have remembered that from ages ago. Wait a minute. What are we doing this morning? He's doing... he'll pay tribute, obviously, to Captain Sir Tom Moore. I think Nick spoke to him, didn't he? Did Nick speak to Captain Sir Tom Moore? Lovely. And Nicola Sturgeon. And it'll be interesting. Because this South African variant... Because people in areas hit by it have been told to isolate at home. And they did a list in the papers yesterday. What was the thing we were looking at a list of for today? And I can't remember what it was. It was something where you said to me, we must get a list out. Do you remember? What was it? It was... oh, that's right. Where the money went. Where Captain Tom's money went. The 33+ million pounds. And apparently there was a list of the people who are going to be benefiting. So we'll find that. Steve, one of my funniest moments of 2020, says Rob, was when you opened the Marmite and salad cream. My sides were hurting. Yes. Oh dear. I played the cornet, Steve. There was a little valve you had to empty. It was a little thing at the bottom of the thing. And you went like that. Here's where some of the money went. Some of them, it was 33 million. 250 charities got money. And it was like 112,000 to the Western HSC Trust in Northern Ireland, 164,000 to the Betsy Calderwalder University Health Board in Wales. Leeds Cares got 161,000. Bart's Charity got 150. I mean, he was able to benefit loads of people. Southampton Hospitals Charity, 119. Are they all charities now? Are all hospitals charities? Good Lord. Frimley Health Charity in Surrey, 105,000, 105,000. I mean, it's a lot of money to distribute, isn't it? And this doesn't even touch it. I didn't even mention, that's not even a few million, is it? 250 charities got money. Phenomenal. That's what he did. So, whichever way, you think about him, he was good. He was good. God, blimey, was he ever good. Steve, if you like brass bands. Give badly drawn boy The Shining a listen. You'll love it. Brass meets contemporary. Which celebs are part of your inner circle? Oh, I couldn't possibly tell you things like that. Because above, I'd have to come round and definitely not. Definitely not. No, I never do things like that. And then somebody else was saying, did you know that Captain Tom appeared on Blankety Blank? Yes, I've seen that a million times. In fact, they did it on the television, and we looked at him so you could see what he looked like then. Because otherwise it doesn't really help. But there's pages and pages in the papers today. I've urged the family to, listen, go and buy everything. Go and buy everything, because he's on the front pages of all the papers. Liz Harvey found a broken toy pigeon, and she took it to the repair shop, which is where you get Jay, who doesn't appear to do anything, and the person who actually restores it is somebody else. Jay just sort of, we can do this, and call somebody over, and you think, what's the point? Well, you just get the people who repair these things to do them. But she went there. I mean, the host is... You don't need a host. It's typical of these programmes, isn't it? They waste an awful lot of time. You know, and also, have you noticed that one programme will come out, and then within a short space of time, there are copycat versions of it, you know, whereas, in fact, you know, nobody's got to come up with anything new for ages and ages. Angelina Jolie, enjoying a family meal with her children Zahara and 12-year-olds Vivian and Knox. Is it just, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but is it my imagination that in America they give the kids balmy names? I mean, can you imagine anybody over here being called Knox? I mean, I just don't kind of get it. I mean, some of them would be very odd, but mind you, have a little laugh today at a man called Ambrose O'Neill. Poor little Ambrose. Yes, Ambrose is a fugitive. He's been dubbed the Running Man. He evaded capture for 13 years. They caught him. And he's now been jailed. He's a violent robber, sentenced to 8 years in his absence after absconding during his trial. He was recaptured by a relentless policeman who brought him back to the same court, and the judge told him, your day of reckoning is here. He was taken straight to prison to start his original sentence, plus an additional 8 months for deliberately and cynically evading justice. Oh, it should have been another 15 years on top of that one, shouldn't it? His dogged pursuer, PC James Gill, who featured in the documentary Bodycam Squad, said he'd made it his mission to catch him, said he was laughing at the police, so we were determined to find him. So there you go. So he's in prison. And without the tenacity of the police officers, we would not be celebrating that one. So Lenny Henry says, let's ditch the word diversity and choose fairness instead. And it's very interesting, actually, because his career has gone all over the place, Lenny's. You know, successful. I remember seeing him on the television when he was doing sort of comedy, and then he was doing all sorts of things. He was doing impressions, and I think I can't remember who he was with on the television. Anyway, he was very good. And then he sort of discovered his acting talents, and that's when it sort of hit the big heights. And all of a sudden, people started seeing him as a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dawn Neesom's got her column today in the Daily Star. In fact, she never stops writing, this poor woman, honestly. She's up at the crack of dawn, doing all the writing and doing all the bits and pieces. Because you've got to fill a column. When somebody says you've got to fill a column, it's quite a lot of writing to put in there. And she's doing it all by her lonesome. But she talks about 6 Tom trolls beneath contempt, which is absolutely what we've said. A man who didn't know the meaning of the word defeat and who tackled adversity by rolling up his sleeves and getting on with it. £33 million. I mean, good grief. It's phenomenal. He was the inspiration of our grim times. A proper bloody hero, writes Dawn Neesom. She said his memory will not be tarnished or his sacrifices forgotten, and his "today is going to be a good day" catchphrase is forever inspired and inscribed in all of our hearts. She also talks about, with delicious irony, Dubai has closed all its bars and clubs just after the last quarantine-free flight landed in the UK, meaning all those poor influencers are stuck in a vacuum to match the ones in their heads. It's so true. It's so true. They're all going, as Dawn will tell you, oh, you know, I'm an influencer. No, you're not. You're a bone idol, ex of Love Island or anywhere like that. So now they can sit there and they can stew because they've got no bars to go to. Nobody's going to take their pictures anymore, which is fantastic. And as Dawn says, and she's always said to me, we love our jobs. It's as simple as that. If you love your job, you know, then that's easy. If you go into work and you finish the show, or you finish doing whatever you do, bid on shift or writing a column or something like that, and you finish going, that was good, then you've achieved something. You've achieved something. She says, I love my job as you do yours. I absolutely love it. Stuart Manning also loves his job. All my friends love their jobs. It's quite a rarity in this day and age. But Dawn's column is excellent, as always, but I love the idea of closing all the bars and clubs in Dubai. They've got nowhere to go now. And, you know, perhaps they can just sort of stay there forever and a day. We don't really want them back, actually. We really don't want them back. But all of those people, you know, it's very interesting because the people who are trolling Captain Tom about his holiday to Barbados, but in fact that was 7 weeks ago. The coronavirus incubation period is 2. Do the maths, trolls. But hopefully the government are going to bring in this rule. Anybody who starts trolling, you're going to find yourself in court very quickly. Not only will it destroy your life because you're a sick person, but they'll make sure you lose your job and possibly you'll get sentenced to prison. Because there's got to be some sort of deterrent for people to write the stuff that they would write to a man like that. Terrible. Alana says, I'm doing my Christmas shopping. Oh, right. I always have a stress-free Christmas. I buy for about 50 people. I have about 12 gifts so far. Keep safe. You see, I think that shows great fortitude. Doing your Christmas shopping. Why not? Goodness sake, if you can see a few little items. Martin in Stafford says, leave Jay Blades alone on the repair shop. Lovely man and a furniture restorer. Who cares? Who cares? Nobody's interested. Plus, he's nice to look at. Oh, God, you're a bit of a scary one, aren't you? Very worrying. Leave Jay Blaze alone. It's just, I'm not interested. Not interested. I first discovered you, Steve, via podcast. It was the first time you visited Blackpool. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, I made quite a few friends after that one. Blackpool, what a place to go to. If you're really fed up with life, go to Blackpool. It really is. God, I've never been to such a place like it. I told you, we went up there. We went to a magic convention. And it's freezing cold up there because it's Blackpool. And we stayed in a nice, not a bijou hotel. It was, whatever they call them. It's a posh place. It only had 2 bedrooms, private house. Boutique hotel. I mean, mine had a television in the bathroom. Have you ever heard of such a thing? So you could sit in the bath and watch television, which actually is my favourite. I mean, really, it was super. And they had a fridge in your room which had chocolate bars in it and bottles of water and wine and everything else like that. It was really lovely. And the bus stop was outside, so we could get the bus into Blackpool. Because if you go into Blackpool, you either go North Blackpool or South. There's no centre Blackpool at all. You've got to get a taxi from wherever it is. It's a right old con. And it's freezing cold up there, and yet the girls walk around with hardly any clothes on, and the boys all look a bit dim. And we were coming back. We obviously stood out like sore thumbs in Blackpool. And there was a group of, let's just call them yobbos. And when we're here, mate, I think he spoke like that. I can't remember the exact accent. He said, can you tell me the way to Amarillo? And I thought, I'm sorry, I'm from down south. I'm very funny and witty. So I went, yeah. I said, it's straight down, take the first left, and it's second on the right. And carried on walking. And you could see him look at his mates going, what's he talking about? Have you noticed how his accent changed? It's funny, all of a sudden he became like that. I don't know why, everybody starts talking like that. I don't even know where that accent's from. Where's that accent from? Is that Birmingham? Birmingham. He wasn't from Birmingham. But it began with B, so it was quite close. Oh, sorry, I was having a nice time. On a Wednesday. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought of it? Apparently, Tree Huggers Anonymous have decided that Swampy needs a knighthood. I'm sorry, what, somebody who destroys the environment? I don't think so. Perhaps they've forgotten that bit. He's digging tunnels underneath Euston Square. He's destroying the environment. Oh, no, we don't want to give him anything at all. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Rock icon Ozzy Osbourne is stepping into the world of comic books. Leading publisher DC Comics. Now, I've heard of DC Comics. I think they're very famous. Collaborating with Ozzy and a raft of other rock acts for a new publication. Oz will take centre stage on paper with, here we go, have you ever heard of any of these groups? Megadeth, Ghost, Lacuna, Coil, Opeth, Dream Theatre and Sepultura. There's something the matter with them. Why can't they just call themselves a little beat combo who's going to bang out some heavy tunes for you? I mean, you can't ask Ozzy Osbourne anything. He's mad as a fruitcake. Goodness sake. In a statement said, in anticipation of the international launch of DC's Runaway 2020 hit series Dark Knight's Death Metal, they're collaborating with 7 of the most renowned metal music bands. I'm so glad I'm not into heavy metal. So, although I did see Deep Purple on the television the other day. It must have been an old bit of footage. And I remember thinking, the only song of theirs that I liked was, I think it was called Black Knight. Was it? You can just check on that one. Deep Purple, Black Knight, or something Night. Black Knight is a long way to go home. And that was about the only thing. There you go, Black Knight. God, honestly, the memory has not failed me just yet, thank goodness. It's always funny, isn't it? Because I've seen people, and they go to these thrash events, not for ages, and they stand there, and all they do is just shake their head up and down, you know, waving their hair about. Well, of course, it doesn't work with me. I look ridiculous. Corey can do it, but I just don't know why anybody would want to go to any of these sort of concerts. I mean, at the end of it, you just get a blinding headache, and you come away from it. I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, and then you see these lights in the studio. I've managed to find the selector on it that does all the different colours, so we're very excited. Steve, I love a brass band. There's a pub at Rowhedge near Colchester that has a brass band that plays carols on the quayside. At Christmas. You'd love it. Song sheets, mulled wine and mince pies. You'd have to stick to the cheese board. They've also got a fantastic rowing crew who talk to anyone, says Sue. Oh, see, I like things like that. I think that's the secret side of Steve Allen, that I want to live in a little port, a little, fishing port that's got a fish and chip shop, an ice cream shop. I quite like to own the fish and chip shop. It's always been a bit of a dream, I think. But the idea of carols on the quayside, I like. Steve, when you add gift aid, Sir Tom raised nearer £40 million, says TJ. I mean, whatever it is, it's just brilliant. Just brilliant. And, Steve, I used to like Victoria Corrin Mitchell until she became heavily pregnant. She was the biggest expectant mother I've ever seen. Love it. Dawn says, listening to Steve Allen's show at LBC, reading my Daily Star column, whilst watching his disco lights, as you do. First thing on a Wednesday morning. The new one, Close Up, is definitely worth having a look at. Definitely. It's at Steve Allen Show. It's not difficult to find. Also, who's this a picture of? Jill Halfpenny. Yep, lovely. But all these people who think that we should give some... So it was not that many, actually. It's about 3, actually. The suggestion of Swampy getting a knighthood. Somebody who destroys the environment. I don't think so. Not going for that one, are we? Not at all. And Steve... Dawn Neeson says, love Steve and his gang. Start the day with a smile rather than a lecture or a list of death and infection. It's true, actually. It's true. You've got to... Listen, it's first thing in the morning. Nobody's good first thing in the morning, apart from me. And the boys. They are good first thing in the morning, and they have to be. We've all got to keep up with each other because we're here from 4, which is good. So I'd forgotten about gift aid. And another one here. This is... says, somebody else telling me about these brass bands. And then somebody here, go to 0621, boys. 0621. Who's that? Is this bit screwy? We always have to find these sort of people here. And you got that one? Is it another person whose brain cell has gone out with the rest of the family? The Times, the Queen leads tributes to the national inspiration, which is good. Steve, if Sir Tom had his vaccine earlier in January, he might still be alive. I don't think so. He got pneumonia. And I don't think the vaccine was for pneumonia, and he was on the top of that. They then got the other thing as well, which wasn't so good for him. But the Queen sent a personal message of condolence to his family. I mean, that's quite something. That means you've reached the top. The Union flag flew at half-mast over Downing Street after Sir Tom's family announced their incredible father and grandfather, who raised millions of pounds for health service charities, had passed away in hospital. With his daughter and grandchildren at his bedside. He had been undergoing treatment for pneumonia, which left him unable to have the COVID-19 vaccine. So there you go. For people spreading nasty little rumours about, had he had it. No, unfortunately, with pneumonia, you can't have the vaccine. OK. So I'd explain that to those people who aren't quite bright enough to understand it. But the family should be getting every single paper today, because every single one of him... every single one of the newspapers has got pictures of him and all the different quotes where he walked... The nation followed. I don't think you'll meet anybody who's ever raised that much money before, all by their lonesome. He didn't rely on anybody else. He did it all by himself. Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple. Yes, I remember Smoke on the Water. Smoke on the Water. And 14,000 views in my disco light studio. You're truly amazing, says Dawn. I was amazed as well, actually, that we got so many. It only started off at 3,000 yesterday. And then gradually, throughout the daytime, when I kept checking, it just kept getting better and better and better. Henry likes this one better, this light today. He likes it. He likes it a lot. It's sophisticated, that's why. Bezos quitting as chief executive of Amazon. He's going in different ways. He's going to be replaced as chief executive, I think, by Andy Jassy, head of the company's successful cloud computing division. And so he's looking at philanthropic climate work. Listen, didn't Jeff Bezos, didn't he make something like, was it 10 million in a day or 20 million in a day? Whatever it was a huge amount of money. And if you've got that much money, you can be a philanthropist. Which is what poor little Gemma Collins thought she was going to be, but she didn't really know what it was. She just heard the word, so thought she could do it. Golf's leading authorities signalled their intention to end the dominance of the sport's big hitters by proposing new equipment restrictions. What? These would include limits on drivers, the introduction of a standardised tournament ball on the tours, whilst the changes are unlikely to apply to amateurs. The move by golf's governing body, the R&A and the US Golf Association, could have an effect on the power games of long drivers like Rory McIlroy. I didn't even know there was a governing body. Duke of Sussex, determined to keep his honorary military titles, wants to spend more time in the UK, the Telegraph understands. He's going to fight to keep the 3 patronages he had to give up pending a 1-year review of his decision. And, as I say, he wants to spend more time in the UK. What for? What for? Walk out the royal family, you know. Well, you go and sit in America. I think he's miserable over there already. What's he doing? Nothing. What's he stuck with? Nothing. Also, Alexei Navalny, who we talked about the other day on the programme. I thought it would be a sentence of about that. 3 years in prison. The Moscow court jailed the chief foe of the Kremlin in defiance of mass protests. This is a man who actually survived Novichok. You know, where did that come from? The Russians. So he smiled and shrugged as the judge said, because, I mean, it's the corruption over there is phenomenal, that he violated his parole terms on a suspended sentence for embezzlement. He was accused of missing parole hearings while he was recovering in Germany from poisoning with Novichok, you know, submitted by Russians. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? And they just go, oh, you're going to prison for 3.5 years. And, of course, he obviously knew something like that was going to be happening. He didn't have any say in it. Because once they've got it in their heads, you know, you kind of disappear from view. Child in Time was Deep Purple's best work. Oh, right. There you go. And I used to work in a tea room. You used to know Withensea and live near where I was born, says Joanna, again from Clown. So Clown's near Withensea, is it? Or is this somewhere else? She says, we could open a cafe called Joe, as in me, and Alan, as in you. Sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Steve Allen, Joe Allen, which is good. Also... Oh, somebody else told me about brass band. I'm amazed, actually, how many of you are sort of brass band fanatics. I'm very pleased, actually. Hope you're fans of the news as well. Can't believe the snow's sweeping in again. Not here. But it seems to be northern parts of the country seem to be getting it. But mind you, the person who benefited yesterday... through having a birthday, was the father of Kelvin Fletcher. Kelvin was the Strictly winner. He was the one who was in Emmerdale, and then he's sort of buffed up, and he's all muscle and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, he's 37. His father is 60. And he bought him a Bentley. £165,000 for your dad for his 60th birthday. And apparently it's lovely. I like the colour, actually. It's very, very nice. They say the picture says 1,000 words. And he says, we know how much you've dreamt of this car, so to see your face yesterday, you deserve it. And I'm thinking, it's £165,000. That's kind of one hell of a birthday present, isn't it? Kevin has a close relationship with his dad, who was seen breaking down in tears. I think there's 3 brothers... But to buy somebody a car, I mean, when you look at the house he's living in, this Bentley does not fit there at all. But Kevin married his childhood sweetheart Liz in 2015 after they grew up on the same road near Oldham. They've got a daughter and a son, Marnie and Milo. Marnie and Milo. Amazing, isn't it? But he's bought him this car. Very nice indeed. 165,000. Could have got a much better one cheaper. If you'd gone second-hand, which would have been very good. The humble optimist who always put others first. There are pages and pages and pages of tributes to Captain Tom and his amazing work. Absolutely amazing work. Deaths at April levels. The weekly death toll of care home residents with COVID is at the highest rate since April. We've got to change that. And the outdated system of compensation for clinical accident, which sees bankers get more than cleaners, is changing. Nadine Dorries admitted it was unfair, but a review to create a system that's equitable for all was moving swiftly. They all say that, don't they? It's moving swiftly, and you go, is it really? Is it? Anne Widdecombe's column today, talking about A Nation mourning Captain Tom. And she says, my granny used to say, eavesdroppers never hear any good of themselves. I'm sure if she were alive today, she'd apply that comment to people who read what others are saying about them on Twitter and then get upset. She might also have murmured that sticks and stones could break her bones, but words could never harm her. Oh, I can imagine what she must have been like. More snow after a record chilly start. This is in Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire. These places look just so fantastic. I'm sure they wouldn't agree with me, but I'm telling you, the place looks absolutely amazing. However, not so good. Roads and schools were shut in much of Scotland and the north of England. The lorry that jackknifed on the M62 near Rochdale. Trees fell down between Halifax and Rochdale on the Calder Valley line, whilst jabs in North Yorkshire were postponed. Apparently, Warren's getting his jab. Is it today? I'm still waiting for mine. I'm still waiting, and I'm much older than he is. So how does that work? And there's a 50p piece, which could be worth a lot more. This is the most rare 50p coins revealed by the Royal Mint to mark the 50th anniversary. The Kew Gardens version is the most coveted, with a mintage of just 210,000. And I don't know what it's worth, actually. But they all seem to be worth money, because there weren't many of them. For example, the Peter Rabbit one, I haven't seen any of these. Because, do you know, I mean, how many of you look at the picture on the back of a 50p piece? How many of you? Not me. Wait a minute, see if I've got any 50p pieces on me. Because whee! Hooray, we've arrived. The money's arrived. So, what pictures have we got on the 50p pieces? Nothing. Nothing. In fact, actually, you've got to be very careful, because I think that's an old 50p piece. And that's a very nice, shiny one there, and it's got a picture of nothing on it. In fact, it's the most boring set of coins I've ever seen in my entire life. There's no sort of pictures, but they've got all these ones here. The 2011 Olympic tennis, Flopsy Bunny in 2018, 2011 Olympic shooting, Olympic goalball in 2011, Olympic judo, Olympic triathlon, Peter Rabbit, Kew Gardens, Olympic wrestling, and Olympic football. Have you ever seen any of these? Have you ever seen the Peter Rabbit one? No? The Kew Gardens one is apparently the rarest. But whether they're worth money, I don't know. I suppose all these, for God's sake, don't polish your coins. I made that mistake years ago. Somebody said, what are you doing? I said, I'm polishing it with sort of polish that you use for cleaning coins. And they went, no, don't do that. You've devalued it. You're supposed to clean them with a toothbrush and a bit of soapy water, I think. Doesn't sound at all exciting. Look at this. Honestly, why do I keep all this change in my pockets? I must be mad. There's no point in keeping it. It just wears a hole in the... Dun 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 dun. Duke tips the Spirit of Invictus been cancelled for another year for Harry. What is he going to do? Have they started doing their after-dinner speaking yet? Probably not. Army veteran Steve Craddock has become Britain's top military fundraiser after pulling in more than $500,000 for Help for Heroes. He's organised more than 60 events to raise cash. Over 12 years, he began his mission to help wounded comrades by taking up cycling when mental health problems led to his weight soaring to more than 18 stone. Wow. That's quite something, isn't it? So well done to him. All these people fundraising, it's so good. It is so good. Also, the social media firms identifying the vile online trolls. It's not too difficult to find. Once you've found them, you get them prosecuted as quick as possible. Twitter and Facebook must make people register their identities before they're allowed to post messages. Then you can find them immediately, which is fantastic, because once you've found them, then you can get them. And you remember Marcus Rashford the other day. He was swamped with racist messages on Instagram. and Messenger and Instagram say they don't tolerate trolling, bullying or harassment. Well, I mean, most of these people have got to get into courts. I think they might have to open up special courts to sort out the trolls, because even the really thick ones still seem to persist in doing it. But once you've got them, you got them. And I think what we do is we get them into court and then we get them into prison, which is great. I've got a rare London taxi for sale here. This was used in the Second World War. It's up for sale. It's a Morris Super 6, 1938, one of only 3 believed to have survived. Oh, it's like looking at Carry On Cabby all over again. They say it could fetch £27,000. It would have operated in London during the war, mainly with the, I think, Auxiliary Fire Service. It was decommissioned in 1956 by the Public Carriage Office, and it's thought to have had only 4 other keepers. Then it went, I think between 81 and 2005, a complete restoration. Morris Commercial began building London taxis to comply with the Met Police regulation in 1929. This one was one of only 2 London taxi models to have a 6-cylinder engine. It's going to be auctioned. It's on an overhead valve Morris unit mated to a 4-speed Synchromesh gearbox, a worm drive rear axle and rod-operated brakes. Auctioned by H&H Classics on March the 24th. It's lovely, isn't it? I'm not sure about the purple colour. I'd prefer it to be something that looks a bit more like a London taxi. Almost 2 million taxpayers who missed last Sunday's deadline for submitting their self-assessment return are being urged to file now and pay all tax due or face a penalty and interest charges. Apparently, HM Revenue and Customs recognised this would be a problem. Shortly before the deadline, agreed to delay its automatic £100 penalty on late returns, provided you filed by Feb the 28th. So check that out. You don't want to make a mistake. You know what they're like. They'll clamp down on you. Marina Hyde, talking about the influencers going to Dubai. They're uniting the nations. They let them go to Dubai. Well, they can't come back at the moment, can they? And there's no bars open for them, which is even more good fun, as we reported from Dawn Neesom's column earlier on. Fantastic. I love the idea. A bunch of nobodies. A bunch of very sad little nobodies. Oh, we're out here. We're influencing. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just sticking on a bikini and looking a bit sad and tragic. Alex George, the doctor who rose to fame as a contestant on Love Island, has been appointed by Boris Johnson as a youth mental health ambassador to advise the government. There you go. And facing death, 15 million bees could be burnt as DEFRA rules ban imports. A beekeeper trying to bring 15 million over says he can't because of post-Brexit laws. Patrick Murfitt wants to import the baby Italian bees for his Kent business, but new laws come in, meaning bringing bees into the country is banned. You can bring in queen bees rather than colonies, and packages of bees can be imported. However, confusion over whether bees can be brought in via the Northern Ireland has caused a legal headache. There's a surprise. There's a surprise. So you could bring in queen bees, but 15 million, for no logical reason apart from stupid red tape, might have to be destroyed. Love Marina Hyde. I used to read Marina Hyde all the time years ago on my overnight programme. She's fantastic. And she says a Towie star of failure has been posting images in coats and scarves in his Essex garden while his flesh self was enjoying the sun. Yeah, that was that complete and utter spanner, wasn't it? Whatever his name is. Everybody always forgets them. Talent? I think not. 6:45 is the time. Let's get those news headlines, shall we? Whenever we get a bit of snow in this country, for some reason the papers are full of pictures of tigers in the snow. Whereas, in fact, tigers have been in the snow for ages and ages. They sort of go, oh, look, here they all are at the zoo, or here they are sort of prowling around. It's always very interesting, very interesting. So, the world's longest-lasting light bulb was installed in California. When do you think? What year? The world's longest-lasting light bulb. It's called the Centennial Light. Installed in California in a fire station in 1901. And it's because I was led to believe years ago that you can actually get a light bulb that never breaks down. But of course, it's not in their best interest to have a light bulb that sort of goes forever, because they're not going to make any money. So they deliberately make them so they don't have as much gas in there, so they can do it. This one's only been turned on and off a couple of times. Wow. So they go, 1901. That's like every Christmas, don't you? You get the same story of somebody going, I've had this Christmas since the 1800s, this little tree, and they show you this wizened old bit of tinsel on a tree, and we're supposed to go, oh, that looks good, I wish I had one of those. Definitely not. Or I've had my television since such a year. Ridiculous, isn't it? So here it is. Heidi High, deserted at the moment. Huge hopes that this holiday resort, it's Butlins in Bognor, pictured from the air. They think it could be buzzing again by the summer, filled with the excited chatter of families having fun. Well, I mean, you know, we live in hope, don't we? We live in hope of this kind of... That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Perhaps they might have a thing where you can go on holiday in this country to boost our economy, but not go abroad. You know, and all those sort of so-called whatever they are, over in Dubai, leave them there. Don't let them come back. Let's just keep them there. Now, I'm terribly sorry, you can't come back at all now, so you just have to stay there with no bars and everything else. See how clever you are now. Holly Willoughby broke down in tears talking about her struggles with dyslexia. I've got 2 people now who can't do numbers. I thought it was originally only Corey. But so if I was doing a story at the beginning, because what we do is I go through the papers, and then when they come up, we sort of record my little bit extra, very good little program, and then we do the papers. I've sort of marked all the story. If it's got numbers in it, Corey gets word blindness on numbers, or number blindness, and so I'll say, oh, here, £16,480 was donated, and he'll go, £20? Obviously, if he sees a completely different story. So I then have to say, no, if I go £1,650, I go 1650.00. That was the only way to do it. And then this morning, Jake started doing it as well. Exactly the same thing, and has a word blindness for numbers. So I'll say 800,000. He'll go 600,000. I go, no, 800,000. And I said, it's infectious. It's catching. I'll have it as well before the end of the day. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, some people get that. I don't know if it's a form of dyslexia or what it is. It's perhaps... It's like people who sort of see words that aren't there, and you look at it and you go, no, it says this. And they go, does it? And you go, oh, right. That's the way it works for loads and loads of people. Here is this retired teacher. I forgot to give you his name the other day. I might as well pass it on to you. He's called John Evans, branded sad and pathetic, and looks it. What a person. He planted milk bottles labelled Novichok at a castle months after the Salisbury poisonings, has been spared jail. He's a 67-year-old, he's obviously a bit simple and stupid, containing these bottles, plastic bottles, containing ketchup and brown sauce mixed with water on 5 occasions. Experts from Portadown Laboratory who were working on the Novichok poisonings were sent to investigate but found no trace of poison. He said after he'd been arrested he'd done it as a bit of fun. He's obviously a pathetic waste of space. At Swansea Crown Court, he pleaded guilty under anti-terror laws to 5 counts of a hoax involving a noxious substance. He was given a 21-month suspended jail sentence. They should have sent him to prison for 5 years. He's obviously an idiot. And he's a retired teacher. We always thought teachers were a bit mad, didn't we? This one's even worse. You know, he said, it was a bit of fun. Yeah, well, a bit of fun for you, mate. Let's hope you get into trouble again. Then perhaps we can send you to prison. I've never heard of anybody so stupid. Pathetic person. P. Diddy is a hip-hop billionaire. I never understood. Is hip-hop... Sugar Hill Gang, wasn't that, I think? But he's always been able to make a lot of money, even as a kid. He was making $1,000 a week from a paper round as a teen. How's he doing that? How do you ever get that much money? It doesn't bother me, though. I'm always intrigued by sort of the different sorts of music that there is around, but hip-hop was one of those sort of things that I never quite got it. And then there was garage. And then there was all these other types of music. And I remember thinking at the time, I'm very confused by this. In my day, it was a case of, you know, here's sort of a song by ABBA, or here's a song by Disco Tex and his Sexolettes. You know, do you remember that one? No, probably not. Disco Bunny, Disco Rabbit, or Disco Bunny it might have been actually, was very good. Hooked on Classics was very, very good. I enjoyed all of that sort of stuff. The amount of you who seem to have these coins, whether they're worth money, I don't know. I don't know. Tony in Chingford says, I pulled over in the car as I've got a 50p piece with a picture of a cat and Tom Kittener on it. Am I rich? I don't know. And one says, this is Tor in Crouch End, who says, my son's got the Peter Rabbit coin. Don't know if it's got any value. Have you seen the Only Fools and Horses stamps? Well, I saw them in the papers the other day. Kew Gardens coin worth anything up to about £200. Good Lord above. We used to look out for was it a penny years ago or a 2p piece or so in 1930-something? And after about the first 2 days of looking for, you know, on your coins, I just gave up, actually. I just gave up completely. Apparently, dyslexia-like issues with numbers is called dyscalculia. I think that's how I can't remember how you pronounce it, actually. So there you go. There you go. I've never heard of it before. But to have two people on the same programme is amazing. My brother's got 4 Kew Gardens, 50 pence piece, 707 quid each. Wow. Kevin buying that Bentley, Steve, £165,000 for his old man. We're not going to hear later he's skint and failed to pay his tax bill due on the 31st of January. Yes, I mean, well, people should have paid their tax bills. Steve, I had my jab last Saturday. I had the Pfizer one, says Diana in Herne Bay. The only reaction was a sore upper arm. Yeah, somebody said to me, you can get a sore arm through it. But as I inject all the time, I'm not particularly bothered about getting a sore arm because I don't inject in my arm. I just do legs and stomach. But she says, I had the AstraZeneca one. Hope my struggle through the rain wasn't in vain. That's what we don't want, isn't it, today? My brother is 9 years older than me, Steve. He was a headbanger and brainwashed me as a little girl that Richie Blackmore was the best guitarist in the world. I like that. Steve, do you think that Harry has just found out he's nobody in America? He's turned his back on us. We don't want him back. Well, I mean, I don't know what he's doing over there. They don't have any work to do. They might have got the money from Netflix. But to be honest with you, I think he must be bored out of his tiny. If he's thinking of coming back, he hated us a short while ago. Hated us. Steve, I've become addicted to LBC. Well, there you go. You are joining a long list of a lot of people. Martin says, I've got the Queen's Head on my 50 pence. Worth the fortune. Worth the fortune. The Queen's Head. Apparently, the Peter Rabbit 50p, they're worth 50p, says Alexander. And 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. And Carla Jade says, not much of a captivating story as such, but my uncle's a barrister. Woo. And I've just woken up as I'm a key worker. My mama listens to you every night, and it's gone. Oh, my screen's gone. And, it moved. And recommended your station. I tuned in, and wow, you're like an A-list version of Judge Rinder. I love it. And I'm hooked. I'm hooked as well. Every day. 6 days a week. Sunday through Friday. We're here if you're there, and we want you there all the time, and that's why we love you. So join us tomorrow. I do have 2 podcasts every day. My free Little Bit Extra and my free The Whole Show. Today on my free Little Bit Extra, David Beckham takes his daughter Harper for a pop star dance lesson. Why I didn't ask Victoria, I've got no idea. They had the other son doing it, so you know it's a cheap publicity thing. Leonardo DiCaprio's Malibu beach home used to be full of Titanic memorabilia. Let's hope it doesn't sink into the sea. And we celebrate the life of Captain Sir Tom Moore, who's died at the age of 90. What a fabulous person. You can download from the LBC app, the Global Player, or wherever else you get your podcasts. He died aged 100. Yes. I don't think anybody's ever going to forget the 100, are they? Ruins your sex life, but I've got no idea why. I assume that, you know, you might be in the throes of a wonderful bit of passion, and let's face it, you've got to be under 500 to sort of even enjoy things like that now. Who cares? Who cares? Goodness sake. Every time I see anything that vaguely resembles sex on the television, that includes the adverts, I turn over. No point in depressing yourself, is there? You know, and sort of on things that might have been. Who cares anymore? Honestly, it's vastly overrated anyway. Vastly overrated. It's like falling in love. Vastly overrated. You always remember, everybody remembers the first time you fell in love and you felt sick, and then you saw them, and it was oh, dreadful, and then all of a sudden they sort of catch your eye and you sort of look the other way and you become all coy and all the rest of it, and then you go out with them, and then they go, yeah, all right, and you go, oh, shall I see you tomorrow? And they go, give me a rain check. And you think, what does that mean? And all of a sudden they don't want to see you anymore. They break your heart, and then you go through, and everybody goes, "Oh, falling in love's great." You go, "You're joking, aren't you? It's terrible. It's really depressing." Sometimes you fall in love with people, and they don't know you've fallen in love with them, but in your mind, you've already had the relationship, and that's always the best, because you look at them and you think, "Did you know that I dreamt about you last night? Did you know that you feature, you know, in my?" No, of course they don't. And if you tell them, you don't want to look stupid. You don't want to start and say, "Oh, you've been dreaming about me." You go, "Oh, well, not every night, you know, just sort of every so often. We sort of dream about what might be or what might have been or something like that." At the moment, I'm just dreaming about winning the lottery tomorrow night. It's £114 million. I was trying to get over the shock of sort of telling myself that, yes, I remember in my dream, I phoned up a friend of mine and I said, "Guess what?" And she went, "I don't know." I go, "Okay, let's add some numbers together. I've got some money on the lottery." And she'll, at the end, after I tell her, she goes, "No, you haven't." I go, "I have so. because nobody would believe you. If you phone somebody up tomorrow evening after the lottery and you go, I've just won £114 million, they're not going to believe you. And you're going to go, no, I've already spoken to Camelot. They've told me I won 114 million. I've been through it in my mind a million times. What are you going to do first? No, try and stay alive. That'd be the thing. Who wants to sort of go? You know, when you've got 114 million. Imagine 114 million sitting in the bank. I think the bank would be really nice to you. They would you'd probably get a Christmas card, I should imagine, and a birthday card, which I think is quite nice. Yeah, Christmas card, birthday card. I didn't get any Christmas cards from my bank for years, Royal Bank of Scotland. I remember saying to my manager, who's also called Steve, actually. I seem to know a lot of people called Steve. My accountant's called Steve. Everybody's called Steve. My producer's called Corey. The other one's called Jake, so they're not called Steve at all. So just to make life simplistic for myself, I call them Steve. Okay? And I said to him, I didn't get a Christmas card this year. He said, you wouldn't. I said, why? He said, because you haven't borrowed any money. And I went, oh, right, is that how you get the Christmas card? He said, yeah. He said, there's no point in you having an account. He said, where, you know, I mean, the interest rates at the moment are pitifully awful. I mean, you're lucky to get 1% now. It's really that bad. And he said, of course, if you'd taken out a loan, you'd get a Christmas card because they're making money on it. I said, oh, right. I said, but I don't want to take out any loans. I've had an overdraft running for 35 years with my bank. And it's an overdraft. I don't know why we had it. I think it was when we sort of set up the account, which actually is more than 35 years ago, so that I had an overdraft. I think it was in case, I don't know what happened, perhaps something, you know, you didn't get paid 1 month or something like that. And so I had, for years, and I've still got it, there's no point in having it, I've never used it, a £6,000 overdraft. Which means, but then of course, I've become a bit psyched out by this kind of thing now, because I realise that if I borrow this money, I'm going to be paying through the nose for it for ages and ages. So I try not to, take loans out. Well, in fact, I don't take loans out. I try not to have any finance on vehicles or fridges or televisions or whatever it is. I try to keep everything, you know, above board. The moment I think you start borrowing money, and it's very easy to borrow money, I could probably go tomorrow, and based on what I do for a living, I could probably do quite well, but I don't want to do it. I'm too frightened, in case you then get yourself into a horrible muddle. So I don't do it. I know it's not easy, and especially after Christmas, you know, when everybody's sort of going, oh God, the bills have started coming in, and they will start coming in, and then you sit there, like I've done in previous years, dreading a letter from the bank, you're overdrawn. And then so your money goes in at the end of the month, and that just covers your overdraft. Then you're back where you started again. It's the hand-to-mouth situation, which is not very good. Shane says, I've got no sex life, I'm an old Aussie. Yeah, but to be honest with you, I don't think it makes any difference. I think it does if you're a younger person. But I think relationships can just be based on, you know, good sort of friends. I think. I mean, sadly, I've got good friends, and they phone me up. But I'm really good. I imagine my phone is going to ring with a friend of mine who works in radio, who's probably going to be listening this morning, and blow me down. The phone rings, it's him. And you think, but wait a minute, I haven't spoken to him for about 3 weeks. And then all of a sudden I sit there and go, oh, my friend Jordan's not phoning me. Blow me down, the phone rings. It's Jordan. And you think, now am I psychic, or was he thinking the same thing, thinking I must give him a quick ring to find out how he is and just make sure that he's okay? Because he catches the programme on the way home from his job, it's actually quite nice. So we sort of catch up on who's doing what, with whom, and all the rest of it. And it's, you know, it's quite nice. It's somebody in the business. Woo, look at you. What's the matter? Sorry? No light. No, you had 2 lights over the last 2 days. How many more lights do we want? A strobe light, yeah. We used to have a strobe years ago. We used to use it, but unfortunately it was a second-hand strobe, and it didn't strobe all the time. And then it just made the noise, but no light. And we used to put it on people, and of course highly dangerous, because people could have had epileptic fits and all sorts of things. We never thought about it. And we had a liquid projector. They're nice. I like those. Perhaps I should get one of those. And it's like, I think Mathmos. I think I've got one somewhere at home. And it's got a wheel in it, and it's beautiful. Beautiful. Liquid projectors. We paid 23 quid for ours years ago because we had a mobile discotheque, me and the youth club. It was called the Jackson Ross Roadshow. Why? Because we played Michael Jackson and Diana Ross, and our cards were pink, like sort of pinky purple, with silver lettering on them. And we used to do mobile discos with flashing lights. It was great fun. Seriously, I thoroughly recommend it, provided you like music. If you hate music, you're going to absolutely hate it. But no, I didn't bother bringing anything. Because we got about 12,000 hits yesterday, didn't we? I think 12,000 hits for the new one. So we've done quite well, actually, out of the whole thing. We've done about, so if that was 12, 20, not under, about 30,000 hits we've had in a couple of days. Views, sorry. Somebody will write in and go, oh, I think you found they're not hits, Steve. They're views. I did tell you yesterday, because you know that the government are thinking of bringing in, and I think it will go through, people who write offensive things on Twitter and social media sites, thinking they can hide. We caught one the other day. Not only through a bit of detecting work, they made a big mistake. They put their postcode on it, but and we found it via the postcode, and it turns out they were trying to cancel a porno site. So it's funny actually, because since that we haven't heard from them at all. You know why? We've got them on the end of the line. We're reeling them in slowly. Emma says, I love the show. Been listening for a year or so since hearing Chris Moyles talk about you. If he's listening now, hi Chris. He won't be. He doesn't even get up at this time. What are you talking about? He doesn't get up at this time, Emma. Bad enough my lot getting up at this time, isn't it? Very exciting, very exciting. Had a nice day yesterday. Didn't do anything. It was lovely. But all my DVDs have arrived, so I've now got I watched... Oh, dear. What did I watch? Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Robert Donut. And it's the original. The music by Richard Adensel, which is brilliant. I mean, it really is lovely. I got a bit teary, because it's the original in black and white, and Robert Donut it's, you know the story, it's Brookfield School, and he's the confirmed bachelor. He's the one who, that's what he does in his life. He's a teacher. He wasn't a teacher beforehand, he just sort of fell into it. And then he goes on holiday. Depending on which film you watch, and there have been about 6 different versions, and I've got them all. He goes on holiday to, I think it's Austria, somewhere like that, and he climbs up a mountain. He goes with one of the other school teachers, and he meets this woman, and they fall in love. We were talking about the falling in love bit a moment ago, and he falls in love with her, and they get married. Well, of course, all the teachers at Brookfield are going, is this Chipping? Who's got... Well, I mean, she must be fairly old and sort of a bit rancid kind of thing. And, of course, she turns out to be beautiful, and they all fall madly in love with her, as do all the boys at Brookfield, because they've had to leave their parents behind, so she becomes like a mother figure, and she organises his life. And depending on which film you watch, she dies. I'm sorry to ruin it for you, but the film came out in the 50s, and if you haven't seen it by now, it's your own problem. And in this one, she dies giving birth to a child, which happened to a lot of people. So she died and the child died as well. But unbeknownst to the kids in Chipping's class, it's April the 1st, and they're all writing him letters. But when he opens them, they're all blank. There's nothing on them, and that's the gag. The gag is, oh, look, you've got loads of letters, sir. And he opens them, and he's sitting there. Of course, he's coming to terms with the fact that his wife's just died. But he doesn't tell the boys. And they're all laughing and pointing at him, and it's really quite sad. And, you know, and then one of the boys comes in and whispers something, which is obviously Mrs. Chipping's died. And so some of the boys say, excuse me, sir, don't open it, please. Can I have my letter back? Ever so emotional, very emotional. And he then sort of, because they hated him to start with, then they loved him, and eventually, you know, in his twilight years, he retires, and then he gets, because of the war, a chance to be the headmaster of the school. And then at the very end of the film, because obviously he dies, he has to. It's such a good film, but in this particular one, the master, the current headmaster, and one of the other masters are round his bedside saying, you know, he married. And the other said, did he? He said, yeah, she was beautiful and she looked after him and all the rest of it. And it said, funny they didn't have any children. And Chipping opens his eyes a little bit and he goes, what's that? What did you say about me? They said, oh, nothing, old man, you just get better soon, knowing that he's not going to. And he says, didn't have any children? But I did. Thousands, and all boys. And with that, here you go. Really good film, really good. So, of course, I got myself into a terrible state. I'm sitting there thinking, this is it. This is my life, watching sad movies to deliberately make myself feel a bit depressed about things. And so I sort of watched it, and then I phoned a friend of mine. She said, you're right. I said, I've just watched this film. She said, oh, not again. She said, what's the matter? It's either that or The Amazing Mr. Blunden. Goodbye. You know? all these things that we watch, and you go out and buy them as well. I bet you anything there'll be people going to Amazon buying the amazing Mr. Chips, Goodbye Mr. Chips with Robert Donut. And it was just wonderful. And I said, I don't know why I do it to myself. You know, I actually sort of end up watching Christmas films to get myself depressed. Not intentionally depressed, but I like to get a reality check on the fact. I'd hate to be one of those hard-nosed presenters that nothing phases them. You know, I like to think that I'm as normal in inverted commas as the next person, and I cry at movies and I get upset. I do it on stage when we've done the one-man shows. I don't think there's ever been a time that I've not become, you know, a person welling up. You know, and I don't know how it is. And I think it's because, you know, we have such nice audiences when we do the one-man shows that you just get a bit carried away with it. And for that brief, you know, hour and a half, whatever it happens to be, you get yourself embroiled in everything. Because if you work on the radio and you do a show like this, you kind of share everything with people anyway. People know when you're up, when you're down, when you're ill, when you're not ill, when you've had operations, you know, all sorts of things. So basically, people who come to the shows know everything. Even before you've started, people know everything about you because you tell people. I'm not saying you have to be 100% honest about everything, but you have to, you know, there's got to be a degree of believability in everything you talk about. Steve, horrible debt. Horrible. I got 30,000 in debt when I was young. I learnt my lessons. Says Mark, never get credit cards. Dale was the same. 30,000 in debt because he was still waiting for that thing around the corner that was going to wipe all his debts out. And he did get it, and I helped him. I got him work out in Austria. But Dale being Dale, he didn't... I said, you can bring back money if you save it. You don't have to wait. But of course, he couldn't resist it. He spent it, so he came back with nothing. He went out there to make money to come and pay the bank manager off, you know. Peter says the Robert Donut version of Goodbye Mr. Chips has never been equalled. He died in 1958 of TB, a superb actor. They put him on Sky Arts the other day. They did a programme on, you know, introducing you to Robert Donut. And it was... And who was the woman in it? Greer Garson. It was just lovely. And it's a bit of nostalgia. So for all of you, you know, my age and above... All of these things are available on Amazon, all of these old films. You can get box sets of all of this sort of stuff, and you can just wallow in nostalgia, which I like. And that's why you've chosen this programme, because we've got nostalgia. Bad news in a moment, very bad news. Actually, of course, John Mills is in the Robert Donut version of Goodbye Mr. Chips. He plays Collie, and there is one little boy in it who plays 3 versions of Collie. It's the same family that go back, because you tend to find, well, in those days you did, and probably works now, that if people go to a certain school and you've got siblings, they go to the school as well. And so the headmaster or the teachers would go, I taught your father. And John Mills plays Collie, who's going off to war, and he says, will you do me a favour? Will you go and see my wife? And so Mr. Chipping goes to see the wife and the kid as well. And then the little kid ends up going to the school. It's really lovely. It's very touching. For those people who went to prep school or anything like that, you know, looking forward to Goodbye Mr. Chips, says Sue. Hubster's just ordered it. You won't be disappointed. I promise you won't be disappointed. I don't watch crap films. Well, actually, that's a fib. I also watch... Yes, what else do you think I watched? Muppet Christmas Carol. Muppet Christmas Carol at this time of year. I must have lost my marbles. But there you go. But it's good. Steve, Matthew says, I was talking with a friend of mine, follows you. He's never known anybody that spends the amount on box sets as you. I know. I know. I can't help it. I mean, yesterday it was 3 series of Cannon and Ball and the two Ronnie's Christmas specials. Why not? Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. See, this part of the morning is always a painful wait. You wake up to an email from the National Lottery to say that you won a prize, but you can't find out till 5 o'clock. It's probably only £3 for the Thunderball. If you had a listener who won a really big amount and opened the email whilst you were on air, would you take their call? Says Val. No. No, we aren't a phone-in programme. There's a written rule for the Steve Allen Show. No shorts. No phone calls. We don't do... It would hold up the flow of the programme. But yesterday, after we had the projector on the walls, we got another 12,000 yesterday, just on that. Was it a bit more than... It might be more than 12,000. I don't know. Whatever it is, it exceeded all our expectations. It was very good. Going to prove that we're still as popular as we ever were. How? I've got no idea. I mean, it comes as a big mystery to the producer, who really can't work it out. But, anyway. Are we on air? Yes. Oh, I do hope not. I haven't rehearsed this bit. That'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Steve, great news about the 10 million vaccines so far. Any chance I could get one against the Love Island programme? That really is a pile of rubbish. No, the people on it. I mean, the lovely thing is they're all stranded, thickos, out in Dubai. They've closed all the bars and the nightclubs and stuff like that. So they've just got to sit there looking like complete naffos. Steve, have you watched Random Harvest with Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson? Box of tissues is required, says Pat. I do like a film that makes me cry. I still cry at E.T. I still cry at E.T. I remember when we went to the cinema, there was about either 3 or 4 of us went to the cinema in Kingston. In Kingston, just down the road from me. It's not there anymore, the cinema. It turned into the bus garage, I think. And, or Pine World, it used to be. Or it became Pine World. And we watched it. And we'd never seen any. The cinema was packed. I don't even think we knew what we were going to watch. And we started watching this film. And it was just magical. There was something about Steven Spielberg who captured everybody's imagination, not only with that, but with Schindler's List and a multitude of other films which sort of dragged the emotion out of you screaming. And in this particular one, I remember after E.T., they all thought he died. And so Elliot goes back to see him. And as he looks through the glass in this sort of sarcophagus type thing he's in, all of a sudden, his heart starts pumping. He can see E.T.'s heart, but he doesn't quite, so he turns away and they go, what? And he goes back and he throws open the lid and E.T. goes, E.T. phone home, E.T. phone home. And he goes, yeah, he's alive. And he's standing there in his pyjama bottoms. And as they go out, the plant which had died on the corner starts coming back to life. And that was the moment that you suddenly realise you were watching a blooming good film. Because then, he then gets him in the back of a van, and his brother is driving the van, and it's connected all the way up again, and there's all the scientists round there and the people who've been trying to, keep E.T. and all the rest of it. And he goes, drive. He said, I can't drive. Drive, he goes. And so they drive, and somebody grabs the back door, and then they go, and they end up at the kids' playground. They open the back door, and there's a big swirl of smoke, because his other mates who are on the bikes haven't seen E.T. They don't really know too much about it, and they go, listen, he's a man from space and we're trying to get him back home. And the other ones went, yeah. And the other one says, are you sure? He says, listen, this is reality, Greg. Grow up. And so they then put him on the bike, and then they go off and all the police cars are chasing them and everything else. And then it gets to that bit where they're cycling down the road and E.T.'s at the front. And he opens his eyes, and the police cars are lining up, and the policeman, who used to have guns, but they erased them from one of the later films, it was all sort of cleaned up. And as they get to it, and we're all on the edge of our seats in the cinema, me because I wanted to go to the toilet, and so nothing changes. And then all of a sudden they take off into the air. Well, everybody cheered. Everybody cheered in the set. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I've never heard of people cheering before. And at the very end of the film, when everybody's sobbing because he goes home, stay, go, and E.T. goes in, and then the door comes up again. And then they get that great picture of Elliot, who was very clever at making himself cry. He cried at his audition. He was very good at making himself cry. And then you get that lovely, the drums, boom, boom, boom. And he looks up to the heavens and the tears. Well, we were the same. We were the same. I was in a terrible state. But the projectionist at this bloody cinema, what did he do at the end? Whack the lights up. So we're all standing there with tissues and everything else, trying to be big and brave about it. But everybody clapped. I've never heard of people clapping a film before. It was so good that we clapped it. And I can watch it to this day, and I must have seen it 30 to 50 times. And I can still get emotional about it. That's what I think a good film is. So if you do yourself a favour and get the Goodbye Mr. Chips from Robert Donut, you won't be disappointed, provided you're in touch with your emotional side. Unfortunately, I am in touch with my emotional side, but I don't care. I've always been like that. I always get excited about Christmas. People sort of write in and go, oh, I ain't talking about Christmas for. I think, God, you must be so miserable, so unhappy with your life that you don't even enjoy the smell of a Christmas tree and, all of these sort of things and presents wrapped up, which when you unwrap them, you go, oh, that was a bit boring, wasn't it? Because you're shaking it. Yeah, wrap it up again. We'll give it to somebody else. We'll re-gift. But no, that's why I get excited about things like that. I can watch something on the television and sort of think, oh, that takes you to a place in your life. This programme takes you to a place in your life that you didn't want to be. Oh, dear. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I've only seen the Martin Clunes version and love the story. Says Catherine. Loved John Mills in Great Expectations. Yep. The earlier versions sound good. Get it. It's only about £4.50. Where can you get that much pleasure? £4.50. Goodness sake, honestly. Well, stroll me out in the car, dear, and call me Susan. Not on a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, but I mean Thursday, Friday, Saturday, who cares? So the bad news was, and it hit the papers today, because I hadn't read it before. You don't want to do it? No. But Mick Norcross took his own life, which I didn't, because I remember reading it at the time, and they said no suspicious circumstances, which apparently, and I didn't know this, that means suspicious circumstances. But he took his own life. It was said he'd sold Sugar Hut, he'd gone into property. How you lose in this day and age. They reckoned he owed £8.5 million. So I don't know. I mean, I really don't know how you owe £8.5 million. Must have a very good bank manager, I should imagine. And that was it, because he even did a little, was it an email or a tweet or something saying, you know, if you can do this in your life, and then sort of, and that should have been the telling thing. That should have been the telling thing. But I thought that was very sad. Very sad. And Ian says, the cinema in Kingston did turn into Pine World. It's now where the rotunda is, next to the bus garage. It was called Studio 7, affectionately known as the Flea Pit. Says here. Well, I have to be honest, it was, I've never been in such a packed cinema. And I've sat in cinemas around Leicester Square by myself. Huge cinemas in Leicester Square that hold thousands of people. But if they do a private screening for you, if you're sort of going to be doing an interview, one of these stars from it, they will put on the film for you. I was felt immensely privileged that I've sat in the Empire, Leicester Square, by myself, watching the screening, because that's where films are meant to be seen, much as I love buying them for me at home. All good stuff, actually. Not forgetting Mrs. Miniver. Another great film, says Simon. But he says, I don't think I've seen a film with her in that it wouldn't make one weep. I know. Somebody said to me once, you're such a wuss, aren't you? That's what I get from my friends. They go, you're such a wuss, Steve. I can't help it. I quite like having that emotion. Although the funny thing is, I used to sit down with my friend Jimmy. On a Sunday, I would cook lunch, and we'd sit down and we'd watch Little House on the Prairie. And we'd look at each other and see who was the first one to cry. Always me. Take your time, Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast till 7 o'clock this morning. So 10 million people have been jabbed. I've still not heard. I'm getting a bit desperate. I might have to phone the surgery and say, I'm sorry, am I on the list? Boris says, let's give Sir Tom a statue. One of the columnists today in the papers has taken another stance on there's another picture of poor old Abby Quinnan. She's apparently a dancer, but she obviously likes showing you what she looks like in her underwear. It's a bit of a shame, really. She's had to go down that route. She's dating AJ. Obviously, both AJ and his brother seem to like these sort of girls. I can't imagine why you would think this was a career move, sitting there in your knickers and your bra. Didn't make any sense at all. My Auntie Enid tried it. She just got arrested. It's ridiculous. Mind you, she was on the 37 bus at the time, so that's the way it goes. Also, the football favourite, Ian Wright, has spoken of his disappointment that a lad who racially abused him dodged a conviction. Patrick O'Brien was given probation after a court heard he was remorseful and that Ian had forgiven him. He sent the Arsenal icon abusive messages on Instagram after he lost a PlayStation game. O'Brien, who comes from Tralee in Ireland, admitted charges at the town's court. The judge said he didn't see anything to be gained by a criminal conviction. Really? Well, perhaps he can just carry on then doing it. Ian says, my forgiveness was for my own deep personal need. I wasn't expecting it to be an invitation to lighten a sentence. Seeing this judgment, I can only wonder what deterrent there is for those who spout vile racist abuse. Well, go have a word with the judge on that one, Ian. I'm with you. All the way through. All the way through. Where was this other thing? I've got to find this thing because I've got to read it to you because I was quite surprised. Oh, Katie Price, hilariously. I'm so sorry. To mention Katie Price, as blasted influencers for flouting COVID rules and tells them to get a real job. This from a woman who's never had a job in her entire life. Getting your boobs out, love, is not a job. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that. Just thought I'd tell you that. Where is this stupid story? Oh, I've got a house for sale. Oh, I found it. This is very nice. It's a bungalow. They say it's 3-bed, 1 bathroom, garage and a garden. The garden comes with an added extra. It's a 100-foot tall pylon. And it reminded me that years and years ago, my family went to look at a house and it had a pylon in the back garden. We decided it was too dangerous to have a pylon. And this one, although the family who was selling it, and it's 360,000, built in the 80s. I have to be honest, it's sort of like a bungalow with sort of an added bit onto it. How you get your car into the garage, I've got no idea. So I'm assuming it's just like a giant potting shed. But they paid 215,000 for it. They've lived there for a few years, and it's gone up. They're downsizing, although you get much smaller than this place. I've got no idea. But we didn't want a pylon in the back garden. So Rod Liddell, in his column today, and I've had emails about this. In fact, we got a few the other day. He says it was horrible to hear that Captain Tom had died, a true hero. No argument there. But to pass away at 100, surrounded by your loved ones, isn't a bad way to go, is it? R.I.P. Tom. And let's remember the many thousands of elderly people who died this last year alone, their relatives barred from visiting them. And that's what somebody said to me. Somebody wrote in the other day saying, how were his family allowed to be with him at his bedside? And I said, well, I don't know. I wasn't it. Perhaps there was sheeting around the bed. I've got no idea. Another one here, it says, In Which We Serve is another classic, and all the Ealing films. Yes, In Which We Serve was on the other day, actually. The Ghost of Mrs. Muir, a couple of versions of that one, which is good. Great films to watch, Kind Hearts and Coronets, part of the box set, which you can find of Ealing. Robert Morley and the Ghosts of Berkeley, Ghost from 1947, and another one called What a Carve Up. I don't remember seeing that one. But anything from the Ealing stable that comes as a box set, you'd be advised to get. They're very good indeed. I love Martin Clune's version of Goodbye Mr. Chips. The Talking Pictures channel is a must for those people who love old British films. The trouble is, it's not really an old British film, is it? It's sort of fairly modern compared to the other stuff. Oh, don't talk to me about Whistle Down the Wind, the most boring film I'd ever seen. Did you ever see Whistle Down the Wind? We used to have a thing at school. When we were at school when I was about 14, the school governors come round and they go, oh, so-and-so, it's the same thing every year. I'm going to propose a half-day holiday for the whole school, and we all cheer and clap. I mean, it was all built into the system anyway. And then they go, and also tomorrow we've got a film showing, and the film is Whistle Down the Wind. This is Hayley Mills and all the children, and she thinks she's found Jesus in a barn. Okay, and they used local children for it. It was, I think, a Brian Forbes film, adapted, I think, by Keith Waterhouse. And so Hayley Mills was in it, nominated for a BAFTA. Unusually, almost all the main characters are children, and they show the world through. I mean, it's the list of 50 films you should see by the age of 14. And it's the kids who discover this man in the barn, and they're totally convinced he's Jesus. Totally clear. I mean, it's a very good little film, but to be honest with you, I saw it so many times. Produced by Richard Attenborough, based on Whistle Down the Wind by Mary Haley Bell, and it's got Alan Bates. It's very nice, but after you've seen it 2 or 3 times, you're a bit bored by it, which is hilarious. But still worth seeing. If you've never seen it before, watch it. It's good. The ending was very sad, says Dell. Well, I suppose so, actually. I suppose so. But still, one of those sort of films. Matthew says, is Greg's in Twickenham open as well? It's been open all the way through. It's never closed, I don't think. Yeah, one in Richmond's open. They're all open. Not very busy, but they're open. And, of course, I mean, you have to... If you get a Cornish pasty, most of the time they're freezing cold. They've come out, they just sit there. Their cabinets are not heated in there. Because they closed down a load of Greg's, didn't they? Which I was a bit disappointed about. Excuse me, I have to... Oh, that's better. Oh, Meghan Markle's estranged half-sister's got a book out. Be afraid. Be afraid. Not so good. And so Tom raised 39 million. Well, that was including the gift aid, wasn't it? About 37 million, I think, for the NHS. Somebody in charge says Ross would probably turned a blind eye. Well, you can't do that because he'd be an award, wouldn't he? With loads of other people. I'm assuming. I don't know. But that was what was raised by a number of people saying, how were the family able to be with him? He's 100. Mind you, that people are now saying, you know, perhaps he shouldn't have gone on holiday at the age of 100. Why not? Listen, He had a roving eye. They probably liked sitting him on a beach so he could look at people in bikinis. He loved stuff like that. Cannabis Medicine Pioneers sells a company for £5.3 billion. David Beckham's just invested in something. I don't know why they want to tell you that, but they just do. And a letter from Paul McCartney to a fan has been put up for sale. £4,500. Because it's Paul McCartney. A handwritten letter. Oh, and mullets are back in fashion. No, they're not. No, they're not. I promise you now, mullets are not back in fashion. They've never been fashionable. They look ridiculous. It's sort of for sort of men, and sometimes you'd watch the shows on the television, and the women would have mullets. And that was even more scary. Very scary. Also, Britain's loneliest dog is celebrating a year with the new family, because remember, it was the dog that nobody really wanted. It sort of left it there. And I remember thinking, oh, that's a shame. And then eventually managed to find somewhere for it, and she's now celebrating a year, which is good, isn't it? I like a story with a happy ending, especially if it's sort of animals. And they've got a picture, actually, of zooming mullets. And here's Pat Sharp with his mullet. It was the latest fashion. It was sort of shortish not shortish, but sort of, and then went down long on the shoulders. And the women had it done as well, so I suppose you could look the same. They used to use it on that Leaping Lizards programme, which was sort of people going around repossessing somebody's truck, in their truck. They'd say, because what had happened was somebody would buy a truck, but they wouldn't keep up the payments, so it was going to be repossessed. And Leaping Lizards, this company of Neanderthals, and some fairly butch women, were there to go out in their truck. They'd see the truck that they were going to have to rescue. They would quickly reverse up. They could get it on there and get it down the drive before the owner even had a chance to know what was going on. It was very good. Football legend Harry Redknapp has revealed how Rio Ferdinand didn't know the difference between a three-piece suite and a suit. A three-piece suite and a suit. So there you go. Harry says, so whenever I see him now, if ever he gets a bit cocky, I said, oi, I remember when you didn't know the difference between a bleeding three-piece suit and a three-piece suite. Isn't Rio Ferdinand, isn't he married to that girl who was in Towie briefly? I think so, I can't remember actually. But Rio's now 42. My God, that's ancient, isn't it? 42. They talk about it as if it's another planet. People out clapping yesterday, do beg your pardon, for Colonel Tom, which was quite nice. And Ant McPartland says his romantic Christmas engagement to Anne-Marie Corbett was a lovely way to end the year. Please, no more pictures of them and the blooming dogs. We've seen them with the dogs, we've seen them out in the dogs, just leave them alone. Because we're bored with it, very bored. A record number of bored adults having affairs online. What's the point of that? What is the point of having affairs online? And Mick Fleetwood said he took so much cocaine in the 70s, he lost 2 years. Apart from probably thousands and thousands of sort of dollars. Ant and Dec played a prank on Mo Farah on their upcoming show Saturday Night Takeaway. So you're going to get that back again. Whether it's going to work without the audience, I've got no idea. I suppose, they always spend a fortune on the opening credits, don't they? Because they're always quite well put together. I've got another story, actually, about... I've got a story about... I've forgotten what it was. It'll come to me in a moment. But it's a very good little story, actually. Very good little story. Hitmaker Sam Fisher said his latest collaborator, Demi Lovato, is the bravest musician he's ever met. They're all such pretentious old so-and-sos, aren't they, musicians? Have you noticed? They're all... Oh, dear, drives you mad. Drives you mad. They try and make out they're doing the most complicated job in the entire world, as opposed to just going into a studio, going la, la, la. And there's a bloke here, a pig fan. He takes his 2 pets out for walks during lockdown. Josh Townsend, 31, regularly exercises mini pig pals Billy and Frankie. They're not mini pig pals at all. They're the same size as normal pigs. He was one of those buffoons, quite clearly, who ended up buying what they thought was a teacup pig, and it turned out to be just a little piglet. Just a little piglet. Not anything to worry about at all. And, yeah. I didn't want to mention it at the beginning of the programme this morning because it upset me as much as watching the Muppet Christmas Carol yesterday. About the Aston. Not the best result, but listen, we live to fight another day. We live to fight another day. So, Henry, thank you for dredging that one up again for me, So now I'm going to have a miserable programme this morning because of the Aston. Okay? All right, 1 or 2 mistakes. Nothing to cry about just yet. Nice to have your company. Steve, I'm glad I never did what Mick Fleetwood did in the 70s. I'd have liked it, says Roger. I'm too old now. Oh, listen, I was watching the other day a well-known chef on the television who also had a slight problem with the Colombian marching powder, so it only goes to prove that you're never too old or never too young, I think, but you can be ever so slightly stupid. Yes, Rio Ferdinand married Kate Wright from Towie. She was hardly in it, wasn't she? She wasn't particularly interesting at that, but she loves the publicity. And Anthony says, I'm sorry, Steve, but my team are going to upset you on Saturday as well when Arsenal defeat the Aston. Don't start now, thank you very much indeed. I don't need that kind of talk. John in Smithfield says the Richmond vaccine rollout paused to help poorer parts of London. Poorer parts of London? What, poorer than us? Who are these poorer parts of London? Mullets are back because barbers are closed. Oh, that's a point. Yes. And Steve, us Aussies still love you, says Shane. We know. Is there a film about somebody's favourite biscuit? Yes, it's called Welcome to BBC Radio Shropshire. You know, that's we always laugh about BBC Radio Shropshire because we can't imagine it actually exists, but it apparently does. So it makes us smile a little bit. And my friend, oh, you like this one? This is one just specifically for you boys. My friends and I are starting a disco group. We're going to dress as a Viking, a Mongol, a Caribbean pirate, a Bedouin raider, and a Spanish conquistador. We call ourselves the Pillage People. You get that? You didn't get the joke the other day, I tell you. We were sitting in and it just didn't register at all. The Pillage People. Pillaging. Remember pillaging? That's what people did. No, we don't need to. It's too embarrassing. They know they're going to be barred anyway. Somebody says you've got an endearing laugh. It makes me laugh. You think so? Oh, I never thought about that, actually. I don't... I haven't been home and listened to the programme recently, so you can imagine. There's a lovely convoy of 10 ice cream vans here. You know why? It helps give Pasquale Marucci the coolest send-off ever. The ice cream man, who everybody called Jimmy, died aged 86 and was taken on a final journey through the streets where he sold his treats in Eastleigh. And the funeral was streamed on YouTube. They're very lucrative, these ice cream vans. Very. He was Marucci's. It's got to be Italian. Because the Italians started it off, didn't they, with the ice cream? I remember my grandmother telling me about the Hokey Pokey man who came round, and you go out there and you take your glass out or bowl or whatever it was, and he would scoop it out of his thing. The Hokey Pokey man. Lots of you remembering that. But so it has to be Italian. But I mean, he was fresh Mr. Whippy ice cream. Mr. Whippy. We loved Mr. Whippy. We really did. I mean, it was if the Mr. Whippy... Mum, the ice cream van's here. Quickly, give me some... Quick. Because by the time we ran outside, he'd moved around the corner. Used to love it. Eddie Izzard's to make his TV comeback in a new crime drama. The comedian's landed a role as a lawyer in Stay Close. They splashed the cash to get him on board. Oh, he'll be fine. Absolutely fine. And Marcella... Is it Marcella? Marcella, I think, has been trashed in the ratings by a new drama. The ITV show starring Anna Friel pulled in just 1.9 million viewers, beaten by Channel 5 series The Drowning. Such cheery programmes, aren't they? What are we going to watch today? We're going to watch The Drowning. How marvellous. The recreation of the Titanic. Can't believe it, can you? Can't believe it. Other stories in the papers today. Loads on football. Liverpool 0, Brighton 1. Is that Brighton Hove Albion? Or do they just call them Brighton now? And so Liverpool firing blanks again. Oh, dear. Bit of a shame, isn't it? And police have launched a probe after Southampton's Alex Jankovic became the latest player to be targeted by online racist abuse. Don't worry. We'll find them. Very easy to find them. I didn't realise, to say, the latest one that we found, we have the address and everything. Just waiting. Just one more time. Just push it a little bit. Find yourself so fast in court, your little feet will not touch the ground. 10% rise in domestic violence last year amid fears that lockdowns have fuelled abuse. Well, most people can't cope, can they? Poor old Rita Ora, yawn. I'm so sorry. Dreary old baggage. She lost her boyfriend. Only been going out 6 months, so it was really just a casual relationship. And Elton John was talking in the papers today. Nothing particularly interesting, just about, saving musicians, which is always good. And the Golden Globe celebrates screen talent from around the world, but it's the Brits who are ruling supreme this year. Ooh, that's good, isn't it? So we're very pleased about that. Very pleased about that. It's always nice for it to do stuff, because we do loads of great things. We really do, and yet it never sort of gets the publicity which it should. Oh, wait a minute. What's this one? A Brit. Oh, how lovely. I love it. You'll like this story. Not a lot, but a little bit. A Brit faces up to 2 years in jail in Dubai for sending a FU message to her flatmate. The 31-year-old's WhatsApp jibe in October came in a row over who used the dining table in lockdown. But the female Ukrainian housemate secretly lodged a complaint with the police, claiming she was offended. The expat human resources manager was barred from leaving the strict Muslim Emirates when she tried to fly to the UK on Saturday. She now faces jail or a hefty fine as the flatmate refuses to withdraw the complaint. What sort of flatmate is that? A peasant. That's what it is. The Brit has no cash, nowhere to live whilst on bail. The woman in Dubai since 2018 had sent her belongings home in advance and planned to join her partner and family to start a new job. She says, I've been criminalised for a private exchange. But the trouble is, didn't something, was it in Dubai or the United Arab Emirates, where some woman complained to the police that they'd seen a couple kissing, because you don't kiss in public. I mean, we don't kiss around here in public, We turn the lights off and have a go then. Just so much fun. But imagine she's facing up to 2 years in jail because her flatmate, what a peasant of a flatmate to have. Somebody who complains about something you wrote privately. Ghastly. Ghastly, ghastly people. Horrible. The carbon tax. I didn't know about it either. I've got no idea what it is, but it raises meat, cheese and gas heating prices. So not very good, is it? Last thing we need is prices going up. Thank you very much indeed. The coughing risks to the NHS are greater than feared. They think that coughing generated at least 10 times more infectious aerosol particles than speaking or breathing. So if ever you're on the bus, and somebody goes like that, you think, oh my God, put your hand over your mouth. Dreadful. But 10 million people have had the dose. We've passed the vaccine milestone, which is very good. Cases still high, 109,000 plus lives lost to COVID. And it's stretching, really, very much the funeral services and things like that. News flash in the Eye today, the reality TV stars contributing to society. Yes. And so they haven't contributed anything up until now, have they, really? Who is this? Wait a minute. It's always on the pages that you can't get to, actually. Wait a minute, 13, 14, 15. Oh, this is quite nice. A mural of Captain Tom in Southport yesterday, which was brilliant. Love Island doctor steps up to help the nation's mental health. And also Bobby Cole Norris, who seems to have changed his looks yet again after the last time people thought he looked very ill. Not very good. And Dr. George has been campaigning for ages and ages, because he sort of came out, it's... just one of those things. I think people think that they're going to sort of get there and sort of do something. But Bobby Cole Norris, who I don't think has ever had a job. Does he do anything? Not really. Just very irritating on the programme. Very irritating. Steve, why did a 99 get to be called a 99? Oh, I know this answer and I can't remember what it is. I can't remember. Somebody else will tell me. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Also, a lot of people talk about Mick Fleetwood. He's admitted in the papers today he had 2 years where he was doing Colombian marching powder, otherwise known as cocaine, where he can't remember those 2 years. I wonder if he was doing it when he hosted with Samantha Fox the award at the Royal Albert Hall, which was the biggest disaster you've ever seen in your entire life. It was a disaster for every reason. I mean, he was so tall, like 6'7", and she was like, 2'1", and it was awful. If you see, it's probably on YouTube, I should imagine. But if you really want to watch it, you might cringe a little bit. So I'm sure she does. Have you seen the film Sully? No. Connie, I have not, actually. Miracle on the Hudson. No. I know what it is. Steve, up the Hammers. Have a great day today. The Aston will beat Arsenal. Oh, well. We always hope. We live in hope for these sort of things, don't we? Also, somebody here, people retweeting support for Captain Tom. Think he'd be having anything to do with bigoted homophobes. Shouldn't think so. Shouldn't think so. But where he's gone is he said he's not afraid of dying. He wasn't afraid of dying. Come to Thursday. Can't remember now. Did it rain yesterday? I don't. Oh, it rained a little bit. It wasn't too bad. I don't think it was anyway. Oh, here we go. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear and 4 degrees. Expect cloudy skies starting in the morning and rain early in the morning with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Temperatures are heading up from 4 degrees to 9 this afternoon.
Chance of rain, 80%. I mean, I'm so bored with the weather. I'm so bored. And, Steve, do you think we'll have to wear masks in heaven? Well, I hope so. Can't wait to see everybody wearing them. That'd be so funny, wouldn't it? You wouldn't recognise anybody at all. Somebody says, I've lived in Dubai 9 years this year, and it's a great place. A shame that those influences painted the wrong image. Restaurants are still open. We couldn't drink at the bar here anyway. They basically have just reduced the music and stopped DJs. Limited capacity, says Natalie. I know. I'm so sorry you're stuck with those ghastly old baggages. So-called influencers. No, just bone idle. Bone idle. Dreadful. Steve had a similar experience. Was in Scotland when I first watched the film Braveheart. And they all stood up and clapped. Oh. Did you ever see the... They did a ride at Disney and they had... Johnny Depp dressed up as Captain Jack Sparrow, whatever his name was, and he sort of pretended he was a statue. And as the thing went, the boat came round there, and they were taking pictures. Then he came to life, and they went, "Whoa!" Because if you look at Captain Jack Sparrow imitators, they look better than he does. They really do look very good. I like that. I didn't look like anybody. You know, years and years ago, you think, perhaps you might look like somebody. You know, next door, I mean, it could be glove puppets. I've got no idea what I'm working with half the time, seriously. Glove puppets with too much hair, let's put it that way. You know, so they can't wait for the hairdressers to open again. The clergyman from a prominent Church of England parish has condemned the commemoration of Tom Moore as a, wait for this one, as a cult of white British nationalism. You heard of anything so stupid in your entire life? And I'm going to check out the Heinz chilled out new image for an old favourite. Whether or not it's you can eat beans cold, I don't know. Which I think is personally the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of. It's like people who eat cold pizza. I think they're equally peculiar. They're not normal. I've seen people raid boxes with pizza and go, "Oh, I'll have some pizza today." You think, but it's stone cold. It's been sitting there. You wouldn't eat a kebab the day after, would you? Oh, probably some of you would. Wonder why it's Middlesbrough, the hot curry capital of Britain. I wonder why. That's an odd one, isn't it? And what was the other one that I quite like? Investigators sent to China to probe the origins of COVID have said they found new evidence in a lab in Wuhan. Well, there's a surprise. Where have we heard that name before? The answer is just about every blooming day. Nobody's ever put their hands up to it, have they? I wish they would. Britain united in applause for Sir Tom Moore, bless his heart. You know, for that much money, and he lived to be 100, gave him a new lease of life, that did. New lease of life. Then he got pneumonia. Such a pain. But everybody's written, you know, saying nice things about him, which I like. I like a lot. And, no, I'm not doing any more Rita Ora stories. I've decided, actually, I really don't want to do anything more to do with her. Just leave her out of the equation. But Ralph Little might be riding high on the BBC's biggest primetime drama series, but he's surprised it took him 20 years to land a leading role. He came in to talk to me about Death in Paradise. He's lovely. He's absolutely charming. So he's busy boy, which is what we like. But here is a very interesting person called Joe DeMeo. He was severely burnt in a car crash, and he's undergone 23 hours of surgery. What has he ended up with? A new face and 2 new hands. I mean, a new face and hands from the same donor. So the person obviously died. He said, when I saw my face for the first time, it didn't seem real. The swelling comes down every day. I see my cheekbones now, because obviously when you've had this much invasive surgery, there's all sorts of problems. He said he wanted to one day meet his donor's family. I don't know how to thank someone that gives you a second chance at life. He was only 22 when he fell asleep at the wheel. The vehicle blew up. He was pulled from the wreckage. He had third-degree burns over 80% of his body. That's pretty bad. He spent 4 months in a New Jersey hospital burns unit, including more than 2 months in a medically induced coma. He was so severely burnt, his fingertips were amputated, and he lost his lips, ears, and eyelids. I mean, it's almost like bringing somebody back. So he can't live independently, so he's moved in with his parents, who became his carers. They spoke of their son's determination, and then he was contacted, and they found somebody. I mean, he was thought to be ideal for a face and double hand transplant. He said, I never heard of such a thing. But I said, let's do it. Let's do it. In August, they found a match for him, an unidentified donor in Delaware, who Joe had a 6% chance of being compatible with due to all the surgery. It's just absolutely amazing. He says, so far he's not experienced any rejection of the transplant. He said, I've got 20 pound of grip strength. Usually people don't get that in 5 months. On my days off from therapy, I still go downstairs and work out. Can you imagine looking in the mirror and seeing somebody else's face, but on your body? He has contacted the family of his donor, saying, I sent them a letter, but I know they just had someone passed away, so I'm not rushing them. And he wants to live on his own for the next 2 years and go on to have a family, a career, and a normal, simple life. Unbelievable. Apparently, the United Network of Organ Sharing said there have been at least 18 transplants, face, and 35 hand transplants. Isn't medicine wonderful? Isn't it? That's why I can never believe that they actually get people who die in hospital. They can do everything. We put a man on the moon. We can do everything. Why can't we do something to keep people alive? And I suppose that's the induced comas, isn't it? You put somebody under, monitor them, but they're not eating or doing anything else. It's all tubes. But 2 years ago, I think 2009, 2 years ago, a woman mauled by a chimpanzee had to have her transplanted hand removed soon after the op. Charla Nash. That's her name, is it? How do you know that? Oh. God, you're very bright, aren't you? Too bright for this programme, pal. Charla Nash was mauled by a chimpanzee. Because people think chimpanzees are lovely. They're not. Have you seen them? Don't keep them inside. Did you see that? Was it the Attenborough thing, where the chimpanzees go out on a hunt, and they're going through the forest, and I mean, obviously the cameras must have been quite close to them. They're watching it, and what are they looking up for? They're looking up into the canopy to see small monkeys, because they eat chimpanzees eat monkeys. And then, once they found them, or they found one, which they can isolate, up the trees they go until they literally get it and they just rip it to pieces. I mean, and I remember thinking, what, nice chimpanzees? Why would they want to do something like that? But it's unbelievable. It was like watching the other day the killer whales, the orcas, trying to get one seal off an ice floe thing, and they all club together. I mean, there can't have been much. It's like having a barbecue with only 2 sausage rolls. Not exactly much food going on there, is there? But very, I mean, I find it fascinating. I do like it as well when the animal gets away. That's why I feel like cheering when something like that happens. I think it's quite a good idea. 5:10. You see, I don't normally do that on this programme. If you're a new listener, we don't normally do time checks. The reason we don't do time checks is because we treat this as Las Vegas. And Las Vegas... What? Yeah, we treat it as Las Vegas. No clocks. Why would you want to know how long you've been standing in front of a fruit machine? The answer is probably hours. So unless you've got your own clock with you, you're never going to... I can't believe it. First time in ages. Oh, well, there you go. My clock's showing it's Thursday. It is a Patek Philippe, and it should do. So in Vegas, there are no clocks anywhere. In all the casinos, nothing at all, because they don't want you to know how long so there's no window showing daylight. You go into the casino, and then you go into the dark area. And it's just non-stop bells ringing and all. If you've never been... It's turned a bit naff, actually, Vegas, in recent years. They've started letting some of those hen parties in, and that's a bit trash. The Americans, I don't think, do things like that. I don't think so. Steve, says Sarah, I just switched on and heard you talking about cold pizza. I love it. And I love cold garlic bread. I can't explain why, but I prefer to eat both cold rather than hot. She says, don't worry, I think it's strange, but hey-ho. I just don't understand the appeal of cold... I could eat a pizza now, and I've not had pizza in best part of a year, I would think. Best part of a year. I wouldn't cook one at home. But I quite fancy the idea every so often of having a pizza, but then I never get round to it. Today I've got Italian beef in a rich tomato sauce, which I shall be adding some of my secret ingredients to. Potatoes. Jill says, I love the film Rhapsody in Blue, biographical film about George Gershwin. I know. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you. Steve, I saved up and bought a 72-inch Sony TV, hooked it up to the internet and watched full movies on YouTube. At the moment, I've been watching Bonanza. Oh, that sounds quite nice, Joseph. He says, next to the gas fire with some cup of soup. I love a cup of soup. Love a cup of soup. Can't beat a cup of soup. Mind you, I like the tin soup as well. I mean, just a mug of soup suits me for tomato or chicken or vegetable or if I'm pushed, mushroom. But I don't do any of these other fancy flavours. I don't do pumpkin, of course I don't. Look at me, do I look as though I do pumpkin? And don't even answer that. I don't do anything. Oh, no, I've missed the poem. Maybe missed the poem because you were interrupting me. So I wanted to do the poem, but because it's fairly lengthy, I'll have to keep talking for a few minutes and I'll do it after the break. I did have a quick look at it. He got very excited this morning. Jake went, oh, I've got a good poem today. I think I'll be the judge of that. And it runs it runs sort of 2.5 pages, which as far as I'm concerned is 2.5 pages too many. You know, why you get some long poems? Why can't we have short poems? I don't know. I always get the long ones, but you'll like this one, which I'll tell you all about in a moment. Oh, here we go, Middlesbrough and the curry capital. It says here, a survey found 30% of the town's residents like a fiery vindaloo, compared with the UK average of 16%. The survey by, blah, 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 said Gloucester folk least likely to enjoy the spicy dish, preferring a milder, creamier korma. But you can add cream to any curry. You can, I mean, I could have curry for breakfast this morning. I could have curry. The only thing that spoils it for me is the blooming sauce. That's the only thing. Steve, if you went to Las Vegas, would the casino consider you a high roller? No, definitely not. I'm the meanest person you'll ever meet. Seriously, I mean, I'm not a big gambler. I do gamble. I do the lottery. And Jake says they pay you far too much at LBC. I know. I keep telling them that. I said, really, too much. Let's split it between the three of us. And we can all be miserable. So in a moment, today's poem. But first of all, let's get you to work quick. It's poem time. We got the poem for you today. Oh, by the way, somebody says chimps being nasty. I always thought they were docile animals who love to chat about Rob Beckett's teeth over a nice cup of PG Tips. No, they were from Tricross Zoo, if I seem to remember. But no, they were evil. You want to see them in this jungle clip? You'll find it on YouTube. Steve, you're right about Vegas, says Roger. I went to a casino around 6 p.m, thought I'd been there 5 or 6 hours. It was 7 a.m. when I left. Well, I told you when I went last time, you would go in there, and because the weather is so good in Vegas, it's so hot, you're in the middle of the desert, it attracts loads of pensioners. Loads and loads of pensioners, because they go there because the good weather makes them feel good, and they gamble. You will see people across the whole of Vegas playing a slot machine with an oxygen cylinder next to them, which they're connected up to. They've got the mask on their face, and they get free cups of tea and stuff like that, because they're gambling. And they literally will stand there. I remember coming in one night, we'd been out to see a show, so we got back in at 11 o'clock or whatever it was, and just had a quick little look, and then go up to bed. But the people who were gambling on the machines, the people with the oxygen cylinders, were still there in the morning. When I got up, 8:30, 9 o'clock to go and get my breakfast, rolls, because the food's not really that great for breakfast. Not like our food. I think our food's much better for brekkie. And they're still the same people. They're pumping money into machines. It's because it's an addiction. I mean, I've done it, but I wouldn't stand there for hours on it. That'd be just mad. And also on the same machine, or sometimes, if you're lucky, they get to play 2 or 3 machines. Today's poem is by Donna Word Chapel. Is that really the name? Donna Word Chapel. Right. Oh well. Live and learn. It's called The Earthworm. Mrs. Brown had taught first grade for 20 years or more. She was a real good teacher. All the folks knew that for sure. One day, in her zeal to teach her students helpful things, she chose drinking whiskey and the problems that it brings. She poured some whiskey in a glass so they could plainly see, then showed them to an earthworm. All the students squealed with glee. "See how he wiggles and moves so fast," said Mrs. Brown, and then she dropped him straight down in the glass. They didn't understand. She held the glass and then she said, "Now come and look inside." They looked and it was plain to see he'd shriveled up and died. "Now, children," she said tenderly, "you've all looked at this worm. Can anybody explain today the lesson that you've learnt?" All the students shook their head, but Johnny raised his hand. I know, little Johnny said. I know, I understand." Mrs. Brown saw Johnny's hand and she was very glad. With glowing eyes and a happy heart, she looked at him and said, "All right, Johnny, stand up now and tell them what you've learnt. If you drink whiskey all the time, you never will have worms." Lovely, isn't it? Riveting that one was. Anyway, that's apparently one of the highlights of this decade, the earthworm. Mind you, at least they're not as bad as Corey's, it has to be said. Corey's involve death. All of them. I mean, there's some strange psychotic streak going through it. All of his, the captain was dead on the deck. He'd been stabbed by everybody there, or somebody had fallen overboard and drowned. It was always something to do with death. Which leads me nicely onto my next story, which affects us in London. There is the story in history of the fate of the princes in the Tower. You remember the princes were locked away in the Tower. That was Edward and Richard. They were locked up by John Everett Millais in 1878. I can't remember why they were locked up, but they vanished. The rumour was that they were murdered because some years ago actually, they found 2 skeletons in one of the towers, and they then decided this was the princes in the Tower. But history sleuth Lucy Worsley may have cracked it. She and a documentary team say new evidence points the finger at a perpetrator responsible for what happened to the young royals, assumed to have been murdered. Worsley says new research techniques had shed light on the case. She said, "Like everybody who works at the Tower of London, I can't wait to share the next twist in the tale of what we think we know about the murder." It's going to be part of Unsolved Histories, which airs later this year. She also reinvestigates whether George III was really mad, the true cause of the Black Death, and the reason a witch craze swept 16th century Britain. But it's the poignant tale about the princes. One was 9 and one was 12. That still captures the public imagination. They're thought to have died in the Tower of London in 1483 after the death of their father, King Edward IV. The elder would have been crowned Edward V, and his brother was Richard of Shrewsbury, the Duke of York. The most popular theory is that they were murdered by their uncle, the future Richard III. Others suggest the killer was their uncle, the Duke of Buckingham, or future brother-in-law, King Henry VII. Some believe they were spirited away to a new life. In 1674, a box containing 2 child-sized skeletons, assumed to be the princes, was dug up at the Tower. Worsley says, "I love the fact this isn't a series about the past. It's also about what the past means today. Each episode takes a deep dive into a single event, mounting a comprehensive reinvestigation by assembling historical and contemporary evidence." You imagine of course, in those days, people had people executed. Your own family they had executed, so they could get rid of you. And in the case of the princes, who were 9 and 12. It's quite frightening, isn't it? But they found these skeletons. Whether it was them, they've got no idea. They've just assumed it was them. The days of the office prank may be about to finish. Now, I don't know whether you've ever been the victim of an office prank, or whether or not you have perpetrated a prank in the office. But there's a lady here called, I don't know how you pronounce it, Owen Fowle. Reached a conclusion after hearing the case of an NHS worker. Her boss tricked her into believing she'd forgotten about a 3-hour presentation she had to give to senior managers. Okay, a fairly straightforward thing, I would say to Corey on the way down to the bus stop, "Did you have the meeting the other day which you were supposed to have had?" And he'll go, "What meeting?" And I go, ha, 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 pranked you, and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, this particular woman was put into a panic and put aside important work and spent hours preparing for the presentation, only to be told by the manager she was only joshing. So she complained. She complained in the highest possible thing. And it turned out that it was ruled that she'd been the victim of unacceptable behaviour as a result of the purported joke. Somebody said there is no possible justification for doing that to a member of staff in any circumstances. The particular lady who got the compensation now works for Sussex Police, was awarded 9,890 quid. It's quite a lucrative thing, this being hurt. She said afterwards, she said, I was bullied when I was there. When the complaint was investigated, everybody said they didn't realise it was bullying. They just thought it was banter. They were horrible people. I can't believe people could be so nasty. You can't be that naive. Of course people could be that nasty. That's what people do. But, I mean, it depends whether or not you accept joshing or, you know, people sort of taking the mickey out of you because of your looks or, you know, it could be all sorts of things, couldn't it, really? Nobody dared do it to me. You know, I come down hard and tough. You know, only the best is good enough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness that's in Milky Bar. You know, no, I do pranks. Did I give you something? Yeah, I did give you something that exploded in your hand. It was your contract. Oh, Oh, sorry, what's that behind you? Your career. You know, all those usual things, aren't they? But then it depends whether it's sort of, you know, if somebody's known for... I remember somebody wrote and complained about 30 years ago about me, which is quite funny, really. They said so-and-so, so-and-so, and I think the... Radio Authority at the time wrote back and said, well, that's what he does on his programme. That's what it is. It only takes you about 10 minutes to work out how the programme works. If you can't work it out by yourself, it must be about 3 or 4 sandwiches short of a picnic. Not that I'm advocating we have picnics in this weather because we've got to do social distancing. You know, the British idea of a picnic is to go and sit in a bus shelter, you know, and sort of open up your sandwiches, your potted meat sandwiches, or failing that, a lay-by, very popular. You know, sit there with the rain lashing down, with your windscreen wipers going on. What people do, I've got no idea. The great British, it's like sitting outside here in Leicester Square. What for? In this weather? It's all right if you're in Spain or Italy or somewhere where it gets really hot. And not rainy old people who sit there practically under an umbrella. Oh, I think we'll eat outside. It's al fresco. Well, I'd never take my boys out to go and sit al fresco. They'd catch pneumonia. I've been out and had a quick cup of coffee with Mr. M and a few other people, but, I mean, I wouldn't take the boys out, because you know what they're like, you know, once it takes them ages to study the menu, you know, well, what do you think this one will be like? So, I don't know. You know, but we do actually owe each other a meal out, which we'll probably get round to once we've gone through this, you know, sort of locking under or locking down or something like that. Steve, I prefer Spike Milligan's poem about the glowworm. Much cheerier. Yes. Talking of ice cream, Steve, when I was at Nipper, we used to have an ice cream man, Mr. Wilkinson, used to deliver around our streets up in Holland and Skelmersdale by horse and cart, keep the horse at the bottom of the garden in a makeshift stable. His wife made the ice cream and lollies, used to feed the horse carrots and apples back in the day, says Mike. I love that idea, don't you? You know, life was so much simpler. Why has it got so complicated? Talking of pizzas, I remember you saying that your favourite was Pizza Express's Quattro Formaggi. I've seen an advert in the paper for the pizza available from supermarkets, says Janet. Well, they don't do it in Pizza Express. Why would you stop something that's really popular? Sorry, could I have a Quattro Formaggi to take away? No, don't do it. But I do like garlic bread. But I only like the one which was the baguette cut and then with the garlic bread on and then cheese on the top of it. Ooh. I mean, you could go through a whole baguette. Seriously. That baguette just vanished. Delicious. Anthony says, I've been both a victim and a perpetrator of pranks at work. It's just something to add a bit of fun to the working day. Well, I said, yeah, but you've got to be careful, because if it goes to the wrong person... I remember there was a woman in a company, I can't remember which company it was, some years ago. Anyway, she joined as a salesperson and complained within a week about the fact that a lot of the male staff was swearing and said she didn't want to hear swearing. And so, and there was a payout. And I remember reading it thinking, good Lord above, must be easy. I mean, you almost think some people probably put themselves into a situation whereby you just sort of say to somebody, sorry, I don't think that's very funny. If I do it, it's always hilarious, actually. I've discovered on YouTube the series of Alfred Hitchcock. I know. You know he featured in all of his pieces. And funnily enough, Steve, I enjoyed a tin of Heinz chicken soup yesterday, and for the first time added half a teaspoon of Italian herbs. Delicious, and a good light lunch to help combat the lockdown waistline. Thank you, Paul, very much indeed. Somebody else not really believing that chimpanzees can be violent. Don't go to YouTube, then. Don't go to that. Steve says, Sam, what about Steel Magnolias? Oh, so sad. Steel Magnolias. She dies. And, I should have done the spoiler alert. But it doesn't matter. Can't help it. But, of course, we met the writer. We met the writer of it, who features as the vicar in it. And it's a true story. It's his sister. He wrote about his sister. They used their house in Steel Magnolias. I mean, I was so, like, oh, wow. I was so impressed. Have you ever seen Steel Magnolias? No, probably not your sort of thing, Jake. It's sentimental and emotional. You'd hate it. It's a roller coaster of emotions. It's sad, but it's just lovely. You want to go and live in this place because you think, I want to go and live there with all these people. Dolly Parton's got the hairdressing salon. You know, they're all there. They're all mad as broomsticks. But when they do Christmas, it's like people all pile into one of their... Oh, it's just fabulous. It really is fabulous. I love stuff like that. But it doesn't matter, does it? Steve, are some of the Groovy Gang goths wearing black eyeliner, black clothes and sporting a black barnet? Not really, no. I don't know what they would be classed as, actually. I don't think there's a name for them, collectively. Or, no, they're not... Yes, idiots, says Gory. I don't know. I mean, I know they're definitely not goths. They're definitely... I don't know what they would be. I don't know. No, here you... What, you mean you go home and change into something else? Go out of the night time, the black eyeliner. Oh, yeah. Megadeth, let's go and dance to their music, shall we? I don't even know what music goths would listen to, so I'm out on a limb. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, tomorrow, Friday, and then whoopee, it's the weekend, and then whoopee, it's going to rain, and whoopee, we'll be doing the same. They always ask. Everybody asks here, what do you do at the weekend? Same as I did last weekend, and the weekend before that, and the weekend before that. In fact, every weekend for the past nearly 18 months. Nothing. There's nowhere to go. You can't do anything. You can go out and sort of get your food shopping in and stuff like that and go and get a bacon baguette, 2 extra bacon. The girl the other day, Greg, said to me, how are you? And I wasn't sure if he was just being polite or if she really was concerned about my health, and I don't like to bore people with it, as you know. So I said, I'm fine. Bit cold. Steve, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, I see your producers are at least realistic in finding a description for their little group. What, the Groovy Gang? We pinched it. We pinched it, Monica. We pinched it from Only Fools and Horses. Rodney had been entered for a painting competition, and they thought he was 14. And they looked at him and went, come on, you're in the Groovy Gang. And, of course, he towers above everybody else in it because he's an adult. It was really fantastic, actually. But she said, do you receive my text? Yeah, that's the first one today. Seems like something is wrong. Oh, there was something. Can you get Noreen's text up? Because she reminded me yesterday about an anniversary that was yesterday. And you won't believe what the... yes, it's on email, yes. Yeah. So have a look. You just have to put it... It came in, I think, at some time yesterday. Might have been before the programme. But just put in Noreen on the search bar and it'll... It's the first one. It's the first one. Because if you remember, it didn't print off on the printer. Our little cartridge had run out of the magic powder that keeps it all going. So we can pop that one up. It'd be quite nice. Yes, thank you. Yeah, just because I completely... I did print it off yesterday, but I completely forgot to do it on the programme. Somebody says, Steve, Quattro Formaggi is available at Waitrose, but strangely they don't do it at Pizza Express restaurants. It's an odd one, isn't it, really? Very, very sad. Sad news about Sir Tom, wrote Noreen. This was the other day. She said, may he rest in peace. Do you realise that on that day, yesterday, in 1959, the day the music died, Buddy Holly, Richie Valens and the Big Bopper died in that plane crash. That was the anniversary yesterday. Amazing, isn't it? She says, hope your cystitis is getting better. It's getting a bit better, yeah. I mean, it's obviously a bit better. It's getting a lot better than it was before. Huey says chimpanzees can be violent. Oh. Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Latest wheeze from Nicola Sturgeon. Scots people will have 3 doses of the vaccine. Dose 1, dose 2, and Fandabidosi. There you go. That one hit the mark, which is good. Very good. And somebody says, when I was younger, a lot younger... Well, listen, when you say I was younger, you can't be when I was older. You can only be younger. In Canning Town, there was a shop which made and sold the best tasting ice cream I've ever known. However, I think the recipe died with the owner, says Paul. Well, if it's a family-run thing. I used to go to an ice cream shop there used to be a very good one in Chiswick High Road. There was a very good one at Camden, which is like marine ices or something, because it was quite a thing. And we've got a couple of ice cream shops in Richmond, but they're not open at the moment. So you have to go and get it somewhere else. Steve, the last time I went out for a pizza, the waiter said if I wanted it cut into 6 slices or 8. 6, I said. I'll never eat 8. Get that one? Okay. No one. I'll die to death, I'm afraid. Steve, cold steak and kidney pies are very nice. No, they're not. No, they're really not. That glutinous stuff inside there. You want to watch those pies that Andy Peters does on QVC? I could sit there and eat the television. Seriously, you look at it and then people cut into a pie and you go, oh. When we used to have a butcher's shop. We've got a butcher's shop at the moment, doing very well actually in Twickenham, which is quite nice and very pleasing to see, because we want to keep the high street elevated. You know, we want to keep it sort of buoyant and people use it as much as they possibly can. So we've got a butcher's shop. Apparently, very, very. I've never bought anything from there. I must try it, I suppose, at some point, but I haven't managed to get round to doing it yet. And I walk past it every single day. And can't remember what I was going to tell you now. What was? I can't remember what the story was. Going to be something else. So anyway, so we got the butcher shop. But you have to use local butchers, and you have to use local places, I think. So when you get something, which is a local shop, whether it does ice cream or anything else like that, you have to frequent them. If you don't, they will disappear. And once they oh, that's right, Laverstock, Jodie Scheckter's farm. We had a Laverstock farm shop, and they did the best pies ever. They did a chicken curry pie. It was so packed. Normally in these things, you sort of cut into the pie and there's a load of air at the top of it. This was solid. They did a beef steak and ale pie, and it was about that round. If you're listening in stereo, that round. And it was about that thick. If you're listening in stereo again, that thick. But the chicken curry pie was like blowing it. You imagine eating chicken curry with pastry. Woo! The combination was fantastic. And, I suppose if I'm going to get them again, I'll need to go down to the farm. I can't remember where it is, but they do buffalo milk and buffalo ice cream and stuff like that. But it was Jodie Scheckter's place, but they did the best pies. And they weren't cheap, but to be honest with you, because you only had them every so often, it kind of was a little bit easier, I suspect. Roger says, after lockdown, I'm hoping, or itching to go to a great restaurant for a right old knees up. Oh, my Lord. And 3 yellow warnings, weather warnings in place across northern England and Scotland, facing 5 days of snow and ice. I'm so sorry. We don't want 5 days of snow and ice, do we? Because it's that sort of, put it this way, the country gets paralysed anyway. Wrong rain, wrong leaves, wrong this, wrong petrol, wrong, and now ice and snow and everything else. It's going to be absolutely horrendous for you. Anthony Hannay is a burglar. He's a bit of a plank. You could tell how stupid he is. He taunted the police on Facebook. He was being sought after breaching the terms of his licence on being released from prison. When West Mercia Police posted a Facebook appeal for any details of his whereabouts, he commented on it, "Catch me if you can." He's not the brightest penny in the box, as you will discover. He also wrote, "Wrong door again, oh my God, ha 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 ha. I swear Sherlock Holmes is on the case." Yesterday, officers told of his capture. Poor little Anthony Hannay, 33, mental playing age, a lot younger, was discovered hiding in an attic in the Dines Green area of Worcester. And this morning he's now in custody and will be returned to prison. There's a thicko if ever there was one. Poor old Anthony. Never mind, love. Never mind. One day you get your life in order and things will be a whole lot better. Leaving lockdown looking 10 years younger. No chance. People age, don't they? With sort of, I don't, because I'm lucky, I'm blessed with sort of things like that. I'm okay, I don't mind. My friend Ian says Marine Ice in Chalk Farm was not only good for ice cream, they had amazing pizza. It used to be one of my locals when I lived in Belsize Park. I only went to it a few times, and I thought it was great. I didn't know they did pizza as well. I think ice cream, isn't it funny, in Italy, we, you sort of go there, they have ice cream all year round. Over here they go, oh, it's not summer. We don't have ice cream in the summer. Well, luckily, we've got some ice cream shops in Twickenham. A friend of mine's got one down one of the little alleys that leads onto the green. And he's got the chocolate shop at the end. And he's got the clothes shop. He's building a huge empire. But the ice cream... What? I mean, the ice cream is fantastic. They make it themselves. None of this bought-in rubbish, which most of the other people are. This is made on the premises. They have a gelato machine upstairs in this shop. It's a little tiny shop, but they have a gelato machine. Whatever they put into it with cream comes out as ice cream. So you can make any flavours you want. So if you wanted curry chicken ice cream, you could probably have it. Well, Heston Blumenthal made snail ice cream. Although, to be honest with you, I can't think of anything worse than snail ice cream. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it? Harry's in a new battle for military titles. I'm sorry, I thought he'd left the country. Why are we still bothering? He says, I want to keep my military titles. The palace have said you can't be half in or half out. He's just, I mean, I don't think he knows what he's doing, does he? I mean, put it this way, he's been away a year. Has he actually done anything? Have they, either of them, done anything? They've secured a Netflix deal, but I shouldn't imagine they actually did that. That had been done for them. Nicholas Soames says, honour Tom, like my grandfather Winston, with the statue he richly deserves. Well, we've got a spare plinth in Trafalgar Square. You know, you could put him up on there, or perhaps, you know, in his hometown or his home village or something like that. I mean, I don't know whether he warrants Trafalgar Square, but we've got at the moment. What have we got there at the moment that's on the spare plinth? Is it it's the whipped cream thing with sort of flies or something? I can't remember. It's very bizarre. We had a ship in a bottle, didn't we? That was very good. We had the big thumbs up. You could put Captain Tom up there. But nobody'd know who he was, and most people who go to Trafalgar Square would be tourists. They wouldn't be us, because, you know, we know Trafalgar Square. We pass it every single day of our life. In fact, I pass it 6 days a week, Trafalgar Square. And I always get excited, actually. I always go, that's Trafalgar Square. There's people, you know, abroad going, oh, should we have a holiday to London? Yeah, later. And they go, where are we going to go to? We're going to go to Buckingham Palace. Every day, see it. You know, we're going to go to Windsor Castle. Done it. You know, we're going to go to Parliament Square and see the Houses of Parliament, the Jewel House, Westminster Abbey. Been and done them all. You know, and then you can go behind. There's Great Queen Street, and that's where there's some lovely houses for sale. Some of them border Birdcage Walk. You have to pay extra, which is the bit that borders St James's Park. And that's where, whenever you get the marching bands, they'll be coming up from there. Fantastic. Really fantastic. OK, let's have a... Somebody said, rather than a statue, I think a hospital being named after Tom. Yes. Yeah, I could go for that. You could rename a hospital quite easily. Do you know how many charities he helped? 250. 250 charities. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, I recently found out when you see a signpost anywhere in the country that says, for example, London 120 miles, it's measured to Trafalgar Square. Yeah, and if you go to France, every village has got a road sign that leads you to Paris. Everywhere you go, there is not a village you go to where there is no road sign that says Paris this way. Laverstock Farm is in Overton near Winchester, says Helinka. Thank you. I might go, actually. Well, I can't go at the moment, can I? I wonder if they're open. Oh, probably not. They probably do mail order. But we've all looked at they're about £13-14, these pies, but they must cost a bit to send them. Down here in Broadstairs, says Andy, we have the original Morelli's ice cream shop. They did the ice cream for dogs. My ex loves it in there. Your ex. It's always the way, isn't it? Steve, great news last night. I'm having my vaccine on Friday. Only 67. What, vaccines or your age? And Lee says, you've got Marine Ice. Is it Emporium on Heath Road in Twickenham? Really? Oh, I've not discovered that one, actually. Well, I don't think I have. And Steve... Saturday for me as a child was pie and mash and liquor from Manzi's at Chapel Street with sawdust on the floor. Then for dessert and ice cream from Rossi's. You see, all the Italian families, Jane. All the Italian families, which is lovely. And Shane says, don't worry, I still love you and the boys. I've been at the Club Rivers at Riverwood, which means he's had a sherbet. He's had a sherbet because they're on sort of daytimes. We're picking up our golden retriever puppy in a few weeks. Disappointed we're not allowed to view her due to restrictions. Dog or cat, says Ryan. Both. Both, at the risk of upsetting anybody. No, both. It doesn't bother me. I've had dogs and I've had cats. Actually, when I say we've had dogs, we only had one. And it went round the bend, I'm afraid. It was a golden cocker spaniel, long-haired, which is it's quite nice, actually. I quite fancied the idea of having another little dog, a little puppy. They're so cute when they're puppies. They are so cute. It's like cats when they're kittens. They're so gorgeous. So gorgeous. Don't forget, Joe Meek also died on the 3rd of February, 1967. There was a clever man. There was a troubled man. There was a man who liked all sorts of things. 20,000 people a day are failing to self-isolate. These are people who've had instructions to do so from NHS Test and Trace. I've discovered actually quite a few people I know are doing Test and Trace. I wonder if you could have curry for breakfast. I wonder if I could have curry for breakfast. I might fancy some curry for breakfast. Seems a bit heavy, though, doesn't it, really? But hey-ho, why not? Goodness sake, you're only young once, aren't you? The homegrown hopefuls going for gold. Loads of people. This is the crowning glory at the Globes. The Lady Diana store, the Lady Diana star leading the British charge for the awards, which is good. And hearing the news yesterday, Emma Corrin in The Crown. I mean, it's looking good. Less than 2 years ago, she was still a little-known fledgling actress. Yesterday, Emma Corrin found herself leading the British charge for glory at the Golden Globes. There's some great names: John Boyega, Carey Mulligan, Dev Patel, Daisy Edgar-Jones and Lily Collins. They're all up there. They're all up there. We've got all sorts of people. Best actor in a TV drama, Josh O'Connor for The Crown. Matthew Rhys for Perry Mason. I still love Perry Mason. And for music to make you feel better. For music to make you feel better, Queen rule. The 1979 single, Don't Stop Me, We're Having a Good Time, Having a Good Time. The 1979 single has been voted the tune most likely to put people in a better mood, followed by Dancing Queen and Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer. Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves and Good Vibrations by the Beach Boys rounded out the top 5. That's good, isn't it? I don't know. Other songs were Pharrell Williams with Don't Worry, Be Happy. I hated that. Never liked it at all. Whitney Houston's Ooh, I Want to Dance with Somebody, which was good. And Mr. Blue Sky, Wham's Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, and the famous Everybody Sang It. Every time it came on in a nightclub, every girl sang it. First I was afraid, I was petrified, kept thinking how... And so it went on. And everybody sang along. And I look back, I will survive. Love it. Leftover curry, fantastic for breakfast, sorry. Karen in Manchester says, I'm 58 and I've got underlying conditions similar to yours. Type 2 insulin, tablet diabetes. And I'm in group 6. Well, I'm also type 2 insulin and tablet and then a load of other things. But a bit older than you. So I think I'm in group 4 or 5. I can't... 5. Thanks. Everybody knows everything except me. I'm a stranger here, aren't I? I sort of say, I think I'm in 4 or 5, and Jake goes, 5. You know, and you think, you're determined to knock me down, honestly. There you go. A lot of people talking about the cartoon in the Mail today by Paul Thomas is him standing on top of Nelson's column. They've moved Nelson down to another column. They've said, I'm sure Sir Tom would have been perfectly happy on the 4th plinth. Because it doesn't make any difference, does it? It'd be nice to put him on a plinth somewhere, or, as has been suggested, a hospital, which would be very good indeed. So freeze means Heinz. Heinz are going to launch their... Oh, here we go. What do you think they're going to do with Heinz baked beans? They're going to launch them as a freezer pack. A freezer pack. The move is part of a plan to liberate baked beans from their old-fashioned image and instead turn them into the new avocado for their beans. Avocado's avocado. Mind you, that was better. Have you ever been to a restaurant where they go, would you like avocado on toast? No, thank you. No. Beans last... Well, exactly. Beans last forever, but also, they don't have an old-fashioned image. They're baked beans. I used to shove them in everything. Really. But they've got the beans protein pot, but at least another 6 products are on the way. Oh, wait a minute. It's owned by an American company, isn't it? It's owned by Kraft. So Heinz have drawn up the Beans Liberation Exercise. They want to lure back young shoppers. How much do they sell a year? £229 million we spend on beans every year. Because nobody goes out and buys a tin of beans, do they? You go out and buy a 4-pack. Because they're really cheap. You go to Iceland, they're like £2 for 4 tins of beans. 50p a tin. Which is quite nice. I quite like them, just having them just by themselves. Not cold, though, but just by themselves. They're very nice. So freeze means Heinz. They're going to start doing that, which is lovely. So there you go. So you can obviously start... So they'll obviously be in a blister pack. Steve, leftover curry for breakfast. Manna from heaven. Mind you, I do like to order 2 curries, one to sit in the fridge for the ideal snack later. Oh, please not. Please not. Steve, I'm taking everything the Mail says about Harry with a huge pinch of salt. saying he just won a payout from the Mail after admitting a military story they printed was inaccurate. Yes, but it's in all the other papers, so it isn't just the Mail. It isn't just the Mail. This is and we know this because it's come from Buckingham Palace, so you don't need to take it with a pinch of salt. It's true. He doesn't want to lose, his sort of titles. I don't know why. He lives in America. It's got nothing to do. He doesn't need anything at all, does he, really? Also, somebody else going, yes, cold curry for breakfast. Definitely not for me. Definitely not. Nathan says the ice cream in Canning Town was called Murkoff. Up the road to my pie and mash shop. Soft and creamy and tasted the best. I agree with you. I think it's very nice indeed. What else we got in the papers? Oh, we've got a bad story, but it's Simon Pegg. He's been caught speeding for the 4th time in 3 years. I can't, mind you, I have sped before. I'm still waiting to find out if I'm going to be done by that flashing traffic camera. The producer at the time didn't even know that they still had cameras on crossings. So it did flash twice, but mind you, it might not have been for me. It might have been for somebody else. Yeah. As long as I don't tell them on air. I'm hoping. Yeah, because I told you I went down the motorway some time ago, in the early hours of the morning. Ages ago. Another century. And that camera flashed twice, but it was pitch black on the motorway. Frightened the life out of me. I thought, where's that come from? Katie Price laughingly tells influencers to get a real job, like she's got a real job. And there she is with her little boyfriend of 5 seconds. And she wants to get pregnant, have another child. Marvellous. That's all she thinks about. It's a way of making money. She doesn't actually have a job as such. Steve, I always found Dexy's Come On Eileen and Cockney Rebels Make Me Smile to get the crowd going. Yes, Come On Eileen was good, and I do like You've Done It All. Welcome to Thursday. I was hoping it was Friday. I don't know why. It's just I walked in this morning, and the guys on the front desk said, morning. I said, for some reason I thought today was Friday. I was a bit disappointed to discover it was only Thursday. But nice to have your company. It's the 4th of February. What happens on the 4th of February? What are we celebrating a day today? I'm sure there must be something that we'll be celebrating. Every day we seem to celebrate something. We've got a couple of birthdays as well. You might be one of them. You might be one of those people who celebrates a birthday. And what would you like for your birthday? Here we go. I've got a lovely present for you. This time it's a Versace mug. It's very nice. The luxury Italian fashion brand is selling a travel mug. That's lovely, isn't it? 765 quid, which seems quite a lot. The firm says it epitomises the Versace glamour. I told you Dale used to buy me Versace ashtrays. I've still got them. I haven't taken them out of the boxes. I've got a Versace vase. It's obviously easy for he wasn't very good at present buying at all, actually. He was terrible. Also, police have texted a warning to 2,000 people listed as contacts in a phone seized from a County Line cocaine dealer. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's always a bit bad, isn't it? So they've got the numbers of all these people, and they're basically sending out their little warning, which is very good news. So Simon Pegg, out there, he was doing 63 and a 40. Now they've got various different. It depends where you are in the country. These things get done. He says, "I do like to go a little faster than I should." He was clocked on a speed camera. In his Mercedes on the A41 as he passed a garage called, wait for it, Speedy Motors. Somebody says, you should go and have a look at the camera, Steve. If it's the old Gatso type camera, the chance are you'll get away with it. If it's the digital type, it's highly likely you get a fine for it. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't remember if I knew that there was a camera there, but somebody said I think it's points. I think you get a fine of 70 and 3 penalty points, but I have a clean licence. Well, up until this moment. My local Morelli's, says Paul, has held a famed branch on Portstewart Promenade. This is Broadstairs, which sounds quite nice. Sabrina says, speaking of Dexy's Midnight Runners, did you ever interview Kevin Rowland? He's my neighbour and a lovely fella. No. And a student party. Yeah, there was another one. Did you read another student party was split up the other day? Some of them tried to run away, but the police got them, and they were fined £800 each for breaking the COVID rule. I mean, are these people really stupid? And the answer is yes. Because one of the students said, we're bored and we want to have some fun. These students, Steve, are selfish and dumb, says Nick. Well, they're now £800 lighter, which is good news. The person who put on the party, they put on other parties, they're going to fine them £10,000. Which is good. So, you know, keep enforcing it. But who are these stupid people? I'm sorry. Listen, the whole country is sort of trying to get back to normal, and here are these drunken old students, the old reprobates. I told you, 2 girls get off a bus the other day in Twickenham. This is, you know, while I was waiting for the car to come in the morning, holding pint glasses with booze in. What bus driver lets people on with booze, I've got no idea. Although I did find a YouTube video. I quite like it when people lose their temper. And it's a bloke sitting on the tube. And he's had a few drinks. But the person sitting next to him is drinking out of a bottle. And he says to the bloke, and somebody's filming it from it's sort of a bit bizarre, actually. You couldn't work out if it was set up. And he said to him, you're not supposed to be drinking on the tube. These are the rules here. And so the bloke goes, so? And you think, there's no answer to this, is there really? You know, there should be some sort of security on a train. Because a friend of mine was on a train the other day, came into Richmond Station, the police jumped on and grabbed this girl who'd been walking up and down. They don't know why. You know, she might have escaped from something else. And you think to yourself, wow. Because sometimes you see people on the train and they do drink booze. They do drink booze. And then this woman sitting opposite, she decided to stick her sixpenneth in. She was a bit of a pain as well. Steve, I'm also in Group 5, so it must be your turn soon. I don't have any underlying health issues. I'm not sure, actually, if I'm an underlying health issue. I don't know I'm not totally convinced I am. I mean, I think I look, you know, really healthy. Oh, I mean, I'm as lively as you can be at my age. God, I'm exhausted. Just a little bit of exercise there in the studio. Just standing up is exercise as far as I'm concerned. Have you noticed in a lot of casinos, you go downstairs to them? And what they want to do is because you look at the stairs, you go, I'm never going to make it up there. I'll stay a little bit longer, put some more money in the machine, which kind of works. So I quite like the idea that it's sort of Group 4 or 5. Good. Beans have been ruined, Steve, by the Get Healthy Brigade. Reduce fat, reduce salt. Still nothing a pinch of salt and a knob of butter can't fix. You don't add a knob of butter to beans, surely. Do you? Do you know, I tell you, that reminds me, I used to hate those butter beans. Do you remember those things? They were sort of pale. Oh, God, they were ghastly. I can't remember anybody who ever liked things like that. Perhaps they're the same as the beans in the tin, but they've just got covered in tomato ketchup. But they are particularly good. I could eat them, not all the time, but I like them over mashed potato. That's quite a nice thing to have, isn't it? Sort of. Steve, it's an original composition, the Pharrell Williams song called Happy. Not the same as the song recorded by Bobby McFerrin. Don't worry, be happy. Oh, right, it's 2 songs, is it? Oh. I didn't know it, no. Because if I'm happy, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. No, I don't know it. No. I only know the Don't worry, be happy. Which one's that one? It's called Happy. Okay, and your one was called... Mine's Be Happy, and yours is Happy. Well, I don't like your one at all. It's very boring. I only like my song. Ridiculous. Steve, from when the speed camera captures you, they must send you a notice of intent within 14 days. Oh, right. Oh, well. They didn't catch all of them, Steve. They only got 9 people plus the organiser. Well, don't worry. They'll find the other ones. They'll all be fined, I promise you. I've had it on very good authority from the police. They will find these people. OK, who are you with? We're going to double your fine, unless you tell us. Oh, they'll all be singing like canaries. Singing like canaries. 84850, a student... Oh, we've just done that one, haven't we, really? I keep finding all these different things here. You reminded me of my father, who'd take my brother and me to feed the pigeons in Trafalgar Square in the 1960s. And he says it was traditionally measured from the statue of King Charles I, just south of the square, says Chris. Happy Thursday. I think we should be happy Thursday, happy Friday, happy just every day, I think. Every day should be happy, and if you're not, you need to sort it out. It's very difficult. I know I spoke to a friend of mine the other day, and well, in fact, she sent me a thing saying, I don't want to talk to anybody today. She was having, you know, one of those days where sometimes it all piles in on top of you, and you think, oh, goodness me. And to get yourself out of it... Nick says Group 4 includes diabetes. Woo! Yeah, but is that type 1 diabetes? Perhaps they don't view type 2 as being... I mean, listen, I'm going to get the thing, whatever happens. I don't care. And I'll tell you when I get it as well. I'll tell you how much better. Because I wonder if you can volunteer one of your arms. Because we said the other day that you get a bit of a stiffness in your arm because somebody had it done, and I thought, I wasn't sure if, because I inject every day, but not in my arm, whether that makes me impervious to anything like that happening, or a side effect. I don't really want a side effect. But, I mean, so far, even with the flu jabs, I don't get side effects. Penicillin, they always say to you, are you allergic to this? No, absolutely not. Just stick the needle in. Ow! You know what it's going to be like, I can tell. David says, I'm a year younger than you. What, 39? Amazing. Monica, thank you very much indeed. I can't open these things here. Oh, that's right. If you're happy and you know it, stay in bed. If you're happy and you know it, stay in bed. If you're happy and you know it, getting up will surely blow it. If you're happy and you know it, stay in bed. I did that years ago. That's what Jake does. He sort of goes into bed and that's it. He's there for the for the duration. Usually police get on a train if they suspect somebody's carrying drugs. Well, of course, I mean, this particular girl was taken off the train at Richmond. Bit of a mistake, really, because the police station in Richmond is at the station. There's loads of them there. Doesn't take long. All they'd have to get is a phone call from somebody, a bit further down the line saying there's this girl on the train. She might have escaped from. It could have been anything. She didn't want to get off the train, but they sort of forced. Isn't all the mileage to London marked to the Eros statue in Piccadilly? Could be, I don't know. Somebody said Trafalgar Square, but you heard it was Charing Cross. Oh, right. What do you know? You don't know anything. Charing. Why would it be Charing Cross? We're going to find out, actually, now. We're going to, because we have to sort these things out. So I've got gestational diabetes at the moment, says my friend Charlie Girling, doing... Wait a minute. 4 blood sugar checks, 4 daily. Apparently diabetes is diabetes and you'd still be more vulnerable. So thank goodness you'll get the jab soon. And butterbeans are awesome. She said, what's wrong with you? See, she's become very grumpy. Now she has to test her blood 4 times a day. See, what you need is what I had, but I haven't got it fitted at the moment. It's my Libra. OK, where is the centre of London? Whether it's the distance from Brighton, Manchester or Glasgow, the actual point for measuring the distance is located at Charing Cross. Why Charing Cross? Oh, this is Eleanor's Cross. It's only a copy. That's a copy, that cross outside Charing Cross station. That's not the real thing. It's a copy. Yeah, see? Told you something you didn't know. Go past it every day. You probably don't even look at it, do you? He sticks his headphones on and he's in another world. The world of Walt Disney music. Fantasia. I have had a pair of headphones once. Somebody told me off on the train. They're too loud, mate. Too loud. Yeah, all right, whatever. People get funny about it. So I haven't got a pair of headphones at the moment. I'd love to know what you listen to. You probably listen back to this programme, don't you? Yeah, just to... All the podcasts. Just to sort of find out the really funny bit, which was about 1993, I think. We had a very funny bit. It was a Tuesday, I remember distinctly. It rained, surprisingly, in London. Okay. I can't believe that Charlie's got this gestational... I've never even heard of it. She's fit. She's fit. Even Corey said she's fit. I mean, she's very, very, He's in one of his moods today. Seriously, I don't know what's the matter with him. He was all right earlier on. He's now gone a bit sort of crackers and round the bend. Poor soul, honestly. Yeah, so when you look at St Eleanor's Cross... That thing outside Charing Cross Station, that's the... Because London was all villages. They were all little villages, and then they all sort of got merged together. Just thought I'd tell you that. So it's amazing how many different areas there are. The centre of London measured to Charing Cross Post Office at the bottom of Charing Cross Road. Charlie Girling says it's Charing Cross. And then somebody else says the distance actually Northumberland Avenue and Charing Cross Road. The Ordnance Map organisations were based there. Who cares? It's not going to make any difference, is it? Within half a mile. Apparently gestational diabetes is normally when you're pregnant, says Sarah. Oh, I think she's done that route. I think she's been there. But apparently it sort of goes away, which is very nice. Steve, there's a small metal circle on a traffic island at Trafalgar Square, which was the site of the Charing Cross, and that was the original point used as the centre of London, says David, in Brentwood. A small metal... If you seriously think I'm going to send the boys out to go and have a look for a small metal circle... I didn't even know that... The Charing Cross Post Office, by the way, is gone. That went ages ago. That went ages ago. It's been turned into something else. It was quite a big post office, actually. Quite a big post office, but I don't think it's there. Somebody else telling me about gestational diabetic. It's a symptom caused by pregnancy. Usually resolves itself after the baby is born. Oh, right. I don't think there's a driver's awareness course for going over orange lights. I thought that was it's the speed awareness course, which is something completely different. I wasn't speeding. I was pootling along quite happily, actually, at 40, which is the speed limit on that particular road. Steve, I was once walking on holiday in Puerto de la Cruz in northern Tenerife and had the most delicious ice cream, coconut, with a cinnamon wafer. Do you know, the first time I had peppermint ice cream was in Hong Kong. Peppermint ice cream on South Beach. We came off the beach because you went to school in the morning and it was too hot to go. So in the afternoon, we all went to the beach. And very stony. You have to... as you step over all the stones to get to the water. Jellyfish all over the place. But they had an ice cream shop at the back. And they did peppermint ice cream. I remember thinking, this is a luxury. Don't know how much it costs, because obviously as children you don't pay for these sort of things. Another one here, which says, it's birthdays. I forgot to mention a birthday today. The man who inspired School's Out for Summer. Yep, believe it or not, Alice Cooper is 73 today, born Vincent Damon Fernier. He had a UK number one with School's Out. I think my brother was a big fan of Alice Cooper. He once thought he'd spent all his money on cocaine addiction, but found out his manager had put aside £2 million. And then in 2017, he discovered a priceless painting by Andy Warhol rolled up in a tube in a locker he'd forgotten buying 40 years earlier. And who is his best mate? Alice Cooper, this rocker, all this, the black eye stuff. David Cassidy. Two more unlikely people you couldn't think of actually being friends, but they were very good friends. I interviewed David Cassidy. He was, could it be forever? Which I thought was lovely. Also, it's Dara Ó Briain's birthday today. He's 49. The comedian, dubbed Terry Wogan's heir apparent as Britain's favourite Irishman, has a degree in mathematics and theoretical physics. He revealed last month he was adopted and had begun a successful search for his biological mother after being inspired by the Judi Dench film Philomena, which was a lovely film. That's all resurfaced again, hasn't it? All those nasty nuns over there doing these horrible, horrible things. Also, today, the wind of change is blowing through Africa. That was the keynote of Harold Macmillan's historic speech in Cape Town in 1960. And February the 4th, 1901. Well, you won't remember 1901. But on Saturday, a grief-stricken London saw its Queen carried for the last time through its streets and parks of her capital in the solemn magnificence of a military funeral. The royal coffin had lain all night aboard HMY Albert, and at 8:30 it was removed to the royal train, which arrived in Victoria at 2 minutes before 11. Queen Victoria's funeral. I think after Albert died, she was only ever seen in black. I don't think she wore anything else at all, only black. Miserable old bag, wasn't she? She hardly ever smiled. But she did have a 50-inch waist, because somebody bought her knickers a short while ago. Or bloomers, I think they might have called them in those days. Imagine it. It was more than a 50-inch waist. Was it 72? No, it can't have been 72-inch, heavens above. I've seen pillars supporting St Paul's Cathedral thinner than that. I know she wasn't blessed with height, but in every picture she looked miserable. She just didn't look happy. And yet she had a roving eye. If ever there was a roving eye, she had a roving eye. Albert, I don't think, was everybody's first choice, but they seem to get on okay. Connie in Stockwell says, the area where I live, it seems to me the police are controlling the lockdown. Is it the same way you live? No, not at all. Not at all. Although we did see, as we were coming in this morning, me and my driver, police had stopped 3 people riding on the pavements on those rent-a-bike things. Which is a good idea, actually, because if you're cycling around at 1:30, 1:45 in the morning, you're up to no good. That's the way I look at it, anyway. Steve, as children, they don't pay, says Justin. As adults forced home from university, they don't pay for anything either. Yes, we did get pocket money when I was at school. I got 12.5 pence a week. That's what it turned out to be. It was 2 and 6pence a week, pocket money. And you could do quite well, actually. You could do quite well on that. You could get some chews, gobstoppers. In fact, if you push the boat out, you could get a bottle of Corona. That was very flash. Very, very flash. Christmas countdown has begun, says Joseph. OK, hope you're making a note of this. 323 days, 17 hours and 30-something minutes till Christmas. Whoopee! Hope we're going to enjoy it this year, which would be quite nice. Best pies in Richmond area from Maids of Honour. Very expensive, says Astrid. I didn't know they did meat pies. I just thought they did Maids of Honour. Yes, the post office has closed, says Iceman. It's much smaller, almost opposite Simpson. I'm sure you've eaten in there. Possibly. Apparently there's actually a little plaque on the ground next to equestrian statue of Charles I in Trafalgar Square. I haven't walked through Trafalgar Square for quite some time. Mainly because we see it every day. If I come into town of an afternoon, which is highly unlikely, then I would sort of watch these ghastly people who sit there waving at people on poles. You know, I'm Yoda, or I'm this. I'm very annoying. My wife's parents, opened a fish and chip restaurant on the King's Road in the 70s and bought in ice cream from the Mansi family, became good friends of Mr. Mansi and even went to stay at the family home in Revelio on Italy's Amalfi Coast. Beautiful spot, says Chris. Yeah. Or a fish and chip restaurant. Could die happy, couldn't you? In a fish and chip restaurant that did pies as well and a sausage in batter. Or my favourite, and I keep telling people all the time, I would love actually a beef burger in batter. They used to be quite common when I was younger, but you don't seem to see them. On this day in 1987, Liberace, the pianist, died of an AIDS-related symptom. Quite a number, because you don't die of AIDS, you die of the related symptoms. And we all remember the documentary, don't we? The mayor of Las Vegas, a rather evil man, was determined to prove that Liberace died of an AIDS-related illness. So after he died, they got the hearse, they put Liberace in the back of it, they're setting off across the desert, and the mayor stopped them. Bring him back. They wanted to know what he died of. He was a rather nasty piece of work, actually, because Liberace died, as I say, of AIDS-related illnesses, but the mayor was so vile that he was determined to sort of show him up, you know, which was one of those things. But he was actually, you know, one of the best paid entertainers in Vegas. The shows were rubbish. I've seen some of them. I've got them on DVD. And it was basically a cheap show. It was just him playing the piano. He would have the folklore of Brazil or wherever they were, who were sort of just local dancers. And he played the piano, put on lots and lots of different glittery jackets and suits, and had dancing waters behind. And but he only ever played on stage. When he was working, that was all he got. Steve, Captain Sir Tom should have a military memorial service in Westminster Abbey later, says Maggie. I think we're still going with the idea, well, I think we are anyway, of naming a hospital after him, which I think would be quite nice, seeing as he's given so much to the NHS. So much. I mean, 33 million plus the gift aid, so takes it up to about 35, 36 million. Surely they can name a hospital, or build a hospital. But 250 charities have benefited, which is quite some achievement. If only we could all get to the end of our life, as I said yesterday, and have achieved exactly what he did in a matter of, you know, a few months. Morning. For the jab, you have to fill in a form. One question was, have you had a previous serious reaction to any ingredients of COVID vaccines? How fantastic. I don't think I'd know the answer to that. Depends what's actually in it, I suppose, doesn't it? Seeing as we never know. You don't actually find that, do you? You open up a tin of beans and it's got the ingredients on the side of it. You get the coronavirus or, you know, or insulin or things like that. It doesn't tell you anything at all. I've got no idea. I just have to sort of take their word for it. That's what it says on the packet. I was just looking actually at a story in the paper today, which is about too much white bread is linked to bad hearts, and also refined cereals and pasta. They were doing something on Gogglebox the other day, and one of the group of people says that at the weekend they like to mix their cereals, so they put Crunchy Nut cornflakes with Cocoa Pops. I never even thought about that, actually. Never even thought about mixing, because I try to avoid cereals because of the sugar content in them. So you have to be fairly sort of careful. Results published in the British Medical Journal found the highest category of intake was associated with 33% higher risk of serious cardiovascular events compared to the lowest intake. Honestly, life's so miserable, isn't it? It's ridiculous. Steve. Oh, somebody else saying that a hospital. Today was also the birthday of Norman Wisdom. And Mike in Windsor said, I'm a year younger than Alice Cooper. Yes, I never quite got into Alice Cooper's music. I mean, I didn't mind him at all. I was more sort of David Cassidy fan, but then I sort of met him. And I remember thinking, gosh, I remember when he came to this country and the press. I mean, he was of course from the Partridge Family, and it was a story about a musical family. But then the hits that they did on the programme turned into hits for David Cassidy. So and then he died. I mean, really quite young, I thought. But he came in to have a chat, and I can't remember what it was. He was doing something in London. Oh, that's right. They just remastered all of his hit singles, because not only was he exceptionally pretty on the programme, he had that long hair. And when he came over to this country, he had really bad skin. And so they covered him with makeup. It was about an inch thick of this sort of orange makeup. And that's all the press picked up on. But the girls absolutely went crackers for David Cassidy. Mind you, he also went crackers for the girls at the same time, which is lovely. What's this one here? Oh, a lot of people talking about, are women unfairly blamed for leading husbands astray? And there's two columnists here. One says yes, and the other one, of course, says no. I'm not sure about leaving lockdown looking 10 years younger. Only if you look after yourself. The statue, which they're thinking, I mean, I think that this is just thinking about at the moment, the fourth plinth in Trafalgar Square, would have him with his walking frame on the actual, because that's what he was famous for doing. He was famous for the walking frame. I think that would be really nice. That would put him in context. I mean, nobody's raised that amount of money before. It's phenomenal. I think that would look really good. They could make something really nice. He could be in his clothes with his medals on and everything else, make it out of bronze, and then get the walking frame, bless him. Goodness sake. We've got to do something, haven't we? Got to do something. I think that would be quite nice. Jeff Bezos now he's stepped down, hasn't he, from Amazon, I believe, because he's got lots of things that he wants to do. He's a philanthropist, which means that he'll be out there doing wonderful things. These people do this. Before it was the bloke from Apple, wasn't it? The bloke one of the people who set up Apple, Steve Jobs, who also had earned a huge amount of money. And he was also a philanthropist. What a great position to be in. What a great position. I was looking the other day, John Caulfield, I think it is, from Carphone Warehouse. And he's had this house in London. For some reason, I saw it at the programme twice. They spent a small fortune doing this house up. And he said, look, from what I've come from, this is absolutely sensational. And it was a beautiful house. Beautiful. Marble staircases, chandeliers, water that gush. I mean, just beautiful. Just beautiful. And he spent, I wouldn't like to imagine how much money. I'm sure they did tell us. But I remember just sitting there, it was just amazing. There's a driver awareness course and a speeding awareness course. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Trust me, I've been on both, says Sinead. Oh, dear, you're not good, are you? You're very naughty. Very naughty. It's like, do they not give you the opportunity of going on that and then you don't get the points, but you pay the fine? I think that's how it works anyway. Front page of the Sun today, they're offering the chance to win a caravan. Yesterday it was the Mirror offering you the chance to win what was it? Was it a Haven holiday home or something like that? Whatever it was like a chalet thing. And now a caravan with 2 years of pitch fees. Whatever they are. I don't know. Oh, that's what you have to pay, isn't it? Sort of rental. And a cow named after Posh Spice has proved it has girl power by becoming the most expensive in Europe. It sold for £262,000. And it's very... her owners... They're pedigree livestock farmers. Christine says it was literally mind-blowing and surreal. Explaining the name, she said she wasn't moody or anything like that. We just tried to link the female to the mother. Because the trouble is, I mean, proved girl power. There's no such thing as girl power. I wish they'd stop saying it. They were a group assembled by men. There was no girl power at all. And I'm quite sure, actually, that Victoria Beckham is not remotely interested in going out on tour with the Spice Girls, who might be or might not be going ever again. There's loads of pictures of people paying respects to Colonel Tom, which is lovely. The Golden Globes, of course, and looking at the marvellous, things that we've actually done. And sisters Caitlin and Lizzie talk courting and caravans on TikTok. And what they're doing is saying no kissing, no sex. The dating rules for travellers are like Bridgerton. I don't know what Bridgerton is, actually. Is this programme on the television where they're all at it like rabbits, apparently, or something? Oh, it's on Netflix, is it? Have you seen it? No. You know what it is, though, don't you? Period drama. Oh, right, OK. I didn't know that. But it's very interesting because there's these two girls here, no going to events alone. It's strange. It obviously applies differently, girls to boys. Within the traveller community. The girls, you know, can't do anything at all. No kissing, no sex. There's this, I can't remember what they call it, there's something. And, so the idea is to get married as quick as possible, get your own van, and that's what you do. You spend your life cleaning it. But the boys are off on their holidays and everything. You know, it's obviously completely different for the girls. Completely different. Completely different. They ended up with a very bad turn. Very bad turn. But, so you can't go to events alone. You can't have kissing. But they do grabbing, or somebody grabs them, I think, at the Appleby, at the Horse Fair. But, no, the boys, obviously, are laughing. What else we got? The Daily Star today are talking about the trolls spewing their bile over some of Britain's finest heroes. The sooner the government bring in the rules on this, the happier I will be. It's quite easy to find people. As I say, I managed to find one the other way. I didn't. The team managed to find the one the other day because they made a mistake. They made a mistake, and I think they've realised they've made a mistake, but I'd say the repercussions are coming. Don't worry. Mullets are back in again. Oh, please God not. Please God not. I mean, I don't mind somebody having longer hair, but not mullets. It was the most unglamorous thing ever. And apparently former Blue Peter host Richard Bacon scoffs cannabis-infused gummy bears to get mellow. Cannabis-infused gummy bears. I'd never heard of them. Bacon, who was diagnosed with ADHD, says the drug-laced sweets make time slow down. He works in Los Angeles, as you know. He moved over there some time ago, where cannabis use is legal. He said, he told Gabby Logan's podcast, I did have a few drinks last night and a couple of weed gummies. I didn't even know such a thing existed. I mean, I'm completely naive on this. He said, I just have a couple of gummies here and there. It's just more mellow. It's nothing very dramatic. Sounds very dramatic to me. Perhaps I'm incredibly naive. Perhaps I just don't understand these sort of things. But I want to know more about this letter from Paul McCartney to a fan in which he drew an early Beatles logo. Is up for sale at £4,550. Sorry, £4,500. The Let It Be singer, 78, sketched a bee with two antennae, and it was used in 1963. This company, RR Auctions of Boston, America, have the letter, and the time sale ends on February the 10th. We're up to the 4th already. £4,500. What would you do with something like that? I mean, I suppose you just look at it and get it framed. Mind you, I'd be frightened to let it out of my sight. Ant McPartland says his romantic Christmas engagement was a lovely way to end the year. Yeah, OK, whatever. I'm so bored with seeing pictures of these two. I really am. Bored beyond everything. And Anton Deck play a prank on Sir Mo Farah. Oh, I don't think we're supposed to be playing pranks, are we? After that woman got £10,000. The Runner is showing nannies round a house in a sketch on the show, but when he opens the door, there's a 70-year-old woman having a bubble bath. It was actually Mo's auntie who he didn't know was going to be there, says Deck. Oh, hilarious. So now we've ruined it for you. We've told you what it is. Now you know what it is. Don't need to watch the show. Much easier. Much easier. Drinkers from Wales are most likely to buy wine based on taste, while the English go for a bargain. Well, they really went for a bargain. I quite like the idea of going for a bargain. Although, actually, I haven't bought a bottle of wine for a long time. Well, I've bought Prosecco, but I haven't bought a bottle of wine. And talking about the mullets coming back in, this is not from this country. This is in America. New York salon owner Magda Rizko believes the dodgy 80s hairstyle is having a revival because it works so well for both men and women in the modern world. It's ghastly. Ghastly. She says it's business in the front and party at the back. Celebrities like Miley Cyrus and Rihanna have been hailed for rocking the retro look. Pennsylvania-based stylist Mikey Henger said 75% of the haircuts he does now are mullets as the trend goes global. Oh, my goodness, I can't think of anything worse. Most people who grow mullets, you know, just sort of have it and it just looks a bit odd. You used to see it on all the chat shows in America. There'd be people full of sort of... The entire audience would be people with mullets. Not something I was particularly a fan of. Robbie Williams, where is he at the moment? I can't remember. Is he in this country or elsewhere? He's using old lyrics and coffee to make new works of art. Oh, God, honestly. They all go through these balmy, mad phases, don't they? Oh, I think I'm a singer. I think I'm an artist. And I think I shall write songs. And now I can't. It's all very worrying, isn't it? Britain braced for more flood misery, I'm afraid. Heavy snow. Over in New York, heavy, heavy snow. piled up by the side of the road. It's a nightmare. They seem to get it worse than anywhere else I've ever seen. But now we say, because there's national severe weather warnings from the Met Office, as wintry downpours continue to cause more travel chaos. The Environment Agency last night had 45 flood warnings and 163 flood alerts in place. And in Scotland, they're predicting 15 inches of snow. My sympathies to everybody. My sympathies to everybody. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Only for 10 more minutes, then Nick Ferrari will be here this morning. A lot of people tell me, do you know, I've never heard of these cannabis gummy bears, which apparently seem to be rife over in America, but most of them are mad as broomsticks, aren't they? And, Steve, how much Prosecco would you typically drink at a time? Couple of glasses would be quite nice. I quite fancy it with chips, actually. I don't know why. I had some chips the other day. I got a bit excited, actually, about having triple cooked chips because they become crispy. Other chips just taste a little bit boring, actually, I'm afraid. Mullets will never make a comeback, Steve. They're best drowned in Herbie lemon juice wrapped in foil. Do you know they did a thing the other day on what you can cook in a dishwasher? Apparently there is a recipe book. You can do salmon. You can do all sorts of fish in there. You wrap it up. I saw them doing it. I'm sure I saw it on Blue Peter years and years ago. They wrapped some fish in newspaper or tin foil. I think it might have been newspaper. And put it in the dishwasher on the hot cycle. And it came out cooked. Because it doesn't take much to cook salmon nowadays. I remember thinking, that's a bit inventive. And they were showing a programme on the television yesterday of, how do they do that? How do they make dishwashers and how clever is it? And also, the one thing they said on there, if you've got a dishwasher and you put plates in, they said, do not take all the food off the plates. Put them in there with all the food still on there because the enzymes in the tablets and the powder you put in dissolve the food. And if you don't do that, it doesn't clean the plates as well. It only becomes effective when it comes into contact with food. But that doesn't make any difference. I don't have a dishwasher. Dreadful. You have a dishwasher? I can't believe you've got a dishwasher. There's two of you. Really gets blocked about once a week. Oh. Do you have to put salt in it? Yeah. You see, tablets. Oh, right. It just sounded so complicated. I thought, if I moved into a place that's got one, built in, then I can understand it. But to be quite honest with you, I mean, if you've got a dishwasher, all right, if you've got a family, but not for two people. I mean, how much food are you eating, for God's sake? What have you got, like 30 plates and knives and forks and everything else? I mean, we've got dishwashers here, but I've never fathomed out how they work. And I watched it on but I knew about the food thing. Well, I did after I watched the programme. Steve. A lot of people talking about Captain Tom should have an area in every hospital named after him. Well, that would be quite nice. If there was an area in there that could be, the memorial suite, Colonel Tom's memorial suite or the cafe or the restaurant or something, I think that's a good idea. I quite like that. Steve, Andrew and Chiswick, read the John Caldwell restored house in Mayfair, bottom 2 of Chesterfield Gardens. It looks sensational. Seriously. I don't know. The only thing I wasn't sure about was where the parking is. I'm sure it must have private parking, but it was just unbelievable place. Really lovely. Very nice indeed. Steve, have you seen Lord Nelson's spare nose in the right-hand side of Admiralty Arch? No, it's an apocryphal story. It's fake. It's fake. Have you seen that? Did you know about this? Yeah. Just as you go through Admiralty Arch, there's a spare nose for Lord Nelson. It's in the wall. It's fake. They started it some years ago. It's not. No matter what you've read on the internet, I promise you, it's fake. Everybody else talking about what we should give to Captain Tom, which I thought was lovely the other day. Kathy says, couldn't we have a national bank holiday on his birthday? We could. Did you hear one of his grandchildren phoned up to speak to James O'Brien yesterday? I thought that was quite sweet. That was very emotional. He phoned up just to say, how thrilled the family were at everything that had been said about him. But the one thing we did gather from the Piers Morgan thing is he had a bit of a roving eye for the ladies. It was quite prominent in that. Steve, so finally a worthwhile and permanent solution to the 4th plinth on Trafalgar Square. For somebody who reached out to the hearts of all of us during some very dark days, thoroughly deserves a place. Yes, I mean, having looked at the picture of it, excuse me, it looks fantastic. But it's got to be with his walking frame. And then people would say, oh, who's that? If it was just him, it wouldn't mean anything. But because of the walking frame and because we came to associate that with him, that would be the thing that would, I'm sure that people have submitted plans already, because it would be a brilliant idea. Very, very brilliant. Picture of Boris outside number 10 Downing Street, clapping. But now 10 million people have had the... That's a fifth. Just about a fifth of the adult population. It's a colossal achievement, and they've had at least one vaccine dose. You've got to have 2 vaccine doses. But listen, we're heading in the right direction. We've just got to stop these stupid students going to parties and all the other people who don't understand what the term lockdown is and do not go here, do not go there. It's so annoying. I mean, it really is, because that could set us back a little bit. Let's hope not. Because I'm sure that you think the same as everybody else, that we want this thing to be over and done with and we want to get back to normality. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with a mask on, thank you very much indeed. Hiding my beauty. I want to make people see us. I want to enjoy the huggings and the things like that. We want to enjoy Christmas. And I know that tons of you listening, because you've written in to tell me, can't wait for holidays. They say it's driving you mad. More relationships split up. At the moment, I mean, the results are not good because people can't stand each other, which is even odder, isn't it? And so the family are out there clapping for him. I mean, bless his heart. Listen, he was 100. There's not going to be many of us going to make it to 100, and for what he achieved, it was just amazing. No more Ab Fab. Who says so? Joanna Lumley. She says it's unlikely to return to the screens. Because it wouldn't be the same without June Whitfield. I agree. Joanna is 74. Joanna Lumley, 74. She revealed that Jennifer Saunders is reluctant to bring the sitcom back again. Oh, good. I'm pleased. I see that as a tribute, really, to June Whitfield. Joanna says, I don't think there'll be any more Ab Fabs because Jennifer said she doesn't want to do it. And it was just, you can't do it without June Whitfield. And I think as a tribute to her, I think almost like doing the what's it once, the hotel thing. What was the hotel with Basil? Fawlty Towers. They got as far as 13 shows, and I think that was, let's stop it now. You can't go back on to do something. I think you should leave it. You leave at the top of your game, and that's the way it works out. My favourite David Cassidy song, Steve, has to be The Last Kiss. I don't know it. See, I'm the early Cassidy stuff, which I liked. Apparently, cannabis gummies are popular in the UK too. I tried some gummies in Canada where it's legal, much nicer and healthier than smoking it. I'd never even heard of these things. Lord of Arf. But, people seem to know about it. Richard Bacon obviously seems to like being in that sort of separate kind of world to just about everybody else. Talking of everybody else, I'm going to leave you for this morning. As you know, I have 2 podcasts every single day, except on Sunday when there's only one. We get the full show, and then we get my Little Bit Extra, which is a rather gentle, chiding kind of programme against certain celebrities. Believe it or not, today, as I say, you'll be so excited to discover on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Gemma Collins is back with Arj. Are you surprised? No. Do you care? No. Clearly perfect for each other. Sad and very lonely. Prince Harry wants to keep his military titles after reports he might lose them. You can't be a one leg in, one leg out, Harry, without doing the hokey cokey. Make your mind up. And Katie Price tells the influencers over in Dubai to get a job. Quite nice to start off with. We got a good programme this morning, because I never know. I never know at all. But the one thing I did know is that, do you remember we had the disco lights? Day one, we only did it twice, we had the disco light in the studio, which we thought was great. But when you look at it back on my Steve Allen Twitter page, at Steve Allen Show, it looks as though we've cut it and edited, but we haven't. That's exactly what it does all by itself. It just happens to throw shapes around the room and lights and all the rest of it. So we liked that one. And that was the disco light. Then the other day we had the galaxy light, which is lots of little pinpricks of green lights with this sort of Milky Way kind of thing through sort of the middle of it, which changes colour, or you can stick it on a fixed colour. And we liked that one as well. And I said it'd be quite nice if we got 10,000 hits on it. Well, on the first one, we got 18,700 views. And on the Galaxy Light, which we've now affectionately called it, 14,700. So in total, just over 2 days, we got 34,500 views. Which is just, it's not bad, is it? Honestly. I'm very impressed by you. Very impressive. But it does look pretty. And it's amazing, actually, it's an age thing for the Galaxy light, because I think that's very therapeutic. It's very, you could lie there and just sort of have some nice music playing or something and just watch these lights moving around the room. I think that's a good idea. So we gave the first one to Corey, and the Galaxy light went to Jake. And, you're very welcome. And then the other day I bought my friend Dom some Ferrero Rocher, because he'd confessed rather stupidly to me to say, I like Ferrero Rocher. And I went to Costco to deliberately look for the box that they do, which has got half milk chocolate, half plain chocolate, and the other half white chocolate with coconut bits on. But they didn't have that one. Perhaps it's only a Christmas treat. So I bought him the other one. It was quite nice. He just said to me a minute ago, he said, you'll have to sort of let me know if something I can get you. So I'm doing a list. Checking it twice. Going to find out who's naughty or nice. But apart from that, thank God we've made it to the weekend. Thank God we're on Friday. Thank goodness, we can relax a little bit for the weekend. It's the promising signs in the paper are that they're talking about outdoor sports and socialising, said to be some of the first things to come back after the schools go back. So it's all You just yawn? And just started the programme and he's yawned, honestly. You'd think at 4:05 in the morning people would have been to bed, wouldn't you? What time did you go to bed yesterday? Did you go to bed early yesterday or late yesterday? You went late. Oh, really? Oh, that's not very good, is it? And what time did you get up then, yesterday evening? Did you get up 9 p.m? Well, it was about 9:20 the day before, wasn't it? Are you eating when you get in? Probably, yes. I should imagine. You had a Toblerone, woo, and just the kind of thing to send you off to bed, isn't it, really? Which is lovely. So I just needed a slurp of tea just to sort of warm my... It's so cold in the studio. Even with the disco lights the other day, it looked very pretty. It's still a cold studio, so I shouldn't complain about it. Hopes of better times ahead for businesses, which is what we like. And my driver this morning was telling me that they'd had somebody knock on the door the other day. Their face was covered. They were wearing a fluorescent jacket, and they were offering free COVID tests. They said they were from the council in Ilford. And I've never heard of people knocking on the door to offer COVID tests. I really haven't. And so I said, you need to check with the council and possibly report it to the police. Luckily, they've caught them on CCTV, because I think this might be a way of people gaining access to your house to rob you. Might be genuine, but, err on the side of caution. But it just seems odd, doesn't it, that they turn up and go, oh, we're doing free COVID jabs and tests and all. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. So if in doubt, check with the police. You might find other people have had exactly the same thing. Also, Steve, minus 30 to minus 40 on the weekend here in Alberta, in Canada. Minus 30. I don't think we'd bother going out. I would just I'd be sitting on the fire, I think, at that sort of kind of thing. The logs burning. There's something very therapeutic about when we went to the Arctic Circle years ago, to go and see Father Christmas. You're not managing very well at all this morning, are you, really? But it doesn't matter. Have a piece of chocolate, that'll liven you up. And we went to the Arctic Circle, where it was about, on one of our worst days, it was minus 30. And I didn't think things could get any colder than minus 30. But when you were inside, it was so warm. It's only when you went outside and it was so cold, the snow didn't form into snowballs. It becomes like powder because it's too cold. But it was stunningly beautiful. Stunningly beautiful. It was just absolutely amazing. Everywhere, this clean... Because once it snows once, it doesn't continually snow. It then stops. But it's that sort of coldness that stays with you. And everything freezes. Every hair in your nose, every hair in your ear. And it really feels uncomfortable. And even on the skidoos, we took skidoos out on one evening. And they've got heated handlebars. Well, that doesn't make the slightest difference. Your hands are so numb, you've barely got the strength to undo your zip to go for a wee. It's like weeing an icicle. It's absolutely freezing. Very, very cold. So when you say in Canada it gets down to minus 30, minus 40, I know what that's like, roughly, with the wind chill, but it's so pretty. So pretty. New York, they've had terrible snow drifts. Over here, we might have snow. They've said tomorrow, and I think they've said Sunday and Monday. But whether that's up north, I don't know, or whether we're going to get something like that down here. I don't mind. It's just that your car gets filthy. I'm waiting for the car washes to open. My favourite car wash, which is up by Kingston Bridge, Hampton, hasn't opened for a few weeks now, and I'm desperate for it to open just to get the car washed, which is probably not a major thing in the scheme of things, but it's just that I like a clean car, you know, like a clean machine. That's what I want. And I do get a bit of sort of, you know, stuff from the wheels coming up on the back finial, I don't know what it's called, back bit of the car or something, and I always think, I can't wait to get the car washed. When it's been washed and dried, it looks really nice, and I like it. I never hoover the inside, because I don't make a mess inside the car, but it is a good place to keep your bottles of water. So I keep a case of water in the back of the car, which chills it down perfectly, absolutely perfectly. But you know what I'm like with cold water? One sip of cold water, I'm into the loo as fast as I can go. It's terrible, really. I don't know why it should be cold water, but it is one of those things. In the papers today, the pain of losing a pet in the pandemic. I mean, some people it's like losing a child. For some people, they get very, very affected. And surprise, surprise, well, here's the no surprise of the day. Do you remember the restaurant that old Rita Ora, remember her, stupid woman, gave a bung to, courtesy of her people, so that they would stay open for her, knowing that they shouldn't have been open. But she offered a £5,000 bung, and the manager said he couldn't resist it. He doesn't work at the restaurant anymore. They've finally got rid of him, and the Metropolitan Police were calling for the restaurant to have its licence taken away. It has been, by Kensington and Chelsea Council, for 6 weeks. What a kick in the ribs that one is. 6 weeks, because we're in a pandemic. They're locked for the next 6 weeks anyway. So, in other words, no hardship for that restaurant. No hardship at all. So, and Rita Ora, as I say, still the stupidest person in the entire world, as far as I'm concerned. However, we have got other stories about Beijing attacking its fake news on the day that Ofcom stops its state broadcasting company from broadcasting here. It's only got a tiny audience, really. And addicts, more likely to die early. 500,000 people spend about £1,000 a month on betting. And they've said that, I mean, there was one man, I'm always amazed at how much money people can get themselves into trouble with. I remember buying some lottery tickets a short while ago, and back came a little thing saying, are you sure that you're okay with gambling this much money? Because what I do is I buy tickets for a month or 2 months in advance. So I might spend £300. I might spend £150 a month on tickets. It depends how I'm feeling. Some months I completely forget to do it. As you can imagine, I bought some tickets for tonight because it's 110 million. And I've already worked out what I'm going to spend it on. So if I don't win it, I'm going to be in a very bad mood by the time we get to Sunday. Because I've already decided that I'm going to, with 110 million, I'm going to put 100 million in the bank for a rainy day. And 10 million I'm going to spend on giving people some money. You know, they don't have to thank me. They'll just be getting some money. Straight in for a tenner. I'm telling you now, Jake. Please don't say anything. Do not, sort of get too excited about the whole thing. And then I shall make some bequests to different charities. And then I shall look around and think, well, I'll go and buy a house now in Regent's Park. Probably spend up to 30 mil. I mean, at my age, why not? For goodness sake. I mean, I'm not going to live till I'm 90 or 100 like Captain Tom. So I could spend up to 30 million just to say that you've done it. What's the point of going through life and having 100 million sitting in the bank when you're not going to enjoy it? People who always say that, the ones who really annoy you. Oh, I've just won all this money. It's not going to change me. Well, give it back. Because the whole idea of winning money on the lottery is to change you. It's to change you. It's to give you a look at a new life. I mean, to be honest with you, nobody would know that I'd ever won. Nobody would know that I'd ever won at all, because if I bought another house or I changed the car, what difference would it make? They'd just go, that's what he does. Oh, honestly, you make such a drama over it, don't you? Just having to bring 3 bowls up, balancing them, with jelly beans. Not jelly beans, jelly bellies. What are they called, jelly bellies? Well, there's living proof. Jelly bellies. And then, of course, Corey was going on the flavours. Oh, what flavour is this one? Do you have is there a chart? No, there's not. And so, well, there is a chart. I told you it's on the side of the jar. But I'm not. I'm not going to let you look at it. I bought you a present though. Here we go. Very useful for home. It's a torch. Yes, it's magnetised and it's got a handle at the top. Look how bright it is. Ready? Shh! You will answer my questions. Isn't that good? Battery, and it stands. It'll go at an angle. Or you can hang it upside down from the ceiling, or whatever it happens to be. And it's very useful in case of those little emergencies at home. You know when sometimes the electric goes off, and you go, oh, for goodness sake, the electric's gone off. can we find a candle or a torch? No, well, this one, I've got one in the kitchen. And I just sort of have it hanging in the kitchen, so... It's battery operated, yes. So you can use it as an emergency light. It's cordless, magnetic, swivel hook, quick and easy, lighting anywhere. And the battery's already in it. It attaches to... you could put it on the roof of your car. And you could, you could do that. That'd be quite good. Just paint it blue. But I saw it and I thought, I know who will like that. Corey will like that. He's impressed by little cheap things. And this is a little cheap thing. So I bought it. It's called Handy Bright from JML. JML. I only bought it because it was reduced. Wasn't going to buy it at full price, that's a fact. And we've got apples today, and we've got some what do they call them? These oranges, the Satsuma type things. What do they call the blooming things? Nardicots, thank you. Honestly, it's hopeless when you can't remember things, isn't it, really? Sometimes I forget my own name, as if 'twere possible. And there's the... That's all the different flavours on the back of the thing. That's how many different flavours there are, OK? There's a good Eddie Mair clip. How do you know? How do you know? Oh, it's the one he played... Oh, right. Oh, OK. Oh, did you hear? You didn't hear. We've got over 33,000 hits on the disco thing. And the other one, the two together, over 33,500 or something. 33,500 views. I tell you... We are the people. We are the people. Steve Allen, this is Early Breakfast. This is LBC. And Patsy Kensit and Gary Kemp apparently were too busy to enjoy fame in the 1980s. So they enjoy it sort of later in life. I think we all know Patsy Kensit really enjoyed a bit of life in the 80s. Ruth Langsford said she'll need a bigger fridge for Eamon Sweet too. So she has the skimmed milk and salmon, and he's got Wotsits, every fattening thing known to man. And apparently they're going to transform the garage. Second time I've heard this. It obviously takes a lot of money to transform the garage into a gymnasium so they can exercise together. Might be useful to get him out walking. That'd be the best one. Wayne Lineker, another business failure. Is just, I mean, I think he's just declared bankrupt over his so-called nightclubs. You knew the moment you saw him, you knew he was a failure, didn't you? Not so good. Jason Manford wants a snog with Nicola Sturgeon. I'm sure she's really taken with that idea. Good old Jason Manford with his track record. And the clergyman, who I mentioned briefly, but it's now escalated. He's facing the sack after calling the clap for Captain Sir Tom Moore a cult for white British nationalism. This buffoon is actually within the Church of England. A complete idiot. He's running a church, I think, All Hallows, near the Tower of London, and he's had to delete his tweet and everything else. I mean, why is it you get idiots? You know, to me, makes no difference whether he's a priest, or anything else. You can be just as much of an idiot as a priest as you can of a doctor. It's as simple as that. Richard Hammond was once so broke he had to sell his motorcycle to buy toilet paper. It's ridiculous. Everybody used newspaper, didn't they, I think? And families who buy groceries from small grocery shops are paying over £300 a year more than the supermarket shoppers. What do they come up with that? I mean, surely everybody knew that. There's a penny or 2 pence put onto different items, sometimes more. Kit Kat have launched a zebra-striped version of the favourite chocolate bar, which is like the marbled effect, which I quite like the look of. And Yorkshire puddings rise to the top. Actually, I had some lovely beef the other day in a tomato sauce, which was very nice. And I had that with mushrooms and sprouts and ready-made mashed potato, because I can't be bothered to make it myself. What's the point? That's what supermarkets make it for. It's for people like me. Much better. And then Four Houses was sort of sitting there quite happily until all of a sudden the house behind them, the wall collapsed, and half a ton of garden fell into their garden. Nottinghamshire Council are going round to investigate. Well, I've just told you what it is. You don't need to go and investigate. That'll be a year-long process, won't it? Nigella Lawson says we're living in a crueler world. Do you think so? Think we're living in a cruel world? I'd like to think not. I like to think that we've all pulled together, not all of us. A couple of buffoons out there. I get some stupid one who wrote to me the other day. I don't know where he comes from, but I'm assuming it's some sort of home for the bewildered. And he said, why have you not criticised Sir Tom for taking that holiday to, was it Barbados, the Bahamas, or somewhere like that? And I thought, I can't be bothered to explain to the terminally stupid, because he took that holiday long before we went into lockdown. Long before. It was done before they'd even thought about, let's go into lockdown on holidays. But you can't, if you're called, Andrew, and he's got a surname, which I might get round to later, you're obviously stuffing with a handicap to start with because you're an idiot. It was well known that Colonel Tom had taken that holiday long before they went into lockdown, but obviously poor Andrew doesn't know that. Thicko. Nothing worse, is there? But mind you, my favourite story, and, you have to take it all with a pinch of salt, is that Kylie is engaged. That's what the man she's going to get married has said. Well, his mother has said it. Kylie's gone, it's not true. I mean, fancy saying that. Kylie's going, what do you mean getting? What's your mother saying this for? Oh, she's had a drink. You can't go around saying things like that. Mind you, it depends what the Sun said. I don't think Kylie will ever get married. I'd be very, very surprised. She looks to me like she is the eternal singleton. She'll go out with people, and by God, she's been out with a few people. And it's a case of, why would she want to get married and be tied down to one person? If you're in show business, you're very fickle. Very fickle. It's very easy to fall in love with people and to have affairs. That's why most people in the business are having affairs. Whether it's online. I seem to remember, wasn't it Jason Manford some years ago started doing, let's just call it stuff on the internet, which was a lot easier. We were going to book him for this programme, then we decided maybe not to. Will Guyett says, thank God it's Friday. Used to be thank Crunchy it's Friday, didn't it? But, no, you're quite right. I got quite excited this morning when I woke up. That's not a rarity. And I remember thinking, what have I got to look forward to today? And I thought, it's Friday. It's Friday. I've got a couple of bob in my pocket. I can go out there, I can get fish and chips. I can do another one. I know. But I probably won't, because it means walking to it, and I don't really fancy that. I'd rather go Marks and Spencer's when I get home and get some beef. It's like a ragu. I don't know what a ragu is, but it's a bit like a ragu, and it comes with little mushrooms and everything else. But I just bought extra mushrooms, and the sauce was delicious. With the mashed potato, and I sat down and ate it. I did all my phone calls yesterday. I was quite happy about doing phone calls. And a friend of mine phoned, called Kevin Hughes, who used to do all our show business, but he's a DJ as well now. And we were having a long chat about the future. Basically, I think we put the world to rights quite quickly. Then I spoke to my friend Steve, who is quite high up at a certain bank, and he's opening an account for me, because it's very difficult to open a company account at the moment. The banks are very reluctant to open company accounts. The reason being, they've got their fingers burnt before. So a lot of banks go, no, we're not opening any new ones at the moment. But he, very kindly, because he has the authority, has done it for me. So I had a long chat to him, and I've known him for about... It must be at least 20 years. At least 20 years. I knew him because he used to run my branch over in Enfield. And we've been out and had a few bevies on a few occasions, and that's what we're looking forward to this time round. So hopefully before Christmas we will get in, food and beverage and puddings and just going back to normality. It's all I want. I don't ask for anything else. I want to make sure I can sort of enjoy it before I become too gaga to actually go and enjoy it at all. If it runs another year, I don't know what I'm going to do. But we were talking about it, and I was sort of saying, I'm very good. I go out and I put my mask on. I go in shops. My mask is on all the time because I've walked into the shop with the mask on. I don't have to sort of ferret around like some idiots. Oh, look, here's my mask. It's on my wrist because I breathe through my fingers. There are some really dumb people out there, and it's people like that I just look at and think, my God, you're thick. But then I got this bloke talking about, how to sort of avoid the scam callers, the people who, it's a call centre. If up on my mobile it comes no ID or number withheld or something like that, I know it's not somebody I know, because I've got all the people I know's number in my phone. So if, my bank phone me or, any of my friends, up comes their name. It's as simple as that. If it's something that doesn't come up, it'll either be a callback from the cab company to check on service and all that kind of stuff, which reminds me I must speak to them today, and but then I ignore them. And this bloke was going into lurid details of how you save, when you pick up the phone, the moment you say hello, that then notifies them in this call centre that somebody's picked up the phone and it's a human voice. Well, I mean, why would you want to go through this charade? What a waste of time. Total waste of time. Just don't answer the phone. If it's somebody important who is known to you, they will leave a message. If it's a call centre, they won't leave a message. And if they do come up with a number you don't recognise, you put it into Google and it will tell you who it is. It's not difficult, but he went into this long diatribe about, and if you just pick up the phone and don't say anything, they don't know what to do. And I think, why are you wasting your life? Why don't you just leave the phone ringing, push answer phone, and let them leave a message? They won't leave an answer phone message, I promise you. Bottle of local Prosecco at my local shop, 12 quid, in Asda, 8. You do the math. It's true. Steve, I haven't answered my landline for some years, but it's on answer phone 24/7. These overseas scammers are usually auto dialers, which can't differentiate between a live or an answer phone pickup. So your number is stored live, but they won't leave a message. They won't leave a message at all. So that's it. And I haven't used my home phone for the past 5 years. I have a home phone, but I use my mobile for everything. I use my mobile. I don't use the home phone at all. It's interesting, isn't it, really? Steve says, Bev, we needed your torch last night when all the power went off in Harold Wood. You needed my torch. You needed my torch yesterday. It's really good, isn't it? Look at that, honestly, so easily pleased. Don't shine it in your face. Goodness sake, it's not a sun lamp. You're not going to sort of walk away from it with a different colour skin. Although, actually, you might, knowing your luck. The front page of The Sun this morning, well, here is the turn-up for the books. Katie Price says she's disabled, which is very odd. After breaking her feet in a freak accident, she fell over a wall. I mean, why that would be anybody's fault apart from hers, I've got no idea. She's been told she'll never wear heels again or walk for more than 20 minutes a day. How much do you want to walk, dear? And so, of course, she's made a big drama out of this. I mean, a complete drama. She said here she's sent off for a blue badge so she can park close to the shops. Well, what doctor's going to sign that one off? And she's also seeking legal advice about her injury. She said, I will never be the same. Well, I've got a picture of you walking with Harvey the other day, dear, so how does that happen? They went out the other day for a day of train spotting, so she quite clearly is able to walk. It's a miracle. She can walk for only 20 minutes. I waddle, she says, like a duck. And then I can't do fun things with the kids anymore. What, you balancing them on your feet or something? What's going on? What is happening? What is happening? She said, maybe I can do a bike ride or run the marathon. When she said, I'll never be able to do the marathon again or another sky jump. Why not? I've known people in wheelchairs do this kind of thing. So she said, the accident has changed my life. Well, sorry, you fell off the wall. It's not a good thing to do. But then now she's in a wheelchair, but yesterday she wasn't in a wheelchair. She was walking with Harvey. So it's almost just like, which bit of publicity, and the papers are going, listen, we don't want to do COVID again. You can't do Colonel Tom. Why can't you do Colonel Tom? Because he's not with us. But who is the biggest dimwit on the planet? Rufus Hound. Rufus Hound is positive for coronavirus. And the other day, he took his 2 children on an outing. That was hours after being swabbed. He's positive, so he's out of the Dancing on Ice, and he takes them to Hampton Court Palace. Bozo, what are you doing? A source said it was clear he didn't want to be seen. He had his hood up and sunnies on. He was tested Tuesday, and the rules state you must isolate until you know your result. And he went out waiting the result. I mean, we always thought you were a bit thick, pal, but we didn't think you were that dangerous. So he took the 2 kids out for an outing. Government guidelines make it clear those tested should not leave home until they get their results, or face £1,000 fine him. £1,000, apparently. How stupid. There's no more skaters left on standby. In fact, they're so desperate now that they've had to bring in somebody called Matt Richardson. Who, for goodness sake, is that? Matt Richardson? A BBC guy? God, blimey, honestly. Apparently he's a comedian. I've never seen him before. And so they brought him in to the show full of has-beens. It really is very embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, that's all they've got now. And also pro skater Vicky Ogden will replace Hound and Robin Johnson. Well, I mean, if Rufus Hound really was that stupid the other day going to Hampton Court Palace, you need to be fined. You need to get a visit from the police, because either we're having a rule in this country or we're not. And it's people like him that are spreading it. That's how dangerous it is. That's why they make it £1,000. Did you see that dimwit footballer had his hair cut the other day by a professional hairdresser? You can get somebody, your mate to do it for you, but I mean, you might look like a dog's dinner at the end, or you might not. And the footballer's been fined £200. He was in a transfer fee worth £40 million. £200? Hello? Laugh? Ha ha. 5 minutes to 5, welcome to Friday. It's the day of the week that you can go, yeah, and just forget about, how sort of bad everything is out there. Mind you, it might not be bad for everybody, but I should imagine there's an awful lot of people. Roger says, in 2007, I made £100,000 on a house sale, and that changed my life immensely. Can you imagine what 110 million would do? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, believe you me. I've said to the boys, 100 quid each. I'm not going to mess around here. 110 million, and then I pick the clothes they're wearing. I think that kind of sums it up. Want to work on the Steve Allen show, then, no, not 10 million each, no. I would never say that live on a radio programme. That could possibly be seen as a binding contract. I'm not silly. No, 100 quid for each of you. No questions asked, cash money. And I know what you do, you go and blow it on a haircut, something like that. Because Corey is known for spending money on haircuts. Not that it ever makes the slightest difference. Perhaps they'll be opening those shortly. Hairdressers' salons, which would be quite nice. And yes, how often do you wash your hair? Do you wash your hair sort of every day or daily? Good Lord. Do you take it off and put it in the sink, or do you sort of leave it on your head? I know, you are awful, but I like you. Steve, on February the 5th, 1924, the Greenwich time signal first broadcast. Do I sound sad? Do I really care about the Greenwich time signal? I've got an atomic clock in my kitchen. And it's on the wall and it's in red. And it's very cheap. It was like 12 quid. But it picks up the signal from Greenwich or something, or from the satellite or whatever it is. And so it always keeps perfect time. Isn't that good? Isn't that very exciting? You're not bothered, are you? You couldn't really care less. You really couldn't give a forex about, my atomic clock in the kitchen. And whenever the clocks go forward or backwards, I have to change loads of clocks. Some of them are automatic. But is it stylish? No, it's just a clock. It just tells the time. It's got the clock face. It's in red. I got it on Amazon. I think it was about $12.99, $11.99. Because my last one gave up. That was a big white one. Clock. And it was and I quite liked it, actually. I think I'm impressed by size. I've decided, because when I got this one in the post, I have to be honest with you, I was a little bit disappointed. Katie Price on Loose Women today. Oh, of course, I realised that's what the 5th was. They've got her coming in again so they can fawn over her, as usual. So that'll be interesting, won't it? So you've got a disabled badge. I can't remember what the criteria is for a disabled badge, but I've had heart surgery and I don't qualify. Because apparently it means that you can't walk more than... I forget what it is. There is a limit. I wouldn't have thought 20 minutes walking qualified you for a disabled badge. And it's got to be approved by your doctor. Your doctor has then got to come back and go, yes, I think this person qualifies for it. She's only just got her licence back, hasn't she? She was barred from driving. So it'll be interesting to see how she turns up on Loose Women and what she comes up with. Unfortunately, what happens on Loose Women is because they sort of sit there in due reverence and she basically takes over the programme and it ruins the programme for everybody else. Beverly Turner has ripped into Piers Morgan in a spat over the clapping for Colonel Tom. They started exchange. This insulting thing between celebrities goes on all the time. James O'Brien's constantly having spats with people online. And I think I've never done that at all. Or if somebody ever says anything, I just delete them. And block them. Well, actually, I don't block. Because they know if you block them, I mute them. So they don't know. So they keep writing to nobody, basically. But Bev... said she would not be joining in the tribute. I mean, she said, he was sort of, brilliant and he was marvellous and everything else, but he blocked her. Piers Morgan blocked her. I think he's probably blocked. I mean, I blocked loads of people. Doesn't make any difference really. And she then shot back. Must have touched a nerve. It's funny though, isn't it? I mean, some people agree with things, some people don't agree with things. And she said that they did a brilliant job. It's great he lived to 100. It's awesome that he got one last fab holiday, but I'm not clapping in the street to maintain the fear that imminent death is all around and we're all in this together. We're not. And then Piers retweeted and went, this is pathetic. She then retweeted back, what exactly do you think we're being asked to think about when we clap? A feverishness of fear. Most people are still not at risk of dying. Actually, the funny thing was, well, not funny, but he wasn't afraid of dying. He had no fear of dying whatsoever. In fact, he said in all of his interviews, he said it to Piers Morgan, he said, I'll be seeing people that I haven't seen for ages. He's looking forward to a catch-up. And I would think that I will be found at the milkshake bar in heaven, hot dog in one hand, quarter pounder with cheese in the other, and a strawberry milkshake, double size. And I'll be catching up with all my old friends who I knew from years and years ago. Dale will try and muscle in, usual fag in hand and all the rest of it. Just sort of a joke. Anyway, so, I quite fancy the idea of a milkshake bar. I don't know why they don't have one. When I read A Town Called Alice, you ever read that, A Town Called Alice? Or Town Like Alice? Neville Shute, very good. It was about a woman, and she was a prisoner of war, and the Japanese were marching them through, and they met some Australian soldiers who were very kind to them and got them one of the Japanese colonel's chickens, and so they flayed him. He didn't die, but they flayed him alive because he'd stolen the chicken to give to the women to eat because they didn't have any. And eventually the war finished, and they were just left with one poor Japanese soldier to look after them, and he died. So they were stuck by themselves. They didn't know where to go or what to do. And so she came back to England, and her, I think, solicitor called her in and said, listen, you've been left some money by so-and-so, so-and-so. And so she decided that because the Australian boys in the army were so good to them, and all these women, many of whom died on these marches, they just they didn't know where they were going to. They just set them off on a march. And she went back there, and she'd always seen Alice Springs as a Bonza town. Bonza was good. And so she wanted to set up very similar. So it was a town like Alice. And the first thing she did was the people wanted an ice cream parlour. So she set up an ice cream parlour and staffed it with local people. Then she set up a drapery shop so the women could make dresses. And then she opened a swimming pool. And so she basically owned the town. It was such a good film, actually. Such a good film. And many of you will now be going, I remember that one. I remember. That's it was such a good book, but the film, I think it was Virginia McKenna who starred in this country, but it was the fact that, it was one of those good wartime films. We had some good wartime films. Ian Payne to have the vaccine on Tuesday, says Kath. How does he qualify? How old is he? How does he get the vaccine? I've got no idea. It seems to be all a bit of a mess, doesn't it, all over the place? It's coming home. Cadbury's Dairy Milk's coming home from being produced in Germany back to the UK. It's still an American company. Kraft, isn't it, who own that? And I've got a bird clock in the kitchen, Steve, to learn birdsong. I still don't know them all, says Jackie. I've seen a bird clock. I've seen it, and it sort of does different, or all those were exactly the same bird. It's just have you noticed, whenever they do a link-up now, it's not Pavey. Oh, it's not Penny, it's Dale. Is it? Well, how's he managed to get it? See, I don't quite understand that. He's younger than I am. I'm type 2 diabetic, exactly the same. I'm not sure if he injects. He might not even inject. How's he got it? Yeah, I bet he's paid for it. Can you pay for it? Can you not? I think you can. I think you can. You want to put money on it? You want to put money on it? How much money? Before you check on the internet, do you want to put money on it? How much do you want to put on? Go on, do me £1,000. I'll take £1,000 bet with you. You can pay for it. Go on, you going to go for it? Go on, go for it. But don't keep your fingers crossed, because that's cheating. That means it's not legally and binding. Yeah, did you not read it? We did the story on the programme a few weeks ago. I'm surprised you didn't remember it. I do all the stories. And it was people spending £40,000, and they were flying out to America, to Dubai. I didn't say, no, I just said, can you pay for it? And you went, no. Well, you can pay for it. You can get a flight out there, you get a holiday, and he's not flying. Well, then where's he getting it from? How is he qualified? Yeah. I knew you were wrong. So, are you going to do, are you going to be sending me the £1,000 as a cheque, or shall I take it in instalments? La 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 la. Henry. Oh, God, honestly. He says, I'm not talking to Dawn Neeson anymore. That takes his quota of friends down to 1. And he says, because yesterday she called my jumper grim on Twitter, and James O'Brien said it looked like it was my first day on scout camp. Well, it was certainly camp. I don't know whether it was scouting or not. Did he say that? That's absolutely outrageous. Some of the outfits he turns up in, Stig of the dump. Stig of the dump. Whereas Dawn is always immaculately turned out. Immaculate. I don't think I've ever seen a picture where she's not looking pristine. She looks as though she's been dipped in a dry cleaning machine and then taken out, whereas the two I work with, I mean, seriously, I shouldn't imagine they've ever been in a dry cleaners. When was the last time we went to a dry cleaners? Man who owes me £1,000. Legally binding, I think. You're fine. Legally binding. You didn't have to sign anything, mate. Verbal agreement. Verbal agreement. I think I've got a witness, because he's on. I'll give you 500 quid, okay? All you got to do is tell me about it. So, have you ever been in a dry cleaners? Once. See? People don't go to dry... Have you ever been oh, no, forget it. No chance. No chance. Whereas I go in there twice a week. Twice a week, yeah. Because he does all my washing... Oh, you didn't push the button on that one. Oh, for God's sake. Have you heard of humour? God in heaven. I'm going to repeat it again now, just to annoy you throughout the programme. It's what... Well, what did you think it was? It's women's work. Women should be in the kitchen all the time, cooking food for us, and then doing the ironing and the cleaning. Honestly. You never said that to your girlfriend? Make the bed. Cook my food. Run my bath. I bet you've never run a bath yourself, have you? I bet you've never done that. I bet you have to. She probably goes, it's ready. And then you go, okay, I shall be some time. You can come in and you can do my back for me. I'll retrieve the flannel. And now blasphemy. Honestly, you've added blasphemy to it. Not only do you owe money to somebody, but you blaspheme as well. It's outrageous on a Friday. On a Friday! Honestly, I'm going straight to communion. Train driver Ian says, if you won 110 million, would you still carry on doing the show? Of course. Absolutely, without a shadow of... Yeah, I had to think about that the other day, actually. You're not the first person who's asked. I normally get asked about every 5 minutes. You wouldn't stop work, would you? And the answer is probably not. Probably not. What would you do if you stopped work? There's nothing to do. You can't go out and eat. You can't... there's nothing you can do. Can't go to a fun fair. You can't go to a... What are you doing? Sit up properly. Sit up properly. Try and look as though you're producing. Goodness sake, honestly. Getting so bad that the poor AP is not only having to do all the podcasts and cut bits out left, right and centre, but he's also having to sort of mastermind the programme. You didn't even know what the fader was a short while ago. I seem to remember on the last break. You pulled the fader down, obviously forgetting completely where you were. Sit up straight. You don't find me slouching down in my seat. Sit up properly. Move the chair up. Properly move the chair up. Goodness sake, honestly, very slovenly. Supposed to maintain some sort of dignity on the programme. John in Smithfield says, I'm 45 with no underlying health issues and I'm getting the vaccine next Thursday. How does it work? I mean, I don't understand how that works. I mean, are there sort of some councils who are offering it or not? I've been to the dry cleaners once, Steve, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, by mistake. How can you go to the dry cleaners by mistake? That's hilarious. Steve, what's happening is people are getting texts through and thinking it's their appointment. Oh, didn't one council make a big mistake a short while ago? They were supposed to send them out to NHS workers, these applications to get your COVID jab, and they sent it out to teachers by mistake. And so they basically said, we're going to have to stop these because it's supposed to be going to somebody else. That's what's going, so that's good. Steve, very good film, A Town Like Alice. I've never been to Alice Springs, says Shane in Sydney. Bit too far away. So that's the trouble, we automatically assume that if you're in Australia, you've been to Alice Springs. I mean, it's probably changed a lot. In the early days, it was just a dirt track down the middle. And then in A Town Like Alice, it was the swimming pool, the ice cream parlour, because they worked on the assumption that because it was so hot out there, what did people want at the end of a hot day? Ice cream sundaes. And so they did ice cream with fruit salads, Coke floats, all those sort of things. And of course, if people had that, then they wanted to go to a swimming pool to cool off. So she opened a swimming pool. And, it's fantastic. I loved it. I might go and watch that film again today, actually. I've got it somewhere. Can't remember where it is now. I have to go and buy things twice. The Torch sounds very good, says Caroline. I think they're $9.99, Caroline. I think you can probably find them. They're cheap on JML, and you can buy them in Robert Dias as well. So just go online. You can you'll find them. Steve, and I was joking with a client the other day, saying the interest rates have never been lower. Soon they're going to pay you interest to borrow money. Well, haven't you heard the Bank of England have done something? I think they've reduced it to, and it's under 1%. It couldn't be any smaller. It really couldn't. You're never going to make any money, are you, about your investments, which is not so good. And, Steve, are you sure you can pay privately for the vaccine? I mean, are you listening to LBC? Are you being educated? Or are you just, not understanding it? They did it the other day. People are flying over to Dubai, they get a holiday, and they get the vaccine. It's as simple as that. I mean, presumably, if you're a government like Dubai, you can buy millions of these things, some of which you can sell, and some of which go to the people there. I mean, what were you saying? That, you know, they're not available to buy? Of course they are. They've done it in the papers loads of times. You need to listen to LBC more often, then you'd be better informed, and then you would know. Somebody said if you won 110 million, you'd have to employ somebody to filter out the begging letters. I know, I'm not going to stop sending them, though. I don't care. I'm going to carry on sending out, dear sir, you know, or madam. I write to the royal family every Christmas. Is it possible I could have one of the baubles that goes on the Windsor Castle Christmas tree? I don't want to pay for it, even though I can afford to pay for it. Just think, if you won 110 million, you'd have more money than Prince William. That'd be interesting. Wouldn't have as much money as Harry, but I mean, he has to share it. And you could do, and then I mean, if it was me, you can imagine, can't you? Oh, the photographers outside the front door. What, I'd have to be taken out the back door secretly, you know, through our secret location. Because, you know, we've got underground tunnels here, which bring you up across the road, and you pop up in the Garrick Theatre on the stage. There's a trap in the stage. I mean, many's the time I've taken the tunnel out here, popped up in the middle of a pantomime. You know, which is fantastic. So there's all these different tunnels under London. There's one at Buckingham Palace, a little railway, little tiny railway, which is lovely, isn't it? And Steve, can you tell Corey to reply to me? Says Luke. Yeah. I'm sorry he's ignoring you. He's in one of those moods today. You know what it's like? Friday, and apparently it's been a long week, he tells me. Like, you know, the same length for all of us. But he will be doing that, Luke, very short. What's Luke doing up at this time of the morning? Bit worrying, isn't it? But he will reply. He will reply. In fact, he'll be doing it almost immediately. Hello? Take time off for the programme. Don't worry, we'll fill. We can keep it going. It must be something really, really important. Steve, would you expect your producer to work with you in white tie and tails? No. No, absolutely not. I don't go for white tie and tails at all. I think it looks quite smart. Oh, I'll tell you what I watched the other day, Witches, Roald Dahl's Witches, but the new version. The new version, which actually is very good. It's very, very good. It's almost kept faithfully. There's a lot more exploding witches in this one, because they can sniff out children. Children. You ever seen Roald Dahl's Witches? They're all people who sort of look like normal people, but when they take their wigs off, you can see that half of them are men, because they just look like men, and they children. They don't. So what they have to do is give them a potion to turn the children into mice, and they poured some of this potion into the soup in this hotel they were having a convention in, and they started exploding and turning into mice. Became very frightened because they're all scared of mice and children. You know, 84850. Somebody says, I didn't hear LBC reporting on the vaccine being available privately. It was in every single newspaper. Where have you been? Where have you been? Good Lord, honestly. Heavens above. There you go. My strapping, healthy young nephew had his first vaccine dose the other day. He lives in Dubai. And Connie said, you see in the Standard the other day, a 16-year-old got the jab. How's that possible when the elderly and the vulnerable are the priority and they're still waiting? Outrageous. Well, I mean, it's this, which tier do you appear in? Are you in tier, I can't even remember where we are at the moment. Are we in 6 or something like that? Whatever it is, I think I'm either in 5 or 4. Because I'm in 5, apparently. How do you know this? How do you know that I'm in, how do I not know what I'm in? Oh, I told you I was in 5. Oh. Well, it must be gossip. Yeah, all right. Not replying to Luke, you know. How quickly, Luke, he forgets. I'm so sorry. It's, 1 minute part of the team, the next minute, Luke who? You know, I bet he never even sent you a Christmas card. I bet he never sent a Christmas card. I didn't get one. So no chance of you getting one. Jim says, the Bev Turner and Piers Morgan spat you spoke of got many responses in the mail comments. But it's so unusual, isn't it, to find two people in the business who are spatting with each other. They're both in the business, both in, I can't understand that. As I say, I couldn't be bothered. I couldn't be bothered, because you only get yourself into a terrible tizzy over somebody. You say something and then somebody says, oh, you shouldn't say that because of this, and, because you didn't support him and stand. I didn't stand outside to clap either. But my excuse was, I was in bed. But I can well understand it. It's very funny. Given the lack of alternatives, writes Ali Ross, one of the best TV columnists, he says, I think it's time to put the spotlight on reality TV's latest panto villain, Wayne Lineker. Gary's 58-year-old failure playboy brother. The character's so perfect for the medium, I'm a bit surprised it's taken them this long to discover Mr. Ibiza. E4's got him under virtual lock and key now through Celebs Go Dating. It's The Mansion, a socially distanced version of the show where they've spared no expense on anything except the celebrities. Love Island's Curtis Pritchard, probably the most recognisable, but after that you're into the realms of Made in Chelsea's German heiress Sophie Herman, Geordie Shore's Chloe Ferry, who's killing time here between gruelling work shifts in Dubai, influencing her fellow morons. They don't show much enthusiasm for forming meaningful well, they haven't got any other work. I mean, what poor old Chloe looks like is almost embarrassing. Chloe Ferry. God in heaven. Go back, get your money back, dear. But anyway, so Uncle Wayne, who stands out for all sorts of reasons, is about 30 years older than everything else, for starters, including The Mansion. He's also the only person alive who's ever shown a cosmetic surgeon a picture of Bigfoot from the Hendersons and said, like this, but less animated. I mean, he's also, apparently, his businesses have gone into receivership, so he's not only that, but he's dumb as well at the same time. Doesn't do well at all. And he said he doesn't move easily and speak in a series of low growls, but he's just a bit creepy. I think creepy sums him up very well. And John says, have you ever done your show in the nude? In the nude? Why on earth would I be doing a show in the nude? Good heaven, what, in front of these two? You must be joking. No point in exciting them this early in the... We haven't even got to Christmas. You know, that was going to be the surprise for Christmas. Look, Christmas morning. Ta-da! But definitely not. 84850. Steve, so somebody else asked me, have I ever done the show in the nude? I did it in my pants. 3 minutes past 5. Apparently, Beverly Turner appears regularly on Jeremy Vine's show and has a spat with other panellists all the time. I can't get used to people not being in the studio. You know, so you get one person in the studio, they're very irritating. I think she thinks she's the co-host of this programme. She's not very good. And she's there, and she's sort of talking like it's her programme, as opposed to she's the sidekick. He doesn't really need a sidekick, although sometimes he looks though he needs a bit of help. And then the other people, you might have somebody in the studio, but the rest of them are on screens, which is ghastly. Ghastly. So I don't mind having a spat with other panellists. I think that every time I see the Jeremy Vine show, it looks like the story of that. It's the story of a lovely lady who was living with 3 girls on her own, and I them had her gold like the mother. And it was the Brady Bunch. But they all ended up sitting in little boxes, looking down or up or sideways. They couldn't see anybody because it was just an individual box. But that was good. I think the Bedford Hospital, Steve, should be named as Sir Tom Moore Hospital, Bedford. Oh, we didn't have a problem with this at all yesterday. In fact, we thought that was a brilliant idea. Name a hospital after him, or, wards after him, or so, all sorts of things. And then I heard somebody talking to... Who were they talking? It might have been to Tom Swarbrick, I can't remember. Anyway, and they were saying, where did all the money go to? I thought, you need to listen to us. We've already told you that. 250 different charities related to the NHS have benefited from what he did. I think they thought it was just going to be sort of turned into, I think they said photocopying paper. I began to wonder whether or not they were completely an idiot, but they hadn't realised that the papers had been full of the list of all the places that were benefiting. 160,000 here, 200,000 there, every 250 different branches of the NHS, which was brilliant. And Paul says, if you do win the money, you could retire and produce the show. And you could be Corey's mentor. I don't think so. Yes, no, he keeps thinking it's his time. Unfortunately, it is. It is his time. Goodbye. We could stick him into The Amazing Mr. Blunden. He could be the one who doesn't come out of the fire. He's still sitting in the bedroom holding the vase going, is anybody coming to rescue me? We'd be going... I am Mr. Blunden, yes. Mr. Blunden, you've always let us down. And that'd be Corey crying for the... Mr. Blunden. I'd be going, shut up. Yeah, we 3 kings of Orient are, my dears. Mr. Blunden, it's ours. Dun 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 dun. Goodbye. Oh, it was such a good bit, wasn't it? Goodbye, then. I'd all the parts. Seriously, I could recreate that on stage if I put my mind to it. See, Martin in Carlisle says, I get my vaccine this morning. I'm 47 but have asthma, so I'm on the vulnerable list. I can't wait. Oh, well, listen, I wouldn't be bothering about waiting for it. I definitely want it. I just want to make sure I get it soon. Thank you. And, Steve, I've decided if I win the lottery, I'll still come to work, mainly to sit and grin at the people I don't like while they realise I don't need to be there working, says Moffy. I mean, yes, I mean, I can understand that you'd be sorting out a few scores. Seriously, I mean, we have, I've got a couple of people that they would be visited. Let's put it that way. We'll leave it at that. I think that's much easier. And so it's, if you have heart problems and asthma, then you probably move up the list. My friend, poor old Rich Walters, says, how many people do you think there are in front of him in the vaccine queue? 34 million. He's way down the list. But mind you, he's healthy. 34 million people in the list, bless his heart. I think broadcasters should definitely be pushed to the top of the list, don't you? Where would we be if we all went down with coronavirus? I think we should all be sort of qualifying for it. Steve, the amount of scams happening nowadays, it's crazy. I'm getting calls daily from people who are pretending to be banks, HMRC, or even from the Queen. I always put the phone down, says Dean. I'm amazed that people fall for it. But if out of the millions of phone calls that they make every single day, only 2% pick up on it, they're laughing. They're laughing. I told you that sad story of an old man. He was about in his 80s, 90s, and they phoned him up to say that he'd won this money. And they were going to courier it over to him. And his son happened to be round, and he said, no, Dad, you haven't won this money. And his father was adamant. He said, no, they told me I have. He said, but you didn't buy a ticket for this lottery. How would you have won something? He said, well, they're couriering it over. He said, I've just got to have £1,000 ready for the courier. I give them the £1,000 to then free the money, and they give me the packet with the money in. And his father went, they won't. They're scamming you. And he didn't believe it. So the police waited round. Unfortunately, obviously, the scammers had got wise to this, so they never turned up. There was one poor bloke who turned up on this morning, and he'd admitted, he said, I don't know how I could have been so stupid. But I've watched people being scammed at the fun fairs. You get all sorts of people who are scammed by the flim-flam men. They go round there and they will scam you, and people fall for it, even though they know it's a case of, I know I'm being scammed, but maybe I'm not being scammed. Luke says radio producers should be prioritised for the vaccine. Absolutely. It's no good writing to... Just write to me, Luke, in future. It's so much easier. I can get the message through faster than Mr. Dreary, who doesn't answer his phone. Nothing. He didn't say anything to concern to you. No, in fact, it was to do with producers. So nothing to do with you at all. Steve, I used to enjoy watching This Is Your Life. Would there be room for it in the modern-day TV schedules? Yes, but you don't want anybody who's from a reality show. I seem to remember there was a nightclub in London. Which one was it? It was one of the posh ones. They didn't want anybody from any of those tacky shows like Love Island. They really didn't. They're really quite ghastly. And as to any show that puts Wayne the Dreary Lineker on it, or that sort of woman from Geordie Shore, who seriously looks bad, really bad. Whatever happened to normal-looking people? They don't exist. They don't exist. We seem to be in the world of sort of odd people. Like Ibiza Weekend has got that David, the rather large one, who should have gone on a diet years ago but didn't bother. And sort of is just leading a pack of hyenas. Every time some poor holidaymaker turns up in this Ibiza Weekend, the reps start a campaign to see who can bed them quick enough. It really is the tackiest thing I've ever seen. I'll be glad to see the back of them. We've seen the front, and that wasn't very exciting. Here is something, I think this is animal cruelty, but I might be wrong. This is Kate Beckinsale. You see those people walking down the road, they've had babies, and they've got them in a little pouch at the front of them, so the baby bounces around, in front. She's put a cat in it, and she's walking around. She's 47. She's fastened the pet Moggy into the baby sling, and one troll said the whole thing smacks of too much effort. I think that's just animal cruelty. I don't think you walk around with a cat strapped to the front of your chest. Goodness sake, honestly. Not very good at all, is it? Also, the family's fleeing their homes after a landslide caused by heavy rain. That's the trouble. It all looks very nice, doesn't it? You've got a nice garden, and the next minute you haven't. There was a couple living by the sea. There was loads of them. And gradually, bit by bit, the cliffs eroded due to rain and saturation, and they became like mud baths. And then gradually these people watched their houses just disappearing, ended up in... sometimes you go for a walk on the beach, sometimes, and you'll see bricks on the bit. That's from a house that's collapsed from the cliffs above. That's why you don't think sailors have gone, let's put some bricks on this beach. No, they've not done anything like that. It's houses that have collapsed. People who've watched their house and they go, well, it's all going very well. We lost the garden and the caravan the other day, and we're just waiting for the greenhouse to go. And you think it's highly dangerous. People go right to... We've seen stupid people taking their sort of kids to the edge of a cliff, sitting on the edge of it, and you think, are you mad? Far too dangerous. Far too... I've got a poem for you. As indeed you know, we have a poem for you every day. Why? Because we LOVE you. And the poem for today actually is very applicable to some people on this programme. It's called Night Without Sleep, and it's by Ellen Bailey. Night Without Sleep. Have you ever had a night when you just couldn't sleep? Even when you're so tired you could fall off your feet? You get up for a while and then you lay back down and just lie there watching the clock go round. Then you remember that old adage, try counting sheep. It's supposed to help people who have trouble falling to sleep. After some time has passed by, you decide to give it a try, and you start counting sheep, counting even their feet. Since sleep won't come, you get out of bed and decide to have some roast mutton instead. Not good, is it? It's called eating the people who are helping you sleep. Bah. I love sheep. I think they're really good. I was watching somebody the other day on the television, and they were the sheep were having themselves shorn, and the men sort of go in there, grab them, and then they stick them between their legs, and the sheep sort of lie there looking a bit frightened, and then he starts shearing. Minute and a half to get off the actual sheep, and the sheep then goes out going bloody gold, and especially in this weather, terrible, absolutely terrible. 6 women in the UK have given birth to child number 21. See, that appeals to me. You know, you've got to have some money to do it, but it's big families. Big fan of big fan of big families. I think that's a great idea. Great idea. And Denise Van Outen was still dragging out these torturous 5 minutes of fame here. Was forced to pull out of Dancing on Ice. She hopes to crack the charts. No chance. No chance. Listen, even more hilarious. Yes. This is from Simon Boyle's bizarre column. He says, the woman who made us all hold our hands over our ears and howl in pain with her renditioning of A Whole New World is returning to music. Katie Price, apparently. I'm sorry to say, he says, she's had another blistering assault on the cards. 2 years after her last single, Hurricane, reached a dismal 63. During an interview on something that nobody's ever heard, Katie says, I bought myself a studio for YouTube, so I'm going to do my, karaoke versions and acoustic versions of songs. I'm not giving up. I'm going to do it. If you don't want to hear it, don't listen. Nobody did listen, dear. That was why you were a failure. A whole new world. I mean, she was flatter, seriously, than anything you've ever heard before. She also admitted she was trying to land a slot on a TV singing show in a bid to get her notice for her musical talent. You have no talent, dear. You have no talent. You're a failed businesswoman. You're a bankrupt. You were taken off the roads. I mean, what talent do you think you have? A talent for being stupid. She says, when I say I want to be on The Masked Singer or I want to be on The Voice, everybody takes the mickey out of me, saying, oh, shut up, Kate. Yeah, if that's what your friends say, imagine what your enemies are saying. Give up now, darling. Give up now. So much easier. No point embarrassing yourself. You can't sing. You can't hold a tune. It was just really dreadful. Dreadful. A reckless e-scooter driver has been filmed speeding on a dual carriageway. He also pulled wheelies and stood on one leg as he approached a roundabout. This is in Dundee, because privately owned e-scooters are banned from the road. Well, I've never seen the police pulling any of these people over. They whiz around down here all the time. We had one on the pavement in Twickenham the other day. He works in a Japanese takeaway. He's on one of those one-wheeled things. Have you seen it? Where you put not this one-wheel thing with the handlebars. There's no handlebars on this thing. He's just on a wheel. Just on, like a unicycle, but with no handles or nothing else. And he goes up and... Why the police have never stopped him, God alone knows. He's a bloody nightmare. Really bad. Really, really bad. These people should be taken off the road immediately. It's just not good enough. Also, Dame Judi Dench's back to bid to save the East End's oldest tree. Apparently, it's so famous, it's 450 years old, so it survived the Great Fire of London. I mean, probably the Great Fire of London never went anywhere near it, but I mean, either way. And here she is, a benefits cheat. She claims she was a single mum for 6 years. Her name's Claire Bostock. She failed to declare she was living with the father of 3 kids. You know why? She's a crook. She's a crook. She's cheating you. £50,000 she cheated. They were watching her. And she wrote, happy anniversary to my fella Jonathan Sykes, 9 years and going strong. Not just my fella, but the father of my beautiful babies. But, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? These sort of bent people who sort of cheat the system don't realise she wept after admitting failing to disclose a change, after she'd thieved £50,000. Did she go to prison? No. She got a suspended jail sentence after a repayment plan was set up and a curfew. A repayment plan. What are you paying that back, love? Pound? Katie Price is on with Piers Morgan next week with her life story. That'll be How I've Been a Failure. How I've Been a Failure. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? Posh suburbs of Sydney, people, says Shane, have cats and dogs as fashion accessories. Oh, here, I saw a couple walking over the road the other day in Twickenham with a little tiny dog, like a little French bulldog. Tiny. Quite clearly, it'd be very lucky to survive. He had it in his coat, poking out the top. It was seriously the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But you know what people are like? They're not animal lovers. They're doing exactly what you said. They think it's a fashion accessory. Morning, Kev from Wallingham says, Katie Price on Piers Morgan about what a failure she's been. Oh, that show will go on for 2 weeks. Well, everything. Banned from driving, bankrupt, every business failed. How's that successful? There is nothing successful at all. But what she's got to do is try and find things to sell a story about. So, very shortly, first of all, then she had her hair extensions taken out. Then she tried to, come up with this and sell her clothing and all kind. It all failed. In fact, the last business closed, I think, just the other week. She's lost a fortune. But she doesn't care about anybody else. She can only talk about herself. She'll be very boring on Loose Women today. But they sort of said, oh, you must come back again. And I'm thinking, another boring Loose Women programme. What a shame. What a shame. Steve, would you let Corey run the show for a week or spend a week in lockdown with Katie Price? What, the choice? Letting Corey run the show or a week with Katie Price? I'd rather take neither. Actually. I have a duty to make sure that the programme runs, true to form. I don't think he could do what I do. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't think anybody could do what I do. I think people have tried before. I remember once having not a row, but I was having a discussion. We were talking about doing radio programmes and somebody saying, what sort of radio presenter do you want to be? I said, well, strangely enough, I thought years and years ago, when I was sort of young and naive, that I'd be sort of working on Radio 1 by the time I was 21 and driving a white Rolls Royce. Why I thought having a white Rolls Royce was the thing to have, I've got no idea. But that was a dream, but I didn't do anything about it because I couldn't do anything about it. And then I kind of fell into the speech radio side of it, which actually, after I'd read the news for about 10 years on LBC, and then the news formed part of the programme, it worked really well. So I would do the news at 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11, 11:30, 12. Then there'd be a special programme called LBC Reports Midnight, which was a news roundup of the day, and then there would be there'd be sort of other bits and bits. Then I'd start the programme, but I'd still do the news on the hour, which went throughout the whole country. So of course I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And then we sort of just fell into it. Which I don't know how we fell into it, but Luke says the Groovy Gang show. That's what he thinks it's going to be called. He said, me and Corey can run the show for you. Yeah, well, mate, listen, who knows? Who knows? The Groovy Gang back together. Because Luke was never a proper Groovy Gang member. He was only honorary member. You can't just sort of jump into somebody else's shoes and go, oh, can I be in the group? Where's he gone now? Has he gone to get what? Does he not tell you? Honestly, you look up, you think, I was debating whether to go for a break then, but I suddenly realised I can't now. Can't, she's not there. Has he gone off to make a cup of tea or get a chocolate biscuit or something? Who knows? So, David Beckham, I told you yesterday, actually, good old Davy Boy Beckham, aims to prove he's no dope, the clue is there, with investments by backing a firm that uses cannabis in skincare products. Fantastic. Well, there you go, another winner for the old Beckham family. Fantastic. Also, this is an award-winning photograph. It's a bird and a snake fighting. This snake has wrapped itself round the... great to see you. Round a tree, and it's sort of... it's attacking the bird, but the bird seems to be winning. How long do you have to wait to get a picture like that? And there's a fox looking at a mouse in the snow, and it's heading for it, and the mouse obviously doesn't see it. Whether it loses its life, I don't know. And a family of penguins huddling up. Isn't that cute? I love penguins. Very messy, though, of course. And a dog in a jumper. Looks as though it's giving a wink and a smile. I don't like dressing dogs up, I'm afraid. I'm a little bit funny about things like that. Somebody else talking about people sort of dressing dogs up. Brian says, I've been in tears since last March. Re-COVID tears. Thank you. Very good indeed. And somebody says, I contracted COVID on the 21st of December. I'm still struggling with the symptoms. He says, I listen to your show every day. The sense of family you project to the listeners is such a joy. Come and sit where I am. Joy would not be the word that describes it. He says, dust if you must, but wouldn't it be better to paint a picture or write a letter? Bake a cake or plant a seed? Ponder the difference between want and need. Dust if you must, but there's not much time. With rivers to swim and mountains to climb, music to hear and books to read, friends to cherish and life to lead. Dust if you must, but the world's out there, with the sun in your eyes and the wind in your hair. That's nice, isn't it? That's very nice indeed. Two poems. No, it's one poem. Oh, well, 2 poems on the programme. I know. Well, listen, there are no rules on this programme. As you know, there are no sort of hard and fast rules apart from be funny, witty, entertaining, and above all, caring. You know, and I like to project the image on this programme, not from me, of being caring. You know, of people sort of going, we feel we can turn on a friend and turn on LBC. You know, and it's Steve Allen in the morning, and we know all is well with the world. If ever I take a day off, and God knows it's rare, people start writing in and going, is he all right? Where is he? And the answer is, I'm sitting there going, I should be on air, you know. I should be on air. I'm being very good at the moment, very good about everything. Food, diet. Got to get some more sprouts today. Don't want to miss out on the old sprout route. I love sprouts. Can't get enough of them. I know people hate them. And people hate them with such venom. But there again, I discovered food the other day that I didn't like at all. But I wish you well with struggling with the symptoms of COVID. But yes, we could definitely bring This Is Your Life back, but nobody from a reality show. They're not interesting enough. They're really not. They're all a bit dreary. And imagine, I mean, it would be so down market because they're all there's no upmarket people. Even the old battle axes Made in Chelsea. They're doing exactly the same. They're just doing it with a posh accent. They're bed hopping. That's the whole basis of the programme. Who's going out with whom? That's it. You know, and all you get is sort of some elderly person like poor old Jamie Lang, who's heir to nothing, I'm afraid. That's why they never show you his flat on air on the programme. You'd be very disappointed. And they're all doing exactly the same as they are in Geordie Shore and every other one. It's who's going out with whom. And I find that very depressing. Would you like a beret? Raspberry beret? No, raspberry something. I probably sang about Prince. You know, I had never liked Prince. I never sort of got into the music at all. But I quite like the idea that his studio is called Paisley Park. I think that sounds quite good. Anyway, Richard Todd, the actor, his red paratrooper beret is up for auction. World War II hero Todd parachuted into Normandy on D-Day. He helped legendary Major John Howard hold vital Pegasus Bridge, and it's believed he wore the beret when he portrayed Major Howard in the film The Longest Day. His other films included The Dam Busters, and he kept hold of the headwear until his death. In 2009, it was found at his Lincolnshire home during a house clearance and acquired by a collector who's now selling it. They think it could be worth about £5,000. That's good, isn't it? Because there are other people, you know, who've been famous for wearing berets. Samuel L. Jackson, Frank Spencer and Che Guevara. Frank Spencer. A bitty bitty trouble, Betty. Very funny, very accurate. Also, glad to see you're still going strong. As TV Jet emerges to find love at 51, this is Diane Udale, who appeared on Jet in Gladiator. So she's speaking on a celebrity catch-up podcast. Honestly. So whatever happened to all these other people that we used to watch on the television? Sharon Davis, most famous really, she was a Team GB Olympic swimmer. She was Amazon. Shadow was Jefferson King. Saracen, part of the original lineup, was Mike Lewis. Nightshade, former British heptathlete, Judy Simpson. Hunter was James Crosley. I think he was supposed to have dated Ulrika Johnson. He's very sweet, but I think he's bald as a what's-it now. But in those days, you used to have sort of blonde hair. I mean, I used to look like that. You know, people used to comment as I walked down the street. My God, Steve, you've bulked up, haven't you? And I go, yeah, I've been watching Gladiators. Elderly people playing around with giant cotton buds. Zodiac was Kate Staples, and she left before the 1997 series. Wolf was Michael Van Week, I think it is, took on the role of the show's pantomime boss. He's one of those men who's got no hair, but grew long hair down the side. He's completely bald now, as indeed you would expect, you know, because anybody who's got long hair like that. And Lightning was Kim Betts, and she runs a beauty parlour and a fishery now. That's good, isn't it? At least she's done something. You know, they should all do so. I don't want to see it back, though. Thank you very much indeed. I thought it was a pile of old rubbish. Really, I mean, I didn't get it at all. But I know kids loved it. They hold up those fingers, didn't they, and wave them, and you know, and it was the forerunner to all these other sort of programmes. One's got Ben Shepherd on it, who I shouldn't imagine could do anything like that. And they have to swing, you know, and hold your body weight up, which none of us around here could ever do. I mean, round here, there's no chance of this lot clinging onto something and then moving to the next bit, and then they can't do it. And also, why would you want to? Why would you want to? Stephen, surely those reality programmes don't have people going out with them. They have people going in. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, they're all lying through their teeth when they go, oh, I'm trying to find a partner. They're not at all. They just need to find another dreadfully dreary... Have you seen that Millionaire Matchmaker? Have you seen the old bag who runs it in America? Oh, my godfathers. I'm sorry, you're very rich, are you? Yeah, they're all very rich people. They're millionaires, and they're pairing them up with people who, frankly, you'd be calling the police to. I was on the phone to the FBI 3 times during the last series. I'm sorry, this person looks like a crim. And she matches up millionaires with people who quite clearly want to be with rich people. They have no talent at all. And she does gay ones as well. But, of course, I think you find she's single herself. Not at all surprised. Television's done her no famous. Famous beret wearer Monica Lewinsky. Yes, good old Monica. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. You lying old so-and-so. Good grief. Steve, Peter says sprouts are nice raw. Oh, no, never raw. Like stronger cabbage, but cooked. Yuck. Oh, you see, I love them. I love them. Steve, could you tell my mum feel better soon? She's still getting over COVID. Jenny from Hemel Hempstead. And in the land of flat caps and whippets, roll on summer, says Barnsley Neville. Oh, aye. It's cold up there today, isn't it? Take dog out, foot walk on moor. Ilkley Moor Bar Tat. You know, that's get on Ilkley Moor Bar Tat. On Ilkley Moor Bar Tat. It's quite nice up there, isn't it? Just very cold at the moment. Bit the same down here. We'll check on the weather in a moment. I believe this year half of you are going to shun Valentine's Day. You know, because people... I don't know why, actually. Because it's led to a shift in values. For singletons, 1 in 5 felt less stressed about the big day as the lockdown has made it easier to ignore the pressures to find a date or get coupled. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Valentine's Day. I mean, Dubai, you know... I mean, what's the point of having one day in the year where you tell somebody you quite fancy them? You know, and then you sort of go... And I've said before, you can't go to a restaurant. There weren't many restaurants open, so you can't do anything at all. You can't go to the pub and have a bevy, but you can go and buy some flowers, which is always quite nice. People always appreciate flowers, but then people appreciate flowers all the time. All the time. Steve, if some clones of your producers turned up from an alternative universe, what attributes would you like them to have? Silence. Silence would be the very good one. Silence and the ability never to speak again. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? You know, we could just sort of sit there and they could go... I mean, you wouldn't hear anything at all. It would be absolutely blissful. It really would be. The kind of thing that you dream of. You know, it's like, you know, Les Dawson used to do all the jokes about the mother-in-law. He said, you know, so-and-so, he said, she's talking about this. He said, I don't like to interrupt her, so just let her talk. Some people just switch off. They make television programmes about people switching off from stuff like that, which I think is good. Actually, Luke still can't sleep. He's having a bit of a problem, which always means there's something that's worrying him. If you can't sleep at 24 minutes to 6 in the morning, there's something on your mind. There's never... Because, you know, if you've worked normally and you've done things... I mean, sometimes if I have a little doze during the daytime, which I'm prone to doing, have a little lie down, then I think, oh, if I go to bed, I might not sleep. But actually, it's never worked out like that. I've always been quite lucky. Prince William, Steve, wants to tackle racism in football. Yes, I think every so often they come up with this thing. I mean, it's almost as if he's invented it. No. Been going on for ages. Doesn't say anything about footballers hugging, jumping all over each other and spitting on the pitch. Yes, it's the spitting thing that drives me mad, actually, but I've never liked that anyway. You know, you see people doing it as they walk down the road. People spit, and you think, ugh, disgusting. I've always said so. So if I pass somebody and they just do it, I go, ugh, dirty. Doesn't seem to register at all, does it? Also, Holly Willoughby, tonight should have been her 40th birthday party because she can't celebrate because of social distancing. But that's okay. It's okay. Birthdays come and go. It makes no difference at all. It really doesn't. So I agree, Ree, not answering the telephone if it's unknown number. However, when I get phone calls from the hospital, they're not allowed to leave a message due to data protection. Well, I've always had messages left from the hospital. What rubbish are you talking? I've had loads of messages left from the hospital. Hello, Stephen. This is whichever hospital it happens to be. And looking forward to seeing you on so-and-so, so-and-so. What do you mean, never left a message? Perhaps it's not them. Perhaps it's not them. Steve, watch sheep in the Lake District and amazing the distance they cover. The weight of the wool is bad for them when it gets too long. Well, when you take these things off, these fleeces, they only get pennies for them as well. It's very disappointing. And they bring this bloke in, that's all he does. How he's not got a bad back. He literally shoves the sheep between him and he shaves up there. There's obviously a routine to doing it. I mean, because I think they have competitions in Australia to shear as many sheep as you can, and you get professional sheep shearers. You know, I saw sheep shearers coming anyway, and they just go round and you sort of rent them and they just shear your sheep, because some of these farms have got like 20,000 sheep, and they have about 3 or 4 people working to get these sheep through as fast as possible. And once they've started doing it, and some of them, it's really quite nice. The sheep must be grateful for that. Thank God for that. It's like wearing, you know, a duvet and a padded jumper and a vest all at the same time. So good news. Also, maintaining continuity on dramas. They've got Anna Friels. This is in this Marcella. It's not been working. They've got loads of gaffes on the programme, which is a bit of a shame, really. Plus, who's these? Netflix released the trailer for its new drama Behind Her Eyes, with Tom Bateman as a psychiatrist who has an affair with his employee. Oh, not too sure about those sort of things, actually. And here we go. There are a few things worse than confronting your ex after a messy breakup. So that's why Eating with My Ex is entertaining. But have you seen the drearies who they've got for it? Eating with My Ex, Megan Barton Hanson and Demi Sims. I mean, really, you just want to go outside, don't you? Towie's James Lockie. He's still in Dubai. Hope he stays there. And Yasmin Uchello, to see if they can reconcile. Well, they're on holiday in Dubai, so quite clearly they have. And then also from Geordie Shore, Nathan Henry and the apprentices Ryan Mark Parsons face their former flames. Who? Nathan Henry and Ryan Mark Parsons. Who are they? Who are they? Blimey, if the best you can get is a programme that's got Megan Barton Hanson and Demi Sims on it, you might as well give up now, because quite clearly your agent's not finding you the best gigs. Who are they? Is one of them, is that Ryan Mark Parsons? Double-barrelled, yeah. As if. Isn't he the one who sells pillows? Is he the pillow seller? My God, you thought you'd get something better than that. Oh no, Ryan Mark Parsons, he was the peculiar one. He was definitely the peculiar one. He was oh yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He couldn't do anything, could he? Couldn't do anything. What a failure. And proving again. Who's Nathan Henry then? Show me Nathan Henry. He was on Geordie Shore, so I should imagine he's got one of those stupid haircuts, which they generally have, where it's sort of shaved at the side. Looks most peculiar. But you get sort of... He's probably wearing... Oh, my God, fellas. He's another one who wants to take his shirt off. Yes. Nathan... Oh, he's gay. He's gay as well, is he? Good Lord above, honestly. It's becoming like an epidemic in reality shows. If you haven't got, you know, a gay person coming out, or, you know, coming back in again, or going around the houses, I don't know. But, and Ryan Mark Parsons, he was so boring on the television. I couldn't believe how dull he was. It was interesting watching him being just annihilated. But, as I say, you don't need to worry about it. It's not going to affect your life at all. Here's a lovely picture of Russians. Well, it's a Russian woman. She must be a model or something. Nobody looks this good. And she's showing support for Yulia Navalnaya. This is the who wore a rod up when her husband, the opposition leader Alexei Navalny, was jailed this week. 3.5 years they've sent him to prison for. Which, of course, you know, if you're stupid enough to go to Russia, that's the... They made him come back. He was recovering from being poisoned by Novichok by people in Russia. So he goes to Germany to recover. When he comes back, they arrest him and do these trumped-up charges. I mean, there must be more bent judges over in Russia than anywhere you can shake a stick at. So they sent him to prison. He smiled all the way through because he knew what was going to happen. He knows what they're like. He knows what they're like. Jason Manford, as I say, wants to snog Nicola Sturgeon. He's very odd. It's not a normal thing to say, is it, really? He says he thinks that she'd be a good laugh on a night out, and he also wants to marry Anne Hegarty from The Chase. He's obviously going through some sort of late-night crisis or something. It's not normal, is it? Donald Trump has been urged to testify under oath at his impeachment trial. And the sex scenes in TV's Bridgerton were so filthy, a string of romps were cut. Lizzie said, I don't know who Lizzie is. Oh, she's intimacy coach. She's an intimacy coach? What the hell is that? She says here, there are quite a few intimate scenes you don't see because they were cut. What's the point of talking about it then, dreary? I'm sorry, I'm an intimacy coach. What does that mean, love? You just sit there and sort of watch other people at it and then go, we're taking that out. That's not... Oh, sorry, they have. And we're not going to be doing that anymore. What's the point of telling you that? What a stupid thing to say. Really is ridiculous. Honestly. Do you remember Channel 4, was it, years ago? If there were sex scenes in something, up came a little warning triangle, which just meant that more and more students tuned into it. Wait a minute, the warning triangle's up. Sex on the TV. Come on, everybody in the city room, quick, get the Party 7 out. Get some KFC. Wow. Oh, God, this is a bit tame, isn't it? Let's go back to the other stuff. Much better. Oh, look, here's Mylene Klass arriving at the studio to have yet another picture taken. How many more pictures do you need of somebody arriving at a front door? I stand outside there for ages. Nothing. Nothing. Nobody's rushed over and gone, oh, can I take your picture, Steve? And I know the photographers as well. How much would you pay for an original Apple computer? I'm told the price here from the 1970s is £1 million. It works. It's in its original wooden case, features the factory keyboard and power supply, and they put a period Sony TV 115, or 11.5, I don't know, included in the deal. Truly a first. It's a verified, fully operational, original Apple. £1 million. I'm not sure I would want to waste £1 million on something like that. Everything's good nowadays, isn't it? I mean, I think, TVs are more reliable, computers are more reliable. Everything is. I mean, I'm very good, actually. And a supermarket manager let his pet dog, outside to go for a wee. Gareth Bradley was running job interviews from home when he decided to take a break and play the £5 National Lottery game Mega Cash World on his phone. And he won £500,000, which is all right. I'd give it back. That's not worth having, is it? 500. Don't insult me, please. £500,000. He said, I pressed the final letter to be revealed in the game when Ruby, our Springer Spaniel puppy, made it quite clear she needed to spend a penny. I put the phone down, immediately took her outside, came back, picked up the phone. It was flashing £500,000. Wow. He's going to set aside a lump sum to pay off his mortgage with his partner, Connor, and... So it's Gareth and Connor. They've got £500,000. He says we've got lots of plans to really make the money work, so it's there for our families in the longer term. Don't be so silly. Go and spend it. Go and spend it. Enjoy it. Eamon Holmes, bigger by the day. You know why? Wrong food. You know, apparently he's been on a juice diet, and Ruth, who has spilled the beans, she says he fills the fridge with sweet treats. I mean, ridiculous things. In the fridge, he's got, apparently, Angel Delight, Strawberry, Quavers, What's It, Bounty Bars, Crunchies, Fruit Pastels and Turkish Delight. That's why you're fat, mate. That's why you're fat. You can't eat stuff like that. He's apparently shed 42 pounds in 5 years by following juice diets. He's made a resolution to get fit. Welcome to February. Is he fit? No. Does he look fit? No. Will he carry on eating? Yes. Because what he'll do, he'll start getting... I mean, he's only 60. Somebody says Steve Sturgeon looks like wee Jimmy Cranky. Bit cruel, isn't it? Bit of an insult to wee Jimmy Cranky, I think. Morning, nice to have you company. The problem with an original Apple is if it stops working, and it will, it goes from £1 million to zero in value. You are probably right. Monica says Apples work, always. Yeah, but the early ones. You imagine if it does go wrong, somebody's going to... You can imagine taking it in to the Apple shop and going, I need my computer. They go... what is this? And they go, I've just paid £1 million for it. Phil the farmer, West Wales, says there are sheep shearing competitions all over the UK and international competitions. Massive attendance watch it at the Royal Welsh Show. Do you know, I love these farming programmes. I cannot tell you how much I love them. I had one the other day, and there's this one with this family. Then there's the Jimmy on the farm. There's loads of other things where people sort of show you what goes on, and I think it looks fantastic. I wouldn't want the job. I think you've got the patience of a safe. There's a Yorkshire one. There's loads of people and doing these farming and struggling sometimes to make a living. But I find it fascinating, because we're down here, as you can imagine, in London. We're a bit towny. I know sometimes people drive sheep over Tower Bridge and things like that. It gives you the freedom of the City of London or something. But when you actually watch what people are out like, and at the moment, especially with the terrible weather up north, you've got to get the sheep onto higher ground to make it dry for them. And I just think it looks fun, and especially when they do the birthing thing, the mummy, and they have to sit up all night, and they've got to help the sheep out with this sort of. And I think, it's a cause célèbre of this country that we've got all these lovely places. I was looking at some places in Country Life the other day, as I always do, and there's one in the middle of a valley up in Yorkshire, and it's absolutely stunning. And I thought, oh, that looks really beautiful. And I could really see myself living there with a big farmhouse kitchen, with a big Arga in the corner, with a big table, double glazing, because you'd need it because it gets blooming. And then I thought, but you're isolated. You've got nobody there. In the morning, you have to get up, you've got to get the sheep out, and you've got to put the cattle out there and stuff like that. And then I thought, it's a vacation, isn't it? Everybody does something that means that they're a little bit different from everybody else. Not everybody wants to be a nurse. Not everybody wants to be a doctor. Not everybody wants to be a farmer. Not everybody wants to work in a shop. Not everybody wants to be a radio presenter, but most of the people I do know that they want to be a radio presenter. Because it's whatever you're strangely drawn to. And I think sometimes you get through your life and you get people who've been in the city and they've made their money, and then they go, I'm giving it all up. I'm going to go and sit on the Costa del Sol and open a small bar. And if nobody turns up, it doesn't really matter. I'll just sort of invite friends over and do things like that. Or I'm going to run a B&B. But I mean, that's, you see these people on the television, the four in a bed. And I love all these programmes. And my God, there's some dirty places in this country, aren't there? You look at some of the people. Have you ever been into a hotel room and started running your finger along the curtain rail? Or sort of taken the sheets off the mattress to see how stained it is? I mean, you wouldn't stay in hotels ever again. You really wouldn't. I mean, you have to check all these. I've got a mattress cover that goes over the mattress before you put the sheet on. But, I mean, I sit there and look at some of these lovely places. I mean, some of them are just absolutely fantastic. But some of them just looked about the dirtiest ever. They really were. There was a horrible one a while ago. It was a repeat from years and years ago. And everybody hated each other. Nobody liked each other. And then people complained about the breakfast. Oh, well, I don't think a buffet breakfast is good. I want a cooked breakfast. Well, don't stay there then, you moaning old Mary. Nothing worse. People complaining about a cooked breakfast. I like a buffet breakfast, the same as the next person. But always your eyes are bigger, so you always put 2 sausages on your plate. Some fried bread, some beans, some tomatoes, some mushrooms. I never do mushrooms. I put them in casseroles, but I don't, makes it sound like I cook. I don't cook. I can't cook. I reheat or ping. And it's mainly reheating. And we were talking this morning about Yorkshire puddings, because Yorkshire puddings are making a comeback. Well, I could eat raw Yorkshire puddings. I mean, just popping them in the oven. You buy them already made. I couldn't make them. I don't know how to do things like that. That's for proper people. I'm not that sort of person. And you put them in the oven, you take them out, and you just eat them. Somebody said you can put jam on them. I don't think I'd want jam on something like a Yorkshire pudding. But I bought a big Yorkshire pudding before now, which has got minced meat in the middle of it with some carrots and stuff like that. That's quite nice. But today it's going to be, because I liked this thing yesterday so much. From M&S, which was the this sort of like Italian ragu type thing with beef and bits and pieces. That was particularly delicious. And the mashed potato, I've discovered, who wants to make mashed potato when you go and buy the blooming thing for £1? It's in a tray, it's already been made. It's got proper mashed potato with cream and all this kind of stuff. And I just put it into the saucepan on top of everything else and just let it sort of blend through. I mean, I'm really rubbish at the kitchen. I couldn't, if somebody gave me a restaurant, I wouldn't know where to begin. It'd be ghastly. Steve, you could buy a narrowboat, says Nick. Oh, I'd fancy the idea of living on a boat, but if it sprung a leak and you woke up in the morning and you're sitting at the bottom of the riverbed, I wouldn't enjoy that. And also, freezing cold in the middle of winter. There was a lovely one came up for sale the other day down at Chelsea Harbour here in London. 6 bedrooms. And it looked delightful, and it was about 1.8 million for a houseboat, permanent mooring down at Chelsea. But I mean, they'd spent no expense doing this thing out. The bedrooms were enormous. Some were sort of obviously, lower level, but really fantastic. And I remember thinking, I quite fancy that idea. But narrow boats, they're very pretty, but there's no room in the blooming things. Everything is narrow. So the bed is narrow, the bathroom's narrow. They had a 4 in a bed, and they were on a narrow boat. And they were sort of saying, oh, this is £300 a night. And I thought, didn't kind of appeal to me. But I like the idea. Nick, he says you can change the scenery whenever you like. I know, because England has got some fantastic scenery. It's only when you watch television programmes that you suddenly realise that there's some parts of this country of ours that we've never been to. You've seen a picture of it. You've seen a picture of the Lake District. You've seen a picture of Coniston Water. You've seen a picture of Loch Ness. You don't want to go there. They're all mad as broomsticks. Still trying to keep that little tourist trade going. Oh, we saw the Loch Ness Monster 3 times the other day. Liar, liar, pants on fire. But I agree, Nick, who's also known as Aussie Boater. Aussie Boater. That's either a hat, of course, in this country, Nick, as you probably appreciate by now. They wear them in posh schools. It's very good. Steve, says Darren, Yorkshire pudding is just pancake mix. You put jam on pancakes. Do you? I don't. I haven't had jam in years. I can't do jam. Diabetic. Imagine it's bad enough doing stewed rhubarb, which is full of sugar, but I kind of sort of cover myself by going, it's good for me. But it isn't. It's not really. But I put it down. So tonight I might have... I think, actually, I will have tonight some stewed rhubarb. Because I quite fancy that after I've had the stew, and then I can have the other stew, which is the rhubarb. There was something else I was going to buy. That's right, kitchen roll. I ran out of kitchen roll the other day. Honestly. And I'm normally quite good with... because I get through no end of kitchen roll. No end of it. And I thought I'd buy one of those big ones from Costco, which is like slightly thinner paper, but it's quite big. Quite big. And I thought I'd buy one... What? Honestly, what world are you in? Really? Could you... Oh, no, don't use tea towels. They harbour germs. Tea towels, definitely. Yeah, exactly. Well, I wouldn't have a tea towel in the place. I did have, when I first moved into my first property, I did buy a tea towel and hung it on the wall because it looked lovely. And then I suddenly realised it was rubbish. And somebody said, no, they're just full of germs. You're supposed to wash them every time you use them. So I have a plate drainer, a wooden plate drainer. And that's the best way to do it. Much nicer. But, yeah, definitely kitchen roll. I nearly forgot that the other day. It was only when I got home and I was like, I've left the kitchen roll. Always something I forget. So I've got to nip out and do a quickie shop. And then, because it's Friday, it's like, whoopsie-doo, put my feet up and watch Cannon and Balls comedy show on the television, The Two Ronnies. I shall watch a couple of films. I shall depress myself thoroughly, make some phone calls, and then fall asleep in front of the television and dribble. And that's my idea of a perfect Friday. In between a couple of glasses of Prosecco to sort of ease it all down, which is very nice indeed. I'll tell you the story in a moment, actually. It's probably a lot easier to come up with it. But because it's Valentine's Day, shortly, the shops are going to be full of roses and cards going, roses are red, violets are blue, I love you, do you love me as well? And all that kind of stuff. Cards, I think, are a terrible waste of time. Send them an e-card. Send them an e-card. They're much nicer. You find them all over the internet, and it can just sort of sit. It does all the usual things, and then it says at the end, I love you, and they're animated, and people like stuff like that. Apparently, morning, nice to have you. It's so exciting, actually. My phone has just burst into life, and because it's 6:04. It's been bursting into life all the time. But Luke says, he says Eamon Holmes should be fasting, because Luke does his fasting, as you know, being vegan and piscatorial most of the time, especially on a weekend. And he sort of said he should be, because Luke does a lot of fasting. But my brother's just texted me and said my father used to eat Yorkshire pudding with jam on them. You see, I never knew that. Why would you know that? Why would you know that your father ate Yorkshire puddings with sort of jam on? And my friend, Mr. M, he says, well, you're a bit of a disappointment to me, Christopher, because I didn't see you yesterday. I didn't see you. He said, I heard you talk about kitchen roll and the fact you don't like tea towels, but I bought Steve Allen tea towels a couple of years ago. You basically sold me something that you don't use. No, I said to people, don't use them, please. Keep them as a souvenir. He says, I feel cheated and used. Well, you've certainly been used, that's a fact. But, no, I said to people, because people started writing into me saying, we bought the tea towels, and a friend of mine bought 100. Bought 100 tea towels. I mean, seriously, that was just unbelievable. And I said to people, don't use them, because it's a souvenir. You should sort of either hang it on the wall. You can buy hangers for tea towels, but don't use it. I didn't want people to use anything, actually. Awful. Steve, narrowboats are inevitably on quiet stretches of water, and if you invite friends over, the complaints will ensue. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. And Robin says, we have a Steve Allen tea towel. It's next to our copy of the Mappamundi. Have to explain to people what Mappamundi is. Do you cry at the end of Home Alone when he sees his mum again? No. I didn't find anything in that film sad at all. I just thought it was a nice little film. I liked the Christmas thing, I liked the snow, I liked the lights and everything else, but I certainly didn't cry at the end of Kevin's parents coming back. In fact, I was a bit disappointed they came back in the first place. Sounds like a good weekend. Did you see the documentaries dedicated to Bobby Ball and Des O'Connor? Both excellent. And you do well up. Watch Cannon and Ball singing their theme tune. And Des O'Connor was lovely. He came in to see me on one occasion. He's such a nice man. Such a nice man. Really nice. Kevin, the restaurateur, says, Steve, a sweet version of Yorkshire pudding, hot Yorkshire vanilla ice cream, salted caramel sauce and chocolate powder. We're not sure about that one. So a sweetened version of a Yorkshire pudding, hot Yorkshire vanilla ice cream, salted caramel sauce and chocolate powder. It sounds like it's a restaurant dish, doesn't it? It doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd ever be doing, but I do like Yorkshire puddings. I do like Yorkshire puddings. But I'm not even sure if they're fattening. Are they fat? They probably are. There's bound to be something the matter with a Yorkshire pudding that I'll sort of go, I'll have that. And then somebody will write in and go, well, you can't have that, you're a diabetic. Well, I've not managed to get the injection at the moment. Steve, we love mashed potato too. Lots of salt, pepper, butter and milk. Not salt and pepper. I don't do salt and pepper at all. In fact, I don't have any salt in the place. When I had my chips the other day, do you remember I bought triple cooked chips and then cooked them? And they crisp up beautifully. Big fat things they are. A bit like my team. And they're, I mean that in a caring sort of way, you know, not an HR kind of a way, because they're chips. And I didn't have any salt to put on them. And I thought, could I eat chips without salt on? And I discovered I could. And they tasted really nice. So I was quite pleased, because I nearly went out and bought salt. But I haven't bought salt for God knows how long. I mean, and pepper, I've never had it. I've never liked pepper. You know, I've seen people with giant pepper mills go like that. And I've always thought, oh, right. But not to me, actually. Not to me. You're very entertaining, says Nick. I do hope so. We've been doing it for 42 years. Put it this way, if we haven't mastered it by now, we're never going to get there. Have you ever had a sunbed? Have I ever had a sunbed? Have I ever had a waxing? And the answer is yes to both. Yes to both. I have had sunbeds, but apparently, and I only discovered this after I was diabetic, I can't have sunbeds now. They bring me out in a rash. I don't know, it must be something to do with the skin or whatever it is. I stood in one of those sunbeds which you stand up in and the bed moves around you. So it's like you're standing in a tube kind of thing, and you sort of stand there in your pants, well, little sort of paper pants, which is not as exciting. And it went round me. I lasted 10 minutes, but I thought, I'm on fire. I'm absolutely on fire. So there must be something about that and diabetics that doesn't work. So yes, I have had sunbeds. I used to use one called Tropical Beach years and years ago. We had a big place in Twickenham, and you had to turn yourself over. Some sunbeds were on the top and on the bottom, and you'd go and have a session. This Tropical Beach gave you a tan in an hour. You do half an hour on each side. It was like toasting a croque monsieur, and it was lovely, actually. It was very, very nice, and you felt good when you looked in the mirror, because you know typically us Brits were a bit pasty, I'm afraid, a little bit pasty, and so when all of a sudden you end up with a tan, you think, oh, I look quite healthy, and then eventually I couldn't stand sunbeds, so I haven't had them for ages and ages. Have you seen Married at First Sight Australia? I have not, but I know what it is. Outstanding car crash television with 3 experts matched totally unsuitable people to be married upon meeting and then watching as the couples destroy each other. Grotesquely fascinating, says Phil. Do you know, I mean, that's the sort of... but the trouble is, in this country, you know that all these ne'er-do-wells are only going on these programmes because that's what their job is. They don't have any talent for doing anything. They just go on there and go, yeah, I'll go out with you, I'll go out with you. And you think, don't come anywhere near me, I'll call the police. Chris in Brentwood says, if you'd like to live by the water, George Formby's old house on the Norfolk Broads came up for sale recently. It's now been sold, called Heronby. George and his wife Beryl lived here with their boat Lady Beryl, which they moored in their private dyke at the bottom of the garden. The last time it was sold, it went for 1.3 million. George paid £2,000 for it in 1950, and upon his death, all his belongings were sold. Do you know, I saw the pictures of people queuing up to buy things, including his pants. When he died, people bought George Formby, when I'm cleaning windows to earn an honest bob. It's for a nosy parker, it's an interesting job. It's a job that just suits me, a window cleaner I will be. You should see what I should see when I'm cleaning. It was all a bit nudge, nudge, wink, wink, naughty, naughty. Oh, Mr. Woo, I've got those Chinese laundry blues. And people love it. I've got listeners who are big, big fans of George Formby, and they go to the conventions and they all play their ukes. And it's really super. In fact, I think... Who's that comedian? I can't remember his name now. He plays a uke as well. He went to one of these conventions. Used to be part... I can't remember his blooming name. I'm having word blindness this morning, or just forgetfulness, I think. And... I think he's been a radio presenter. He's done loads of things. Comedian. Frank Skinner. Frank Skinner plays uke. And I think he's a member of the George Formby Society. And I've got some listeners who go up there and play. And everybody from little kids all going bling, 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 bling. And I thought, do you know, how cool to do that. So, big fan, Chris. Big, big fan. But I did think that when George died and people went round to buy all his stuff, I did think, oh, my goodness. They bought everything. Everything in the house was sold. Very sad. Very, very sad. Have you watched Lingo yet, says Leroy in Essex. Do you know, I caught a bit of it yesterday. It's hosted by, is it Adil Ray? Adil Ray. And he does a good job on that. Because the trouble is, there are so many quiz shows. It's almost like we've sort of exhausted ourselves in the antique shows, exhausted ourselves in cooking programmes, and we're going to exhaust ourselves in game shows, because it's not easy. Whatever anybody ever tells you about doing a game show, it's not easy. You can't just go on and do a game show. There's an art to doing it, and that's why people like Bob Monkhouse and all these other people were so good at it. The past masters of doing the game show. Steve. Yorkshire puddings need gravy, not ice cream. What's wrong with these people? I'm from Yorkshire, and we'd never abuse our puddings with such a thing, says Debs. The accent was, of course, all over the place, but I mean, who cares? Listen, we're not known for doing accents on this programme. We're known for doing a radio programme. So these people, they do funny things, Debs, with Yorkshire puddings. Don't even ask. Somebody else says, a lot of people didn't tell me about them. And somebody says, to split hairs, Richard Todd landed in a flimsy wooden glider and seized and held Pegasus Bridge near Bayeux with his unit. One of the first objectives achieved on D-Day, says Mill, by British Airborne. Absolutely incredibly brave men. Wish I could afford the beret. £5,000, that's what they reckon. Listen, you've got nothing to lose by having a punt. Put in an early bid and go 100. And then at least you've been mentioned in it, which I think is quite a nice thing. I always think there's certain things I nearly, if you remember, when Danny LaRue's costumes came up for sale, because the lovely lady who made them all, he'd gifted all his costumes to her, and they sold them at the Brick Lane Music Hall, and I was going to take Barbara Windsor down there. And she said, do you want to come down there? And I said, yeah, let's go down. And I was going to drive down in the car, and we were going to, I'd like to have bought a couple of, because some of his costumes didn't fetch very much money, but they were beautifully made. Annie made the most gorgeous costumes. And she seems just such a wonderful person. I think she absolutely adored him and put up with his Barbara used to tell me stories about Danny LaRue. I mean, seriously, he could be absolutely vile on a few drinks. But Annie made these beautiful costumes, and when he was dying, he moved in with her because he lost everything. And he moved in with her, and she said to him, she said, listen, you can let go, she said, but just think, she said, you're going to see all those marvellous people that you knew years ago. And that was it. And exactly the same for Captain Tom the other day when he said he wasn't afraid of dying. He said, I'm going to be seeing all those people. And he was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to seeing all of these people that he'd worked with years ago. I, of course, am dreading it. They're all going to turn up. Hello, Steve. Can you sign that for me? No. I'm in heaven. I'm working the milk bar, okay? Hot sausage rolls and things like that. Steve, you've got to have a personality, says Geraldine, to be a good game show host. There's an art to doing it. Bruce Forsyth had it. There's a few other people around at the moment. I always watch with great interest because Dale always wanted to do it. And the one programme I absolutely hated that he did was The Wall. I thought it was the most awful programme I'd ever seen in my entire life. But again, he was just sort of going through the motions of, he was actually bone idle. He wasn't remotely interested. I told you the story. He was offered some money to do what they call a corporate in the business. He had to be persuaded to do things. And he'd been offered a corporate job, just to show you, what sort of, how all this worked. This was years ago. And a corporate meant, in this particular case, that a company, I forget which company it was actually, would hire a celebrity. When all the hotels are operating in London and around the country, they will have corporates practically every night of the week, which is where, say, Faisal or whatever it happens to be, will all get together. They'll have a well-known celebrity doing the cabaret for them, and they'll have a dinner and some awards and, raffles and things like that, and it always goes very well. And this particular company, big company, wanted to book Dale to come on and do his supermarket sweep. So they got a trolley and everything else, and his the agent who was handling this particular thing, it wasn't his normal agent, had offered money. And they'd offered, all he had to do was go to Birmingham. He had to go up to Birmingham, rehearse this thing, stay in a hotel, come back the next day. And for this, they were going to pay £15,000. And I remember thinking I'd have bitten somebody's hand off for £15,000. I remember thinking, that's an awful lot of money. And he said, Steve, he said, I can't be bothered. And I said, are you mad? I said, it's £15,000. He said, no. He said, I don't want to do it. He said, we'll go out for dinner instead. I remember thinking, no, go and earn the money. We can go for dinner another night. I'm not bothered about that. And so the agent then comes back and phoned me, because I'd known the agent for a long time, and said, Steve, look, we've offered him this much money. How much do you think he wants? And I said, I've got no idea. I said, but I know he obviously doesn't think this is enough. He said, how about if we offer 20,000? He said, could you have a word with him? I said, well, I'll have a word with him. I said, but I don't think I can. If he doesn't want to do something, he doesn't want to do something. But this company were really keen to get him. And long story cut short, eventually the money went to 25,000. But on the basis that he would have a private car that would take him. He didn't want to travel on a train or fly. He wanted a car to take him from his home to Birmingham, do the rehearsal, do the show, and the car to bring him straight back to London. He didn't want to spend the night in Birmingham at all. And they agreed to it. It was like when he was offered the Royal Variety Performance, that he said to me, they've asked me to do the Royal Variety Performance. And I said, you've got to do it. And he said, I can't be bothered. I said, you should do it. I said, listen, it's in front of the Queen. I said, you will get a picture taken with the Queen. There's a photographer backstage. You shake her hand, they take your picture. Happiness reigns all around. Long to reign over us all. And so eventually he did. All he had to do was push a trolley on stage, brought the house down, because he didn't do that many things like that. So when he did it, it was a bit sort of unique. I mean, I just, thought it was quite normal, because we'd known each other since we were 18, and he was 26 stone. And so he does this thing, and then he gets a picture taken with him and the Queen. Well, that was it. There's a picture of him with the Queen. He then gets this picture duplicated, and he's got copies of it all over the place. In America, it's Pride of Place, so the City Room. He had it blown up, and he met the Queen. And he was so excited. He was so excited when he actually did it, but he was hopeless at delivering lines, so it was all a bit stilted. But that was his bit. I think I've got that suit at home, actually. I think I've got that suit there. I've certainly got all the other ones, which I had altered for me. Now they don't fit me at all, so I don't know what we've done with those. But no, that was the funny thing, offered the Royal Variety Performance, going, I don't know. And you go, yeah, you'll dine out on that story forever and ever. And that was the nice thing about it, that it was sort of somebody who'd gone from being just a little DJ, doing the clubs, which he liked doing, playing his music, which he loved doing, to earning a small fortune, and making it to not really a very old age at all, actually. But he did talk about it. That was the funny thing. I don't know why we got onto him this morning. I can't remember. But he did talk about it all the time. In fact, I've said before, he said to me, and it was only about a year before he died, he said, do you think people would come to my funeral? And I remember thinking, what a funny thing to say. But mind you, I've said the same. I think you must get to a certain age and you start thinking, what will people say about me after I've gone? And I always wanted to find out that if you could sort of come back or you could watch your own funeral, what would people be saying about you? Because I already had a word with the boys, and I'm going to get them as pallbearers. It's the only... I mean, it's going to look ridiculous. I'll be sort of sliding around inside all over the place. But it was that funny thing that he said, because it was only previously that he said, we're going to end our days in Florida, he said, sitting on the porch, rocking backwards and forwards, like a scene out of Steel Magnolias. I said, oh, God. There was something to be frightened about. Steve says, Tudor, you mentioned Rob Beckett being everywhere on TV. I agree. There's a group of these people on everything. I know. They do seem that, don't they? You do seem to get the same people they use on every single programme. I think it's the time that they're recorded. They don't record everything and then put it all out. And I remember, who was it? There was somebody. It might have been Claire Rayner. She said, I'm on television 3 times this weekend. She said, but they were all recorded over a period of sort of like 3 or 4 months. Lovely Claire. Steve, it's my husband's birthday today. He's 57. But to be fair, he's still looking quite good, even with the lockdown hair, which is now looking like a bird's nest, says Annalise. That's the thing, isn't it? You know, what you need is you need to cut his hair. You need to find a friend to cut you. You can't use a professional hairdresser. It's somebody who does it for a living. You get into trouble over that. But you can use a friend for cutting your hair. That's okay. I was trying to explain to a friend of mine about the socially distancing haircuts, which are achievable, I believe. I still like the idea that my friend Rich says there are 34 million people in front of me in the vaccine queue. God, obviously. So, kitchen roll today. Look at how rock and roll is my lifestyle. How rock and roll. The British scientist dubbed Dr. Pot being the term used for cannabis, has sold his cannabis firm for how much? £5.3 billion. This is Geoffrey Guy and his team created the first marijuana-based medicines available on the NHS. He will get £65.9 million from his stake in GW Pharmaceuticals. Chief Executive Justin Gover will pocket 28.6. Wow! Can you imagine just saying, and how much have we got today in the account? I've just paid in 65.9 million. That's a day to celebrate, isn't it? That's a day to celebrate with something very exciting. So, Valentine's Day. This is the first... Is this the second? April... May, yeah, this is the second Valentine's Day where you can't go out to a restaurant. You'll have to go and get... Because all the supermarkets will be selling Valentine's Day food. There'll be a bottle of wine, 2 steaks, a side salad and profiteroles. Or something like that, you know, or a sherry trifle or something. It's all very exciting. Very exciting. Oh, here we go. They've got them already. Asda, you get this one. You get, it's an extra special starter, main, 2 sides, dessert wine, or Thornton's chocolates. 15 quid. 15 quid. They chose mushroom and spinach tarts. Sounds nice. Beef en croûte, triple cooked vegan chips, pea crush, Belgian chocolate melting dome, and Malbec. They say it was lovely. It got 5 out of what? I don't know. The Tesco one got 4.5. Starter, mains, 2 sides, dessert, wine or soft drink. Who wants a soft drink? What's the point of that? A soft drink, excuse me. 15 quid. They chose hot smoked salmon and watercress tarts, rump steaks with pink peppercorn butter, potato dauphinoise, leeks, petit pois and Savoy cabbage, raspberry and passion fruit cheesecake and Pinot Grigio blush. That sounds nice. I could eat that all by myself. But Morrison's, 4.5. You get, for 15 quid, camembert, tear and share bread, beef Wellington, chunky chips are in, I'm telling you. It's the new happiness. With Cornish sea salt and black pepper, petit pois garden peas, and edamame beans, tarte au citron, and Marc de los Rios Rioja. They said the camembert was creamy and delicious. The beef Wellington tasted great, with meat encased in golden pastry. They have to write that in the paper just to let you know what it is, because there'll be some people, well, what's that? What's that beef Wellington? What's that? Beef and pastry, dear. They said the wine was light and fruity and the citron tart a refreshing finish. Verdict, value for money. Tesco, great choice of dishes. And Asda, style and substance. Wow. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? I could eat all of those. Steve, you've made me laugh, describing sitting on a porch like Steel Magnolias. I imagine myself and my friends living out our days like the Golden Girls. However, I'm not sure who Blanche would be, says Lindsay, an original spiker from Caterham. Well, I can tell you, looking round here, we've got the whole set in this programme. All the people who could be the Golden Girls. I was watching it the other day, actually. I was looking at it and sort of thinking who would be who. But it was that sitting on the porch at the very beginning of Steel Magnolias, the paper boy's coming round, and he doesn't go up to the front door. He throws the newspaper, and there's an old man rocking backwards and forwards on one of these swing seats. And I thought, that's how it was going to be. That's what it was meant to be. But it never ever happened. Steve, I went out last Valentine's Day for dinner in Leicester Square. The lockdown wasn't until the end of March. Then you're right. This is the first one. Steve, is that the medical cannabis farm that David Beckham's invested in? No. It's not. It's another one, apparently. My husband's birthday today, Steve. Oh, no, we've done the one, haven't we? A massive happy anniversary to my mum and dad, Keith and Felicity. Not Keith and Felicity. It's also my mum's birthday tomorrow, Felicity, so happy birthday to her, too. She apparently has been through a really hard time in the last couple of years and is one of the strongest women, says Gemma. Well, there you go, Felicity. A birthday. I've got to wait, what are we up to now? February? Oh, not too long, actually, for my birthday. Woo! 43. Live in hope. Pathetic trolls couldn't even be kind for Sir Tom Moore's memorial clap. And the Daily Stars say perhaps their mummies and daddies didn't show them enough affection. They're life's losers. I told you before, the trolls are life's losers. They don't have any friends, they don't have anything at all, but they think they're really clever. But gradually they're being pulled out of the woodwork. And if the government push through with this piece of legislation, they'll be prosecuted left, right and centre. I couldn't care less if they build new prisons for these people. You see, that stupid teacher the other day pretended to make Novichok and put it round. He said it was just for a laugh. The judge called him pathetic and stupid. Kind of summed him up, actually, a complete and utter buffoon. It's like this clergyman facing the sack after calling the clap for Captain Sir Tom Moore a cult of white British nationalism. This is Jarrell Robinson Brown, led an army of lovies who refused to join in a nationwide round of applause for the 100-year-old. You know, he says, I will offer prayers for the repose of this kind and generous soul, but I'll be not joining in the national clap. Anyway, the Reverend Robinson Brown later offered an unreserved apology for the tweet and deleted his Twitter account. What a buffoon you are, Sunshine. What a buffoon. The Diocese of London called his message unacceptably insensitive and ill-judged, because he's an idiot. That's why. 3,000 people have signed a petition calling for him to be axed from his role as curate at the oldest church in the City of London. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's absolutely atrocious. But as I say, just because somebody's a man of the cloth doesn't mean to say that they fall by the wayside. This one's just an idiot at the same time. There's no other word to describe people like that. Can't even say something nice about a man who raised that much money. Oh, that you should be so lucky, clergyman. Mind you, Beverly Turner refused to join in. She said the act was being used by the authorities to maintain the fear that imminent death is all around. She says, and to push the idea that everybody's in it together. But we are. That's the trouble. We are all in it together. Unless we all pull together and try and do this. You know, life is changed for so many people this year. You know, over 110,000 people are dead. I feel absolutely gutted sometimes for these people. Because I'm lucky. I only know, he says, 2 people who've died as a result of COVID. 2 people. And I didn't know them that well, but I knew of them. And that's what I think's sad. So anybody who sort of tries to pretend we're not all in it together is sadly misleading. Green tea and coffee after suffering a heart attack or stroke helps you live longer. I did try it. I tried the green tea thing. My heart surgeon, said you should drink green tea, and I tried it. It was horrible. I didn't like any of it at all. But that's the way it's going to go, isn't it, really? Also, you're now going to face... This is for all of you up north, I'm afraid. The coldest, wettest February on record as the new beast from the east sweeps in. The Met Office has slapped 200 weather alerts across the UK with power cuts and phone issues likely to be caused by blizzards that could bring 2 feet of snow. Forecaster Steve Keats warned impending snowdrifts will be the most significant snowfall we've had all at once since the original beast. I wonder if this is the latest time that we've had snowdrifts and everything else coming in. So pockets of England and Scotland not hit by the snow will get a month's worth of rain, and temperatures in Scotland and the north close to freezing. The odds are 4 to 5 this month. I knew what I forgot to do earlier on. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
partly cloudy and 7 degrees. Expect partly cloudy skies starting in the morning. Today's high will be 10 degrees, and the low will be 6.
Chance of rain, 20%. Chance of rain, 20%. Hey, Siri, are we going to get snow? No, we didn't get that at all. Poor old Siri. I don't think he knows these things second time round. Hey, Siri, is snow on the cards? No, I didn't get that. Could you try again? I only tried twice with Siri, and I can't. You watch, it'll come back and start talking to me any minute now. I always get this with the phone. It's got a mind of its own. War Epic, 1917, the biggest film at the UK box office last year. British Film Institute said after a year of disruption, there were signs of significant recovery by the end of 2020. Oh, thank the Lord for that. That's all we want. That's all we want. We just want to see an end in sight, so that we can get back to being a normal country, so we can get back to pulling ourselves together, and everything in the garden is rosy. Directed by Sir Sam Mendes, this 1917 film made 44.1 million. Sonic the Hedgehog made 19.3 million. And Christopher Nolan's Tenet, third, with 17.5. Wow, amazing, isn't it? Heathrow Airport has blasted the failing Home Office after staff faced a mutiny from angry passengers stuck at passport control for hours. A Heathrow spokesperson says, "We warned the Home Secretary last year that Border Force was failing to meet its 45-minute queue standard." Imagine standing there for 45 minutes. I don't even like queuing outside a restaurant. Thank you very much indeed. Which reminds me, if it's looking as good as this for this year, perhaps we might see, Little Italy opening and Joe Allen's. We can get back into it, because they're going to need to open up and put prices. You watch local councils be putting up their council tax. I bet you bottom dollar. Not that they've done anything during this pandemic. Well, not as far as I'm concerned. Cadbury is going to make all of their dairy milk bars in the UK after scaling back production in Europe. So that's good for the factory workers in Bourneville. In Birmingham, there is actually a place called Bourneville. I didn't know this until about 15 years ago. They're going to take on millions of extra bars after the plant had a revamp of 15 million quid. They were responsible for 234 million last year. But from 2022, we'll produce another 125 million. How much chocolate are we eating? Are we eating loads and loads of chocky? The answer is yes, we are. Loads of chocolate. And a man who went to give his wife a lift home after her uninsured car was seized by police was then nicked for exactly the same offence. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. The motor was taken from the woman in Crawley for being uninsured and untaxed. Crawley police posted images of the two cars with the message, "When you come to pick your wife up after we've seized her vehicle, make sure that you're taxed and insured." What a foolish family. Two thickos in the same family. Unbelievable. No tax, no insurance. Have an accident with them. You come off worse. You come off worse. Steve, I've shielded since March of last year. I've got cancer and a heart condition. And this might not be a good year for me, but I'd like to see my family, especially my sister. But you can't put them at risk. No, you can't. That's what, you have to be almost sort of sanctimonious in this and say, listen, you don't want to infect anybody at all. What a terrible situation to be in. What a terrible situation. So we wish you the very well. David Beckham is backing a company called, I think his business, DB Ventures, that'll be for David Beckham in case he forgets who he is, has invested in Cellular Goods, set to become the first firm of its time to float on the London stock market. It was ever since we discovered Richard Bacon was eating gummy bears with marijuana in there or something. I thought he looked a bit spaced out most of the time. I mean, I didn't realise that you could get these things, but somebody said they've been around for ages. Shows how naive I am, doesn't it? They're legal whether they're legal here, I don't know, but they're certainly legal in America. But every time Richard Bacon, who had, you'll remember, the slight problem with the Colombian whilst he was on Blue Peter, for which I think in their first history they had to apologise. That for some reason they decided to tell the kiddies why Richard isn't here anymore. It was all very bizarre. Very bizarre. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Got a couple more stories for you before we finish the programme at 7 o'clock and Nick Ferrari comes along. Hunt. This is the ex-Health Secretary's warning. Daily infections now at 20,000. It's falling to about 1,000 a day. He says don't end lockdown until the COVID cases fall to 1,000 a day. So, if we're good, we might get there. We might get there, so let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we? So that we can... it'd be nice to have Christmas this year, wouldn't it? Be nice that people could go on little holidays and something like that, which is good. Molly, it's interesting. Have you noticed, if you go down your high street at the moment, you will find certain shops still with their Christmas trees in there. Because they've not gone back. The shop's not open, so they've not taken the trees down. There's one in Richmond, opposite the Ivy Cafe, and in fact some people stopped and looked at it the other day. I was on the bus, and I remember thinking, they've still got their tree up. I mean, I don't know what it costs to actually go in there and take the tree down, but it looks somewhat strange. And there's some lights, just as you hit the Richmond Circus, like Christmas lights been left on somebody's bush there, which actually I think if they were white you could probably get away with it, but coloured lights I'm not too sure about. See, because of the lockdown, hairdressers are shut, says Connie from Stockwell, but you can still see the Christmas tree. I quite like that idea. Excuse me. Mark in Brentwood said, today is Mum's 90th birthday. Whilst wanting to celebrate all the good things, including her meeting the Queen, she was my official escort in my mayoral year, it's tinged with sadness. She's in hospital, and it looks like she may now need continuous care, may never get home to the house she bought with my late father in 1959. But for today, says Mark, the family will be strong. Absolutely. Listen, you've got to be strong for her. Toughens people up, doesn't it, this really does. When somebody gets to 90, you got to toughen up a lot on that one. So you've got to go for it. Shout out to the original Spikers, Tom and Susan, listening to your podcast before I go to sleep, has given me the most bizarre dreams. I dreamt John Warrington, says little Julie, was being shown how to make mash on this morning with Phil Vickery. Can you imagine Phil Vickery showing John Warrington how to make mashed potato? But ever since I discovered you can buy it ready-made, I don't bother making it anymore. I used to make it with sort of instant mash, and it was quite nice, but it doesn't taste as good as the stuff that they make in the supermarkets, which is much, much nicer. Ian Hyland's hilarious new TV column. I don't know if he's moved, and he's now moved with the Daily Mirror, but he's well worth reading. Yorkshire pudding. You know, we've discussed this earlier on. We like Yorkshire pudding. I don't know whether or not it was invented in Yorkshire, and that's why it's called Yorkshire pudding. But, in fact, it beat loads of things to be the nation's favourite regional speciality. So the list is, some of these you will have had, some of these you won't know what they are because I'm not too familiar with them. At number 10, Lancashire Hot Pot. Now, I used to think that on Coronation Street, Betty's Hot Pot was Lancashire Hot Pot, which I'm assuming was lamb and dumplings and carrots and things like that, but I was never too sure. Number 9, I've never had it, Irish soda bread. I've never had soda bread. I don't know what it is. Welsh cakes at number 8. See, that sounds quite nice. Stilton cheese. I've never had Stilton. I'm not sure. Perhaps I should be more adventurous with cheese, but at the moment I'm not sort of going for it. Number 6, haggis. I weren't sure about that. Bakewell tart at number 5. Love a Bakewell tart. Cornish pasty at number 4. You thought it would have been higher, but a Cornish pasty makes some... I mean, you could eat those forever and a day, couldn't you? Cream teas from Devon and Cornwall at number 3. You see, I think that's a nice thing. Cream teas, very good. Cheddar cheese at number 2. And at number 1, Yorkshire pudding. Putting them way ahead. Yorkshire. Most people make them. My mother wouldn't have known one end of a freezer from the other, because in her day they didn't have freezers, really. You had the ice box at the top of the fridge. And that was supposed to... And all you had room for in there was a few ice lollies and the ice tray for making ice cubes. We thought that was a bit of a luxury. You sort of take them all out and then you fill the thing up with water and attempt not to throw the water inside the fridge. Kit Kat launching this zebra-striped version of the... How old do you think Kit Kat is? 85. 85 years we've been eating Kit Kat. I like it at Christmas when they bring out the Christmas pudding flavour, the other flavours that they do, mint and stuff like that. Why don't they bring out an apple Kit Kat? Why can't they bring out apple? I quite like something with apple in it. But, kind of everything, can you? But apparently, Nestlé's swirly white and dark chocolate bar echoes the pattern currently favoured by top models. Oh, honestly, who cares? The latest revamp goes on sale for 85p and follows the launch last year of Kit Kat Gold, which featured sweet caramel. Ooh, lovely. Assistant brand manager, they could only get the assistant brand manager, Callum Smith, says, we know how much people love to discover new flavours, and stripes are in this season. So now you know. I mean, I have to be honest, it looks quite nice, and it's just called Zebra. although it doesn't look anything like a zebra at all. What have we got here? What did we have here? I'm trying to find something just to... Oh, old face masks. Did you see them on the pavement? Have you noticed? You'd be going down the pavement years ago, it was sort of chewing gum and cigarette ends and everything else. Now it's old face masks, which they say could be mixed with road building rubble to cut waste. So they could build roads with face masks. What a brilliant idea. Bit of a disaster down at the White Cliffs of Dover, or as they call them in the paper today, the Fright Cliffs of Dover, because some of them collapsed. Because they do, the ever-changing shape of our coastline. I've never been down there, actually. I've seen them, but never actually been near them. Not at all. Scarlett Moffat has given up her dream of a Willy Wonka wedding and plans to elope to Vegas. Goodbye, thank you. Had enough. Finished it already. That dreadful cooking type programme she's on at the moment. I don't know where they've got the clothes from. But she's going out with some bloke who's a police officer boyfriend. She's engaged, which is lovely. Scott Dobinson. But she's got no plans for the future. Well, I think that's the best way to keep it, dear. Best way to keep it. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, yes, I was intrigued by the pop stars turned actors, Patsy Kensit and Martin Kemp. Say they were so busy living life to the max in the 80s that they didn't stop to actually enjoy it. I thought she did. The pair guest stars as versions of themselves in a Sunday night drama, McDonald's and Dodds. Patsy says, so many things have happened to all of us. I've had such highs and real lows. The one thing I regret is I didn't enjoy it enough. Oh, that's what you've got to do in your life. You go through it and you enjoy as much as you possibly can. You only get the one go at it. It's not a rehearsal. This is it. This is it. Richard Hammond in all the papers today. I don't know where it emanates from, this one. He's now worth, they say, 15 million, which is very nice. He's worked for it. That's what he does. And he says he was so broke, he had to sell his motorcycle to buy toilet paper. Wow. He says, I was always in debt for some stupid motorcycle I'd bought on a loan. I was generally living in little downstairs front room bedsits. I was beyond broke. Little bedsits. Do you remember little bedsits? They probably still exist. Probably anybody who moved up to London in the early sort of, 60s, 70s, little bedsits. Little thing in the corner, you put 50p in the meter or whatever it happened to be. And that got you through. That got you through, it really did, when you think about it. Phil Vickery says, Chris recommended frozen mash one day and this morning, and Mum has eaten nothing else since. Tastes buttery in no ways. Well, I recommended the one from Iceland. Their frozen mash is £1. And you don't need to add anything to it. It's absolutely delicious. It's delicious. Then they went on a shortage. All of a sudden, you couldn't get the frozen mash. People said, stop mentioning it. I went back in the other day. They had the frozen mash. It's delicious. Just add it to stews or anything like that. They come in like little bullets. Looks like little bullets, and you just literally sort of pop it. In fact, I might go and get some of that today because that was particularly good, and that'll go down very nice. Not as difficult to use, and so cheap. I love it. Talking of loving it, I'm going to go and love the weekend, and I hope you enjoy your weekend as well, because it's going to be a bit sort of wet and miserable and everything else. Steve in Claygate, the Christmas trees are still up in the high street. Well, it's not that far away, is it? Listen, I've got 2 podcasts today for you. The full show, and a free little bit extra podcast on it today. Brooklyn Beckham has vowed to be a loving father, hinting at the future with his fiancée, Nicola Peltz. I really hope they last for more than 6 months. I mean, it does seem that he's not the brightest penny in the box. Katie Price plans to resurrect her singing career. She last charted at 68, for goodness sake. Don't even bother, dear. You can't hold a tune if it was the last thing you ever did. And Dame Judi Dench has joined a campaign to save East London's oldest tree from a property development. It survived the Great Fire of London, the Blitz and everything else in between.